1963, the UN's acting director in Cairo wrote a poignant little letter back to headquarters. He had just received a delegation from the political committee of the Eritrean People's Legal Representatives Abroad, he told New York, which had handed him a petition for the Secretary General. They complained that although they sent 6 or 7 petitions before, they have never received an acknowledgement, and they are quite upset about it, A.K. Hamdi wrote. Can you please see to it that an acknowledgement is sent? Hamdi's request, and the petition, had been forwarded to the UN's legal counsel, a Mr. Stavropoulos, with a covering note. Read 40 years later, with the knowledge of the tens of thousands of lives that would be lost in a war in which the UN played a contributory role, its casual indifference chills the heart. Would you be kind enough to look these over and let me have your views? The UN official passing on the paperwork has scrawled in thick black ink. My feeling is we should not acknowledge. Do you agree? And he added a further comment, laden with the exasperation of a teacher sick of a difficult pupil's incessant whining. I think that we are really through with the question of Eritrea. 15. Chapter 9. The Gold Cadillac Site. Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not. Hilaire Belloc. Of an evening, Ace Marinos like to drive part of the way down the winding Missoua Road to a spot called Durfo. There, bonnets pointing recklessly towards the sheer drop, handbrakes cranked, they have sweet tea delivered to their windows and watch the cloud cover roll across the peaks like a river of white. A few hundred feet below, villagers suddenly stumble in the swirling mist, groping for landmarks, voices muffled under a muggy blanket of vapor. But up here, under a heaven the color of forget-me-nots, vision and hearing remain preternaturally clear. The shouts of children wrestling in a compound, a bridle clinking on a straining mule, an old man expectorating, unexpected and strangely intimate, the sounds arrive from across the valley. Just as South Africa's fate was determined by the realization that the pretty pebbles children played with on the banks of the Orange River were diamonds, and Congo's destiny was shaped by the understanding of what could be done with the sap dripping from its wild rubber vines, Eritrea's course was to be shaped by the whims of topography and climate. Geography has been our misfortune, a former EPLF commander once ruefully told me. He was referring to Eritrea's location on the Red Sea, but the country's true curse is invisible to the naked eye. For the Eritrean highlands are endowed with a scientific peculiarity, unnoticed by generations of farmers, missed by colonial explorers, of huge value to anyone in the know. It is an idiosyncrasy that goes a long way to explaining why America and its allies at the UN were so ready to turn a deaf ear to Eritrean pleas, so happy to accept Ethiopia's amoeba-like absorption of its tiny neighbor. Twiddle the tuning knob on a shortwave radio at night and you begin to grasp the nature of the secret ingredient. A sudden babble fills the room, Israeli voices shouting in Hebrew, dreary Russian monologues, plinky-plunky Eurotrash hits from Germany. Declarations by Libya's revolutionary committees battle to be heard above swooning Egyptian love songs. Gusts of folksy music from Eastern Europe compete with the mellifluous voices of a French phone-in, only to be drowned out in their turn by prayers from Saudi Arabia. The radio shrieks, squawks and hisses like a thing possessed. Local AM radio stations have been picked up as far away as Brazil, Finland, and Australia. 1 Transmissions from China, broadcasts from South Africa, they ring out loud and clear. The Hamasine Plateau just happens to be one of the best places in the world, some have ranked it the best place on Earth, from which to receive and transmit radio signals. Many of the reasons for the plateau's extraordinary reception could be grasped by any school child. The higher the altitude at which a radio receiver or transmitter is set up, the wider the geographical area it covers. Even before an inch of mast is erected, the Eritrean plateau enjoys a vantage point 1.5 miles above sea level. Its position, well above cloud cover, means the tropical storms that play havoc with radio waves and monitoring equipment are rare. As for human settlements, whose buzzing power plants and humming factories give off distracting electromagnetic noise, once outside Asmara the plains are sparsely populated and quiet. and the fact that the plateau lies just 15 degrees north of the equator means the sun rises and sets at almost the same time all year round, making life simpler for those tuning into distant frequencies. Added together, however, such factors still do not quite account for Eritrea's electromagnetic uniqueness. Some experts have speculated that Asmara benefits from another intriguing natural phenomenon, ducting, in which radio signals rise through the Earth's atmosphere, bounce horizontally along under the troposphere and return to Earth via ducts thousands of miles away from their original source. Some said the weather was clearer, the air was purer, there was less surrounding interference, it was the magnetic fields, or Asmara acted as a kind of collector, picking up signals from the ionosphere, recalls Dave Strand, a U.S. signals analyst who worked in Eritrea in the 1960s. Obviously the altitude was important. But I don't believe there is anyone in the world who really knows the answer to. The Italians had been dimly aware of Asmara's extraordinary broadcast and reception properties, setting up Radio Marina, a station used to communicate with Mussolini's naval fleet. When the British took over Eritrea, they reluctantly ceded the field to their allies across the Atlantic. America's embryonic intelligence industry had mushroomed with the Second World War, and Washington was scouring the world for potential reception sites. In April 1943, a U.S. Army lieutenant arrived in Eritrea with a 6-man crew and testing equipment. The radio traffic samples the team sent back to Washington confirmed what the experts suspected. The levitated white elephant so derided by the British was, it turned out, the ideal spot to locate a spy station capable of eavesdropping on nearly half the globe. Brushing off British objections, the U.S. Army's Signal Intelligence Service started building bomb-proof underground concrete bunkers to hold equipment, while launching an intensive training course in Virginia for the 50 men who would initially be posted to Asmara. The bet paid off almost immediately. Eritrea proved the perfect place from which to monitor the flow of Axis radio communications between Germany and Japan. In October 1943, when the Nazis were bracing themselves for an anticipated Allied invasion of the European mainland, the Wehrmacht gave the Japanese ambassador to Germany a tour of its defense lines. Baron Hiroshi Oshima's long report, giving priceless details of Germany's military dispositions, was radioed back to Tokyo. 3 On the way, it was picked up by the Americans in Asmara. Decoded, it gave General Eisenhower the information he needed to plan the Normandy landings. With the end of the war, much of Asmara's equipment was crated up and sent back to the U.S. But the American military was in no doubt about Eritrea's long-term significance. The Joint Chiefs of Staff would state categorically that the benefits now resulting from operation of our telecommunications center at Asmara, can be obtained from no other location in the entire Middle East, Mediterranean area, Admiral William Leahy bluntly told the Secretary of Defense in 1948. Therefore, United States rights in Eritrea should not be compromised, for no other military base in Black Africa would ever be deemed as vital to American national security. In 1950, the base jerked back into frantic life with the outbreak of the Korean War. Circuits to Europe, the Middle East and the Philippines were reactivated as the U.S. homed in on North Korean communications. For the next 20 years, the listening post in Eritrea would be steadily expanded and modernized, but never scaled back. Locked into the new, deadly Cold War game, the U.S. needed the reach-only sites like Kagnew Station, as the Asmara listening post was eventually named, could offer when it came to listening in on the communist world. It was a need that handed Haile Selassie a priceless bargaining tool. Washington, the emperor was to discover, was ready to jump through a great many hoops to guarantee unhampered use of Kagnew. For more than 2 decades, Washington's approach to Ethiopia would be essentially that conveyed to an ambassador-to-be during his Pentagon briefing in 1963. Told that Ethiopia's poorly trained army was trashing most of the American military equipment delivered to it, Edward Corey asked the Pentagon officer how the U.S. was planning to tackle the problem. The reply was cynically revealing. He said there wasn't much we could do with the Ethiopians, and it was really Kagnew rent money, and if the emperor wanted it in solid gold Cadillacs, that was his term, he could have it that way. 5. The emperor was to play the Cagna card repeatedly, using U.S. interest in the spy station to achieve several long-held ambitions. Incorporating Eritrea was only part of his master plan for Ethiopia. The time had come for his antiquated empire to make a great leap forward, and it was not something, he knew, it could do on its own. Well into the 20th century, Ethiopia still went to war in medieval style. Races toured their provinces, enlisting fighters with promises of plunder, pulling together traveling armies which dissolved as soon as the campaign was over or when crops needed harvesting. Their motley forces provided Western journalists with picturesque photo spreads for audiences back home. But these were private armies, loyal to individuals rather than any state, and the fighters, barefoot and equipped with ancient rifles, were only as dependable as the races themselves. By the time Evelyn Waugh was covering the 1935 Italian campaign, Ethiopia's military was beginning to seem an absurd anachronism. For Waugh, whose sympathies tended towards Rome, the pageantry had a pantomime quality, a touch of the pathetic. They had headdresses and capes of lion skin, circular shields and extravagantly long, curved swords, decorated with metal and colored stuff. Their saddles and harness were brilliant and elaborate. Examined in detail, of course, the ornaments were of wretched quality, the work of Levantine craftsmen in the Addis Bazaar, new, aiming only at maximum ostentation for a minimum price, he noted. 6. The trouncing the Ethiopians suffered at Mussolini's hands underlined the lesson. If Ethiopia was to prevent its territory being nibbled away by greedy outsiders and bind its diverse ethnic groups together to form a centralized empire under Amhara rule, it must modernize. It must have a standing army, run by professionals trained in elite military academies and equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry Ethiopia itself could neither manufacture nor afford to buy. It was only natural that the emperor should look to the US for that help. Unlike London and Paris, Washington never formally recognized Italy's occupation of Ethiopia, a gesture of solidarity he was not likely to forget. While Britain had pillaged Ethiopia's industrial infrastructure, the Americans generously provided arms and ammunition under their Lend-Lease Act. Given the choice between the tired old world and a fresh-faced, brash new world, Haile Selassie knew which patron he preferred. He made his choice clear on February 12, 1945. Robert Howe, the British minister in Addis, woke in a flurry of alarm at 5:00 am, having just heard a U.S. Air Force DC-3 taking off. It was carrying Haile Selassie to take tea with President F.D. Roosevelt on a U.S. cruiser in the Suez Canal, as explicit a gesture of American interest in Ethiopia as it was possible to imagine. The British were left to play catch-up, with Howe chartering a tiny biplane that reached Egypt in a tiresome series of short hops, while Winston Churchill was abruptly rerouted to Cairo to meet an African leader suddenly judged a cause for concern. The undignified scramble achieved little. When a British aide asked the emperor what points he wished to discuss with the prime minister, his reply was curt. None. 7. As the British withdrew from the Horn, Haile Selassie and Washington plotted what was to be a very pragmatic marriage of convenience. Washington was uneasy with the idea of an independent Eritrea, all too likely, it was thought, to fall prey to a predatory communist bloc. It wanted a friendly Ethiopian government, a government it could do business with, in firm control of the Hamasine Plateau. Even before the UN General Assembly had opted for Eritrean Federation as a compromise solution in December 1950, Washington had signaled its interest in reaching a base rights agreement with the Emperor. 8. Addressing the UN Security Council that year, John Foster Dulles, President Eisenhower's Secretary of State, made no attempt to conceal his government's self-interested take on Eritrea's future. From the point of view of justice, the opinions of the Eritrean people must receive consideration, he acknowledged. Nevertheless, the strategic interest of the United States in the Red Sea Basin and considerations of security and world peace make it necessary that the country has to be linked to our ally, Ethiopia. 9. It was an extraordinarily frank admission to make. Essentially, Dulles was recognizing the moral dubiousness of imposing a federation no one wanted on the Eritrean population. But it would happen anyway, because it suited U.S. needs. The Kagnu factor casts a new light on American diplomatic behavior during the interminable debate over Eritrea's future that raged during the 1940s and 1950s. Remove Kagnu from the equation and the support the U.S. gave Ethiopia in its campaign for union can be presented as an admirable rejection of colonial lèse-majesté, a high-minded championing of a struggling African nation. Add Kagnu to the mix and the U.S. stance looks rather less noble. Haile Selassie himself was in no doubt as to the pivotal role Washington had played in nipping Eritrean leanings towards independence in the bud. If, today, the brother territory Eritrea stands finally united under the crown and if Ethiopia has regained her shorelines on the Red Sea, it has been due, in no small measure, to the contribution of the United States, he told Congress in May 1954. No wonder the UN, sensitive to the wishes of its most important member, refused to get involved when the Federation was abrogated 8 years later. Had the spy station been the sole card up the emperor's sleeve, his leverage might have remained limited. But Haile Selassie knew how to make himself valuable on many fronts. As the years went by, Kagnu would become a convenient mental tag for American policymakers in the know, shorthand for a complex mesh of interests binding the U.S. to Ethiopia. One of the emperor's masterstrokes was to volunteer 1,000 Ethiopian troops for the war in Korea. At a time when the Soviet Union was denouncing the UN military operation as a neo-colonial adventure, the announcement that Africa's oldest independent state was joining in on the west side, black faces fighting for freedom alongside white, presented the US with a glorious propaganda coup. When the US and Ethiopia signed a 25-year rights agreement on the Asmara base in May 1953, a deal whose terms were negotiated by Aklilu and Spencer, the spy station, tellingly, was christened after the elite Kagnu battalion Haile Selassie dispatched to Korea. The Korea episode underlined a wider truth. Positioned on one of the world's key waterways, close to the oil-rich nations on which Western prosperity depended and to the bubbling political cauldron of the Middle East, Ethiopia, America's policymakers came to believe, could either bring further chaos to a volatile region or act as a stabilizing anchor. As a Christian ruler hemmed in by Muslim regimes, the emperor was clearly a natural Western ally. His defiance of Italian fascism meant he enjoyed enormous kudos in the developing world. Here was a man who could play the role of wise elderly statesman, mediating between the West and the inexperienced politicians emerging to lead Africa's former colonies, a seasoned moderator who could swing delegates' votes in America's favor within international organizations like the UN. This was not quite as nebulous a role as it sounds. In the post-war years, a vibrant debate raged on the nature of nationhood in Africa, whose territory had been clumsily hacked into states by 19th-century colonial powers indifferent to ethnic realities on the ground. Left-wing thinkers like Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, regarded in the West as a dangerous radical, called for the creation of a United States of Africa. Haile Selassie, in contrast, was anxious to preserve existing frontiers, however clumsily drawn. His conservative school of thought won the day when the Organization of African Unity, OAU, initially largely funded by the emperor, was set up in Addis in 1963. The emperor's signal biggest contribution to African history is the creation of the OAU in Addis and the drafting of an OAU charter, says Chester Crocker, former Assistant Secretary of State for Africa. There was to be no messing with inherited boundaries. The Latin doctrine of uti possidetis, boundaries shall stay as they are, was very Ethiopian in its conception. But it also served the conservative interests of a number of other African leaders who were desperately insecure about how they were going to keep the new states together. While endorsing a principle that set colonial boundaries in stone, African delegates in Addis chose to turn a blind eye to the most blatant charter violation of all, committed embarrassingly close to home. The border Italy had drawn around Eritrea at the turn of the century had been erased by the very nation championing the principle of frontier inviolability. This act of hypocrisy would not be lost on the EPLF, which would come to regard the OAU with utter contempt during the long years of exile. As far as the Americans were concerned, however, Haile Selassie had delivered once again, shoring up a fragile continent. Israel, a fledgling state whose survival was a key concern to the U.S., with its influential Jewish lobby, provided another rationale for American support. Israeli aircraft could only access the African hinterland by flying over the Horn. Given Muslim hostility to the Jewish state, Ethiopia, a country whose foundation myth collided with Israel's own, was the natural spot for El Al aircraft to refuel as they worked their way down the African coast to Johannesburg. Airspace was not the only issue. Strategists urging Washington in the 1960s and 1970s to increase its military aid to Ethiopia sketched out a doomsday scenario in which, left to its own devices, the Addis government lost control of Eritrea to Muslim insurgents, who promptly joined the Arab camp and cut off Israel's shipping lifeline through the Red Sea. It was a far-fetched sequence of events which sidestepped the obvious fact that Arab states were already, without Eritrean participation, perfectly placed to mount such a blockade, but were generally more interested in increasing trade with the West than mounting ideological embargoes. 11 Yet the Israel as hostage scenario was still being bandied around to justify support for Addis in the mid-1970s, when it had become clear that a Christian-dominated rebel movement, the EPLF, had seized the initiative from the Muslim Elf in Eritrea, removing a key element in this imaginary equation. Crocker still defends it. How could the Israelis, given the sense of total isolation they often feel, be sure that some Arab coalition wouldn't shut off access to the Red Sea, he argues. It might be a worst-case scenario, but that's what strategic planners cater for. After all, Nasser did shut down the Suez Canal. Never again, was the feeling. 12. None of these considerations would have carried much weight, of course, had it not been for the little matter of the Soviet Union, the looming threat that formed the backdrop to all strategic thinking at the time. In the 1950s, Secretary of State Dulles had dreamt up the concept of a northern tier of anti-communist states that would serve as a bulwark against communist expansionism. Why not create a southern tier of loyal allies in the Middle East, a secondary line of defense that would keep communism out of the area and guarantee Western access to the oil-rich Persian Gulf? Haile Selassie adroitly volunteered Ethiopia for the role. That type of argument made it possible for the Secretaries of State and Defense to find that the defense of Ethiopia was essential to the defense of the free world, John Spencer recalled in his memoirs. Woven together, the various factors combined to form a conviction in Washington, as deep-rooted as it was amorphous, that Ethiopia and its increasingly restless northern province somehow mattered to the U.S. American thinking on the Horn could be summarized as what one skeptical expert astutely labeled the geometer's approach to strategy. 13 Take a compass, stick a point in the country under consideration and draw progressively larger concentric circles. Slapping your hand to your head, you then exclaim, "My God, this country is so close to Israel, to the Gulf, to the entire Middle East. It must be important." If the approach was premised on implausibilities and questionable assumptions, that was hardly unique to Ethiopia. The same logic would be applied around the globe during the Cold War era on similarly specious grounds and with equally damaging results. Remember how Vietnam's political future was deemed of vital American interest? For the geometer's approach has a lethal characteristic: it tends to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. By ruling that a backward African nation with few natural resources, far from obvious U.S. zones of interest, was in fact a key ally, Washington helped ensure Moscow reached a parallel conclusion, first in neighboring Somalia, desperate to match Ethiopia in its military build-up brigade for brigade, and then, when the opportunity presented itself, in Ethiopia itself. A nation's significance, like a diamond's value, lies purely in the eye of the beholder. By deciding the Horn mattered to the West, Washington guaranteed that the region became important to the East, sentencing it to disastrous superpower interference for decades to come. Haile Selassie had succeeded in establishing the principle of Ethiopia's usefulness, but the price charged for Cagnu was to be the object of heated discussion. Under the 1953 Base Rights Agreement, in which Washington was granted near sovereign rights over the various tracts, the U.S. agreed to build up Ethiopia's army, providing training and equipment for 3 divisions of 6,000 men, a deal worth $5 million. But this, in the emperor's eyes, only marked the beginning. He was aiming for an army of 40,000, a force, American military experts judged, totally out of proportion for a country facing at this stage of its history no significant external challenges. With its underdeveloped economy, they pointed out, Ethiopia would be unable to support an army of that size unaided. It would be better off with a lightly equipped mobile force that could be sent swiftly to crush uprisings in the provinces. No encouragement should be given to expand or modernize the Ethiopian forces, the Pentagon advised. Point 14. Their argument made sense, but Haile Selassie steamed on regardless. Africa would rarely throw up another leader so skilled at getting what he wanted from what might be regarded a position of weakness. The years spent waiting for the throne to come his way, the humiliating exile in Bath, had taught the emperor the value of patience. A Shawan swallows years after he chews, runs an Amharic proverb. Having seen off both Mussolini and Churchill, Haile Selassie knew that persistence can be the politician's most formidable weapon. Loudly demand an immediate answer, and the response risks being set in stone. Press quietly and relentlessly, and you will eventually get your way, for your opponent will grow weary of the debate. At every meeting with a U.S. ambassador, during every trip to America, the emperor's ministers and diplomats would complain that their country was being neglected, its determination to support Washington in the global battle against communism sorely undervalued. By allowing Kagnew Station to operate, they argued, Ethiopia was putting herself at enormous risk, laying herself open to the threat of punitive action by anti-Western Arab neighbors. The very least Washington could do, surely, was to give her loyal ally the weapons to defend herself and put down that pesky Eritrean insurgency. Out of their depth, American negotiators floundered and succumbed. By the time our leaders were dealing with Haile Selassie, he'd been in that job for 15 years. Most of our people had been in their jobs for just 18 months, recalls Crocker. Point 15. Crocker, who was later to negotiate with Zaire dictator Mobutu Sese Seko, another supposed bastion in the fight against communist infiltration, far preferred the Haile Selassie way of conducting business. Every conversation with Mobutu was unpleasant because you were reminded of all the things you had not done for him. It was like buying an antique map on the banks of the Seine, a haggling match, really down in the gutter. The emperor had a more dignified way of doing things. He was very skilled. But, at heart, the two African leaders' tactics were based on the same simple principle, squeaky wheel syndrome. The potentially unreliable ally always wins more aid than the nation that falls neatly into step behind its chosen superpower. Like Mobutu, Haile Selassie immediately understood that the most effective method of grabbing Washington's attention was to flirt with the enemy. The blackmail game followed an established routine. Faced with none too subtle hints from Ethiopia, Addis was disappointed. Addis was keeping its options open. Addis felt betrayed. A nervous American ambassador would fire off telegrams to Washington urging military spending in Ethiopia to be increased, fighter jets supplied, a navy established. The State Department would back the ambassador, only to find its way blocked by the Pentagon, which would point out that the U.S. had more pressing commitments closer to home. The emperor would then make a high-profile visit to the Eastern Bloc, returning laden with promises of communist funding. Another batch of anguished messages would fly across the Atlantic, which ambassador wanted, after all, to be remembered as the man who lost Ethiopia, and the order from a panicked Washington would go out, more military aid for Ethiopia. The maneuver worked superbly in 1959 when, angered by U.S. support for the British notion of a Greater Somalia, Haile Selassie garnered $100 million in credits during a visit to the Soviet Union. Appalled, Washington stepped up its military training program in Ethiopia to cater for the desired 40,000-strong force. Rent on Cagnu was now costing Washington $10 to $12 million a year in military aid, in return for which a grateful Haile Selassie agreed to cede an additional 1,500 acres of land. No one would have guessed it from the peeved expressions on the faces of Ethiopian dignitaries arriving in Washington, but Ethiopia, soaking up to 60% of U.S. military aid to Africa, was the superpower's biggest aid recipient on the continent. The emperor's expectations stretched well beyond the military. He wanted Washington to take the lead in transforming feudal Ethiopia into a modern state blessed with schools and universities, hospitals and clinics, its own national airline. Given that he was regularly spending between 25 and 30% of his budget on defense, a staggering percentage given that his foreign friends were already footing most of the military bill, he could not fund these projects himself. Washington must provide, and so it did. Not only was the U.S. Ethiopia's major economic partner, buying 70% of its coffee, but it funded agricultural colleges and locust control centers, veterinary projects, and commodity improvement schemes. It used its clout to ensure the World Bank and other financial institutions lent Ethiopia hundreds of millions of dollars, sent Peace Corps volunteers to teach in Ethiopian schools, and educated thousands of young Ethiopians in its American universities. The ties that bound the two countries together were being wrapped ever tighter. And the extent to which Washington was ready to go to ensure its favorite's survival was about to demonstrate it in concrete form. In December 1960, 2 weeks after the emperor had left Addis on an extended tour of South America, his imperial bodyguard took control of the airport, rounded up the royal family and key ministers in the imperial palace, and cut communications with the outside world. The coup attempt was, ironically, the byproduct of the very US-funded modernization drive Haile Selassie had launched. Returning from military academies and Western universities, where their courses were often generously paid for by the emperor himself, a generation of young officers and bureaucrats looked at its own hidebound society, the nepotistic royal court, and judged it all stale and corrupt. Watching Africa's newly independent states kicking into life, promising their citizens rights and benefits unknown in Ethiopia, supposedly the freest of African nations, these young men felt the status quo had become intolerable. Disappointed and bitter, they blamed their frustration on their former sponsor, the very man who had opened their eyes to Ethiopia's backwardness. When, on the first day of the coup, the Crown Prince Asfa Wosan XVI went on the radio to denounce the fact that life for the average Ethiopian had not changed for 3 millennia, that Queen of Sheba vision of history once again, and promised radical change, it seemed as if Haile Selassie was already history. U.S. diplomats ordered the embassy's classified files shipped up to Cagnu Station for safekeeping. But, by the second day, the situation had grown murky. The main body of the army had not joined the imperial bodyguard. At a crisis meeting, U.S. officials agreed that the time had come to meet the obligations spelled out in the Mutual Defense Pact signed between the two countries. U.S. advisors were sent to stiffen morale at Army headquarters, where a handful of loyal Ethiopian generals, summoning reinforcements to the capital, were in danger of collapsing from exhaustion. Soon American pilots were roaring over the imperial palace, trying to frighten the rebels inside by breaking the sound barrier. Up to that point, it could be said that we were neutral, commented the U.S. Embassy's army attaché, but afterwards there could be no question but that we were committed. 17. U.S. help went a lot further than advice. Haile Selassie, in Brazil at the time, only heard his throne was in danger because the Americans allowed loyalist generals to transmit a warning from Cagnu Station. Rushing back to Ethiopia, the emperor stopped off in Liberia, where he used U.S. Air Force facilities to liaise with those preparing a counterattack. The Americans became so embroiled, shuttling between the two sides in a vain attempt to negotiate a ceasefire, that U.S. Ambassador Arthur Richards and 2 of his aides narrowly escaped being killed when the imperial palace was eventually stormed. Soon after, the despairing putschists shot their hostages, killing 15 ministers, secretaries of state and deputy ministers to ensure Ethiopia should never be the same. Arriving in Asmara, a jittery Haile Selassie used Kagnew Station's facilities to communicate with his generals, and it was only after Richards had personally assured him the situation was under control that he agreed to fly south. When the Lion of Judah landed in Addis, the crowd of dignitaries gathered to greet him included Richards and his military attaches. Given the key role the Americans had played in saving his administration, it was only right they should share this moment of triumph. The outcome, as far as Washington was concerned, had been a happy one, but the coup attempt had highlighted both how fragile the emperor's hold on power really was and the dangers of being too closely associated with a fading ruler. Like so many African autocrats, Haile Selassie always showed more interest in the surface than the substance of change, delighting in prestige projects, the luxury Hilton Hotel, the spanking new university, that drew gasps from foreign visitors while changing nothing for most of Ethiopia's population. American officials fretted over how little of their aid reached the provinces, swept by regular famines, feeding instead a vast bureaucracy of well-heeled civil servants who rarely strayed outside Addis. Still shockingly backward even by African standards, Ethiopia was crying out for land reform and genuine democracy, instead of the simulacrum of parliamentary decision-making the emperor had introduced to conceal the fact that all decisions were still being taken by one, very small, man. But to the Americans' dismay, the emperor did not seem to have got the message. As the coup leaders were hunted down, some committing suicide, others executed and left hanging from gibbets for the crowd's delectation, Haile Selassie announced that there would not be the slightest deviation from his set path. The new government named to fill the gaps left by the executed ministers was recruited from the same batch of aristocratic families that traditionally served the emperor, while the educated, unhappy bourgeoisie went largely ignored. If the emperor does nothing, it is not unlikely that a similar recourse to violence will reoccur at some future date, possibly with greater success, a worried U.S. ambassador predicted. 18 By supporting Haile Selassie so assiduously, the Americans belatedly realized, they risked being identified with all his empire's ugliest features. Our assistance programs, especially military assistance, have identified us to a disturbing degree as supporters of an archaic regime, the U.S. Embassy's economics officer warned. 19. It was business as usual. The putsch attempt presented the emperor with the perfect excuse to demand, and get, yet more American aid. 3 years later, when war broke out on the border with Somalia, he resorted to his usual tactics to win attention, dangling the prospects of defection. The United States must either give us the assistance we require or we might have to deal with the devil himself to save our country, warned General Murad Mengesha, the defense minister. 20 Terrified of what could fill the vacuum if it pulled out, the U.S. once again upped its spending, also agreeing to send in scores of counterinsurgency experts to help crush the growing Eritrean rebellion. Both the emperor and his U.S. friends had missed the fundamental lesson of the 1960 abortive coup. The fact that one of Haile Selassie's first actions was to placate the army by raising wages offered a hint as to where power was shifting. Thanks to Kagnew Station, the emperor had forged a relationship with Washington that had given him exactly what he wanted. Between 1946 and 1972, Ethiopia received over $180 million in U.S. military aid. 21 Sacrificing economic progress on the altar of military expansion, paid for by an obliging ally, he had built the strongest army in Black Africa. But in so doing, he had taken his seat on a very hungry tiger, which promised to devour him the moment his grip began to falter. In a society in which political activity had been banned, a tiny intelligentsia regarded entry into government service as its highest ambition, trade unions were rigidly controlled and the church allotted the head of state semi-divine status. Challenges to the system could only come from one direction. By building up the army, the U.S. made Haile Selassie's overthrow a matter of time, says analyst Marina Ottaway, who was working in Addis Ababa and witnessed the eventual fallout firsthand. In Haile Selassie's Ethiopia, the army was the only institution that functioned. It was the only organization that could fill the vacuum the emperor had deliberately created around him. 22. Chapter 10. Blowjobs, bugging and beer. I was 20 years old and damn near indestructible. A Cagnu veteran reminisces. On May 3, 1967, George Zasadil, a gangly young GI of Czech extraction from Chicago, stepped off the plane in Asmara, Ethiopia, after a long trip from Boston via Athens and Cairo. The raw 20-year-old, a virgin in terms of most experiences, if not sexually, felt nothing but dismay. Having nearly missed both his flights because he'd been so busy sampling the local nightlife, Zasadil, something of a natural rebel, hadn't bothered reading the Army handbook introducing new arrivals to Ethiopia. Bound for Africa, he had formed a clear mental image of the lush Tropicana that awaited him. Gazing around him now, Zaz, as his army friends would know him in future, brushed away the flies and breathed in the acrid aroma of Asmara, a heady mix of horse manure, eucalyptus, burning charcoal stoves, spices, and diesel fumes. He took in the dry, bleak plateau and stark red earth. This was desolation. I'd never seen earth that looked that color. I was used to soil. My first reaction was, what have I done to deserve this? Why has my government done this to me, and boy, have I made a mistake. It was pure culture shock one. It wasn't as though Zaz had any interest in Africa per se, or the US Army's operations in Ethiopia. A college dropout who'd been sent his draft papers the year before, he had confidently assumed he would fail his physical, thanks to major knee surgery. Disconcertingly, he had passed, and suddenly Vietnam loomed on his horizon. I didn't want to go there, I didn't want to die. I thought the odds were I wouldn't be around much longer if I went to Vietnam. So when a recruiter suggested sitting tests for the top secret, elite Army Security Agency, ASA, as a way of bypassing Nam, Zaz was all ears. The only downside, it seemed, was that the ASA signed men up for 4 years duty, instead of the usual 2. Still, what were 2 years of a life, when weighed against the threat of premature eternity? He didn't discover he had been suckered. The ASA did send men to Saigon and there were other, 3-year alternatives to a Vietnam posting, until it was too late. Perhaps the fact that so many of his colleagues had followed exactly the same path as Zaz, Vietnam Dodgers talked into an unnecessary 4-year stint, went some way to explaining the extraordinary atmosphere that reigned in Cagnu Station in the late 1960s. The yellow-clawed chicken fuckers, as the ASA men were irreverently known to the rest of the military, a reference to the shoulder patches they wore showing a snowy eagle clutching bolts of lightning in its talons, had been bamboozled. In a minor way, admittedly, but one that could definitely be worked into a feeling of grievance over a few Malati beers at the Barfi Ori. Throughout their special training back in the US, they had been told they were the top 10%, valued for their superior intelligence, problem-solving capacities, and communication skills. Well, the Army could go hang, if it expected neat beds, sharp haircuts, and sharper salutes in Cagnu. If they were so special, then Army rules need barely apply. Cagnu, chuckles Zaz, in his gravelly, lived-in voice, resembled a cross between Animal House and MASH 2. One of a consignment of Norman new guys on whom the hoary station veterans could amuse themselves with nonsensical errands and macho initiation ceremonies, Zaz was joining a Cagnu in its prime. By the 1960s, $69.5 million in investment had already gone into Cagnu, pronounced Canu by the locals, even if most members of the U.S. Congress remained blissfully ignorant of the base's very existence. It held 4,200 men, not counting family dependents. If the main residential base, with its clubs, sports facilities, and trademark clock tower, clustered in the center of Asmara, the entire station sprawled far across the Eritrean highlands. 19 operational sites, or tracks, held 185 buildings, nearly 710 and embraced 3,400 acres of land. Cagnu's Holy of Holies, simply known as Stone House, contained a pair of giant satellite dishes whose constituent parts had been trucked up the road from Misawa, laboriously winched over intervening railway bridges, before being reassembled on the plateau. The biggest dish, 150 feet wide, weighing 6,000 tons and worth $600,000, was estimated at the time to be the largest movable object ever built. It was visible from 30 miles away. So many facilities, so many men, to do precisely what? Read the old official brochures and you will learn that Kagnu, which means to bring order out of chaos, was the name of an Ethiopian commander's horse which galloped riderless towards the Italian enemy during the Battle of Adua. They will also tell you that the base adopted the head of a horned antelope as its insignia in memory of the deer that once grazed the Eritrean highlands, hunted into near oblivion by the GIs. Rather less detail is offered as to Kagnu's function, which, we are told, was to relay communications from U.S. diplomatic missions around Africa and pass messages from Europe and the American mainland onto the Far East and Indian Ocean, a function even the most uncurious of observers might suspect didn't require over 4,000 men to perform. As for Stonehouse, unveiled in 1964, it made an important contribution to man's expanding knowledge of the mysteries of outer space for a superbly unenlightening phrase. Time has not loosened officialdom's tongue. Nearly 3 decades after Kagnu's closure, a paltry 6 pages of information on the project have been released under the U.S. Freedom of Information Act. In them, the censor's black felt-tip pen scores thickly through every sentence of interest. An inquiry to the press office of the National Security Agency, the ACE's parent body, described today as America's most secret agency, yields a swift, polite brush off. Unfortunately, Miss Wrong, we have no information to provide at this time, I was told by a public affairs officer at Fort Meade, the NSA complex on Washington's outskirts. It's been good working with you. The labored explanations don't wash now, and they didn't wash in the 1960s and 1970s either. Locals always sensed there was more to Kagnu than met the eye. Ethiopian students staged protests against what they believed was a secret missile storage site. The Eritreans whispered amongst themselves about clandestine gold mining. Both groups were seriously off track. Stonehouse's job, in fact, was to monitor the Soviet Union's expanding missile and deep space program. Rotating on its pedestal, the main dish could pick up electronic signals from otherwise inaccessible Soviet regions which had hurtled into space, ricocheted off the surface of the moon and bounced back to Earth. By analyzing telemetry, the data sent by a traveling missile to its launch center, intelligence experts could work out a missile's engine type, guidance performance, and fuel consumption, establishing a detailed picture of the range and accuracy of the Soviet Union's network. The same principle applied to the probes Moscow was starting to send to the Moon, Mars, and Venus. So detailed was the information from deep space picked up at Stonehouse, on virtually the same longitude as the Soviet ground station in Crimea, Washington could gauge the weight of the Mars launch vehicles, for example, or pinpoint whether the Soviet lunar spacecraft was using retro rockets. But Stonehouse was only a part of Kagnu, and the base's interests extended far beyond the Eastern Bloc. Men sent here had been trained at Fort Devens in Massachusetts, where they had learned the skills of the technological spy, how to read Morse, intercept radio signals and decode encrypted messages. All those talents were put to good use, for Kagnu was eavesdropping on communications from the Mediterranean, Middle East, Near East, Sub-Saharan, and Southern Africa. Notional ally or enemy, Kagnu monitored, or strapped on, regardless. Not everyone we were listening to was a bad guy, acknowledges the improbably named Tom Indelicato, a former Morse code interceptor. In the day of the Soviet bear, no one trusted anybody, not even the Brits. Donning their headphones, the men would sit at their stations turning knobs, slowly trawling the atmosphere for Morse exchanges, telephone conversations or radio signals going out on frequencies which had not officially been assigned by the UN's International Telecommunication Union in Geneva and were therefore considered suspect. When they thought they had found one such illicit communication, they would dial down on the frequency to pick up the detail. If the communication proved to be in a foreign language, a linguist would be called over to decide whether it merited further investigation. If it were in code, hours could be spent transcribing gibberish, the meaningless groups of letters that went to make up an encrypted signal. Then a cryptanalyst would set about trying to unscramble the system. The trick was to find the flaws or spikes, patterns we could identify which would allow us to break the code, says Zez. We were computer analysts, basically. It would then be up to headquarters back in the US to decide which traffic merited closer attention. The monitoring took place around the clock, and when the men struggled to stay awake during the long night shifts, known as tricks, they would pop some methadone, bought at the pharmacies in town. Much of Cagnew's work required the kind of abstract, problem-solving abilities possessed by the gifted chess player or obsessive crossword filler. But language skills, whether innate or acquired during intensive courses at the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, were also highly prized. There were 6 to 8 French linguists, whose job was to listen in on Francophone Africa. In the 1960s, as newly elected Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba flirted with Moscow, the former Belgian Congo was a particular concern, and 10 Cagnew servicemen were specially assigned to track the communications and movements of the white mercenaries hired to fight in Katanga. There were experts in Italian, German, and Russian, Urdu and Swahili, 20 languages represented in all. The Middle East merited 20 Arab linguists, who were placed on standby when it looked like they might be parachuted into the desert to track the Arab-Israeli war. Details were rarely discussed, for the men had been indoctrinated early in the principle of need to know. If you didn't need to know, you didn't ask, and you certainly didn't speculate about the larger political and geostrategic picture into which your work fitted. People would go on loan to Stonehouse from our section, work, come back and never talk about it. We didn't know what went on there and we didn't ask, says Zez. However much of a strain the men found it, thoughts and opinions on professional duties were supposed to go the same way as the paperwork, placed in a burn bag and reduced to ashes at the end of a shift. They were global snoopers, keepers, or rather takers, of the world's dirty secrets. Some confidences weighed more heavily than others. One piece of eavesdropping no one of Zez's generation would ever forget was the moment on June 7, 1967, when Cagnew picked up the panic-stricken radio communications from the USS Liberty, a spy ship sent into the waters off Israel's coast as Tel Aviv launched its six-day war on Egypt, Syria, and Jordan. Determined to secure victory before any international power could intervene, the Israelis sent fighters and torpedo boats to disable the Liberty's communications equipment, killing 34 servicemen in the process. Cagnew men listened aghast to the explosions, the cries, the unanswered appeals for help from their colleagues as the Liberty was strafed, napalmed, and torpedoed by America's closest ally. We were in contact with the guys on the Liberty and had it on our speakers. It was the first time I'd ever wept in front of another man, recalls Zez. With work-related talk ruled out on the base, perhaps it was inevitable that trivia should take over. Aware of the need to keep relations sweet with its Ethiopian hosts, the Army did its utmost to keep personnel amused on post, developing a near obsession with providing an ever more sophisticated range of leisure facilities and recreational diversions. Cagnew, as one EPLF Cotter later remarked, was like a medieval town, everything there but behind closed walls. At Tract E, the main base and barracks near the old Italian cemetery, the ASA had done its best to reproduce small-town America. White small-town America, that is, because if black GIs featured disproportionately amongst the troops dying in Vietnam, they were rarities in safe Asmara, a fact attributed to the racial sensitivity displayed by an emperor who did not appreciate being too closely associated with subjugated blacks. The Army's Cagnew leaflet was clearly designed to lure candidates wary of what was classified as a hardship posting. It read rather like a brochure advertising holidays in the sun. Basically, you will find Cagnew Station similar to any small community back in the States. New arrivals were, rather improbably, promised. On top of a school for dependents, dry cleaning plant, and chapel, Cagnew, it boasted, had a 346-seat motion picture hall with the latest sound equipment, a 10-lane bowling alley, gym, swimming pool, court facilities, and a library, its own post office, veterinary service, and craft shop. For those from less privileged backgrounds here, suddenly, was a wealth of opportunity. You could play in a band, disc jockey for the Cagnu radio station, shoot skeet, edit a newspaper or fool around reading the news for the in-house television channel. If all that seemed too energetic, you could go to the club, play the slot machines and wallow in cheap beer. Either way, the message ran, there was really no need to venture beyond the clock tower and main gate separating Cagnu's walled-in world of bungalows, clipped lawns, and tarmac driveways from the great outside. The army really encouraged you to drink and gamble, says Dave Strand, who worked as an analyst. They wanted you to stay on post, get drunk, put your money in the slot machine and not go downtown and get into trouble. Some complied, sitting out 18-month tours without venturing off base. But for the most part, he recalls, people drank and gambled, but they still went downtown and got into trouble. This was the 1960s, after all, decade of free love, the Rolling Stones and LSD, the time of Jack Kerouac, Jimi Hendrix, and Hunter Thompson. It was the pre-AIDS era, when promiscuity might bring moral opprobrium but did not carry a possible death sentence. These were bright boys with attitude, cash, and lots of time on their hands, and even up on the mountain, as it was known, word filtered through of sex and drugs and rock and roll. Many had been to college and they brought the wild fraternity party spirit over with them from the States. With an overwhelmingly male population, just out of its teens, you could almost taste the tang of testosterone in the air. There were girls for the taking, and no one would lift an eyebrow if a serviceman dated a teenage cafe latte, fair-skinned evidence of misbehavior by a previous, Italian generation of visitors. Sweater girls, as the women from the Italian-built textile factory were known, would be bussed in to dance with Cagnu personnel when bands played at the clubs on the base. Otherwise the men went hunting. After dipping their hands into the box of condoms kept at sign-out, they would be off to the Fiori, Blue Nile, or the Green Doors to pick up prostitutes, order rounds of mulatas and knock back shots of licorice-flavored zabib, something of an acquired taste. For some, the Cagnu station tour would be spent in a blurred alcoholic daze, in which a few exploits, racing through town standing upright in a stolen Gary cart, throwing up over a bargirl's balcony, catching bed bugs, releasing a pig in Asmara's mosque, or waking up in someone's rented apartment to find naked girls strewn across the sofas, stood out with particular clarity. Alcohol wasn't the only way of losing your mind. A kilo of grass cost just $20. Mike Metras, a Swahili speaker who was twice sent to Asmara, comes across as one of the more sober servicemen. But even he remembers, with a fond laugh, helping 4 colleagues one evening to roll 600 joints for a Valentine's Day party. I sat back and watched the effect. Like all communities that pride themselves on their wild iconoclasm, Cagnu had its own brand of rigid conformism. Daily life was dictated by 2 sets of rules, the army's, to be taken with a hefty dose of salt, and the servicemen's, far more rigid in its way. If you wanted to enjoy your time at Cagnu, it paid to be conversant with both. So you could forget about joining the top 5 club, where they played country and western, if you weren't between grades E5 and E9. The rock and roll of the Oasis Club was the place for lowlives like you. Things could get nasty if you ignored that basic fact. And if you went to the Oasis, you should never make the mistake of sitting just anywhere, or moving around as the fancy took you. Seats at tables had to be earned, strictly taboo until a personal invitation was issued, and once you had forged those friendships, won your spot, you stuck with it. But above all, you had to learn the lingo, as peculiar to Cagnu as a taste for I.W. Harper's bourbon, the on-base tipple of choice. You would never hear it used anywhere else in your life, and what it lacked in subtlety it made up in directness. New arrivals were Normans, Nugs, or Nooks, military dependents were brown baggers, ditty boppers the servicemen responsible for Morse intercept. Men who had signed up for more than one term were lifers. Anyone who got an unhealthy kick out of applying military regulations was a puke. Not all lifers were pukes, according to Zaz, but all pukes were lifers. At the end of a trick, or shift, the aim was to end up downtown, where you could spend your gonzip, money, in the Bosch market, or pick up a bar whore and get scruffy, get laid, according to Zaz, whether you had to pay for it or not. Otherwise, you could join the list of Mama's sons, servicemen who'd been initiated in the delights of fellatio by Mama Kathy, a local madam. Weekends could be spent at Michela in a hotel known appreciatively as the Four Floors of Whores, or in Karen, where the army ran another hostel. If someone gave you a hard time, you'd give them the "on my route" or "on my bag" sign, an obscene Cagnu invention which consisted of raising both arms in a V shape, then swinging forearms and hands down to point graphically crotchwards. It was a smooth, very coordinated movement, recalls Zaz. People did it to each other if they met in the street. When you left, it was traditional to line up on the steps of the plane and do it in synchrony, and the guys who'd come to see you off would do it back. Within a few days of arrival, Zaz had worked out which crowd he wanted to hang out with. It was the group that proudly labeled itself the Gross Guys, and its survival philosophy was neatly encapsulated by one veteran as follows: stay drunk, fuck all the whores in Asmara, create havoc wherever you are, stay drunk, fuck all the whores again, get drunk again, stay clean for your last month, get drunk and leave drunk. 5 The Gross Guys' leader in debauchery, undeclared but recognized by all, was Lawrence D. McKay, baptized Spook by the favorite prostitute who deemed him Sabuk. Tigrinya for good. Unlike his followers, Spook was a lifer, a man who had discovered that his particular talents were better tolerated inside the army than they ever would be in civilian life. He was a conman, a loan shark, a gambler, and a card sharp, recalls Zaz with indulgent affection. He drank about a bottle of bourbon a day. The Asa had corrupted him, because that was exactly what he wanted. His followers hailed Cagnu's version of Sergeant Bilko as the king of gross, or his grossness. But Spook was more modest. I ain't perverted, he used to say, I just know what I like. What he liked was rosy big tits, known as RBT for short, a bar whore who would unashamedly service any man, or men, willing to shell out. He liked fleecing servicemen who fancied themselves hotshit poker players, logging his winnings in a black book for collection on payday. And he liked daring his friends to see how far they would go in setting new standards of unacceptable behavior. One time at the Oasis Club, a serviceman tried to impress Spook by pulling out his penis and filling a shot glass with urine. "There, is that gross enough for you?" he asked, slamming it down on the table. He wasn't even in the same league. Spook picked up the shot glass and downed it. Spook entered the realm of legend with the Triple Crown, a personal best most men felt no desire to equal. Stage 1 involved performing oral sex on RBT, Stage 2 involved cunnilingus on a fellow bar whore straight after she'd had sex with someone else. Stage 3, which prompted Spook's competitor to abandon the contest, involved walking up to a Gary cart horse, lifting its tail, and running his tongue around the rim of its anus. Zaz was to be one of the last new entrants to the Gross Guys, and he won his spurs in the heat of a Misawa bar, where the flies were so fat and lazy you could catch them in your hand, shake them like dice and slap them down on the table. There was a bar whore in her 40s sitting at our table, old, skinny and ugly, and I'm just 21 years old. I crawled between her legs and went down on her right there in the bar while it was in operation. At some stage in their training, no doubt, the men had been lectured on the importance of cultural sensitivity in a straight-laced local culture, the desirability of winning hearts and minds. No matter. For many, the greatest fun was to be had twitching the Eritreans who worked as cleaners, waiters, and odd-job men at the base. The GIs had quickly noted how fastidious the locals were about bodily functions. Nothing was more revolting to them than an audible fart, and the aim was to stage a jape so disgusting it would send the Effie concerned into physical spasm as he tried to ward off evil spirits. A simple raspberry, blown with split-second accuracy, would have a startled Ethi drop what he was carrying. Hours of amusement were to be had driving around Asmara, purring up behind Eritrean cyclists and blowing mouth farts so loud the riders fell off or careered into walls. No one ever discovered the identity of the phantom shitter, who left his deposits on officers' desks and inside shoes waiting to be shined. But Zaz gloried in the day a fellow gross guy hit on the wheeze of smearing peanut butter inside his underwear and then, in front of the white-faced houseboy, dipping his finger in the lumpy brown mess and licking it off with moans of appreciation. A slightly more elaborate version of this trick involved sucking red tomato ketchup with gusto from a sanitary napkin. What is it about Anglo-Saxon males and their bottoms? A Frenchman or a Spaniard does not seem to feel the same compulsion to bare his bum, a gesture psychoanalysts would no doubt interpret as blending primeval defiance with homoerotic bonding. Like generations of fraternity fellows before and after them, the Cagnew men delighted in exposing their buttocks to the world. One night Zaz and his friends climbed several of the 100-foot metal pyramids holding up Cagnew's rhombic antennae so they could lower their pants in unison, setting a new record for high-altitude mooning. One of them fell off and broke his arm. An even more dangerous exploit was performed on a much-frequented river crossing on the main road to Misawa, Baptistist Moon River Bridge, in the middle of the afternoon. Zaz and colleagues captured the moment for posterity on film, a 3-tier, 7-man, simultaneous moon. You can recognize Zaz in the photograph because he's the one with the cigarette clenched in the hand parting two white cheeks for the lens. We were young, we were stupid, we were drunk, he guffaws, marveling now that no one was killed staging the prank. How typical were the gross guys of Cagnew Station. When Zaz set up a commemorative website on which their exploits held explicit pride of place, it attracted a death threat from an irate Eritrean and a few complaints from ex-servicemen who insisted the sexual shenanigans and alcoholic excesses described applied to a mere 10%er. Zaz scoffs at what he regards as false memory syndrome. Sure, Cagnew men prided themselves on their professionalism and productivity. Reporting for duty under the influence was not regarded as cool, but if they worked hard, they played harder. Those guys came back and they didn't tell their wives what they'd got up to in their youth. Now they don't like to admit it. I've got nothing to hide. All my children know what I did. In my tenure, I'd put the percentage who had a wild time in Cagnew as being closer to 50 or 60%. Would the Cagnew men have behaved like this back home? Of course not, but the whole point was that they weren't back home. As with the Club 18 to 30 holiday, the frenetic debauchery of Cagnew Station was based on the sheer anonymity of alien surroundings, a city where there was no high school teacher to shock, no neighbor to appeal and none of the rules that ordinarily hemmed life in for young American males. If you were to take any bunch of kids and tell them, you know all that stuff you weren't allowed to do back home because you weren't old enough, the drinking and fornication? Well, here it's okay, what's going to be the result, asks Bob Diamond, a former serviceman. That's what they do. Take any army in the world and it's the same. Indelicato, who was pressurized into joining ASA by a father scarred by the butchery of the Normandy landings, sees something else behind all the foolishness, floppy haircuts and sloppy salutes, an unvoiced frustration felt by youths who had balked at a discredited Vietnam campaign but were uneasily aware, as they lit their own farts and chased Eritrean houseboys down corridors, that their contemporaries in the Far East were experiencing all the desperate intensity of real war. Cagnew boys were only issued with guns and live ammunition during the rare alarms over possible anti-American rebel activity. The biggest piece of weaponry the base boasted was its salute cannon. We weren't soldiers, we were technicians. Essentially, we were REMFs, rear echelon motherfuckers, and for some people, there was a stigma attached to that and you had to have a healthy psyche to cope. A lot of the hijinks were displacement activities. In Vietnam, our energy would have gone on other activities. We had no way of spending it apart from drinking and whoring. What strikes one, talking to veterans, is not the galumphing obviousness of their crudity, but how little Eritrea and its subtleties featured in what, for many, were to constitute the most vivid episodes of otherwise humdrum lives. Forging the intense friendships of youth, they barely registered the outside world. Today, former servicemen profess to have developed real fondness for the Eritrean workers who cleaned and catered for them, while disliking the Ethiopian soldiers who, claims one Kagnu man, walked around like the lords of all creation. Yet with the impatience for detail that characterizes the American tourist abroad, they sweepingly referred to all as Ethis, seemingly oblivious to the fact that national identity in Eritrea was a touchy subject. The official alternative, equally revealing in its implications, was foreign national. I always find it interesting that we would apply this term to people living in the country where we were guests, remarks Diamond, who was to distinguish himself from his Kagnu friends by marrying an Eritrean-born Italian, an experience that opened up a world of understanding. For Zaz, the moment where he registered that the head waiter at the Oasis Club was a rounded human being encountering prejudice from a system propped up by Kagnu had the force of a religious revelation. We got talking and he explained that everyone in his village had pooled their money and paid for him to go to university to qualify as a civil engineer. I said, "So why aren't you working as an engineer?" And he said, "Haile Selassie won't let me. I'm a Muslim and I'm an Eritrean." All of a sudden I wasn't talking to a waiter, I was talking to an educated man. The government was treating people horribly. It was dead wrong. Looking back, U.S. diplomats who served in Asmara like to dwell on the good works performed by Kagnu men, the orphanages opened, courses taught at Asmara University, Eritrean hospitals funded. Kagnu undoubtedly had its charitable side, but only the obtuse could fail to register that the attitude of Eritreans and Italian settlers towards the Kagnu men was not always one of gratitude, let alone indulgent amusement. The moral chasm between 1960s and 1970s America and the Eritrea of the day, puritanical, conservative, God-fearing, was too wide to be easily bridged. GIs who went horse riding in the countryside came to anticipate a stoning by village children. In a straight-laced Eritrean family, a daughter who dared date a serviceman was regarded as bringing shame on the household. And there were plenty of young Eritrean males who enjoyed nothing better than loitering in Asmara's bars in the hope of a scrap with the GIs, arrogant despoilers of their women, supporters of a loathed Ethiopian occupation force. Eritrean historian Alamseg Tesfaye remembers trying to rescue an Eritrean friend, a Kagnu worker who picked a fight at the bar Makambo. An American soldier had grabbed an Eritrean girl who was belly dancing and my friend went across the floor and nutted him, and all the GIs piled in. My friend was beside himself, totally out of control. When the military police arrived, the Italian owner said the Kagnu men had started it, though my friend was to blame, because he knew the Americans would be able to pay for the damage while we could not. There was a lot of bitterness there. 6. The Kagnu authorities did not encourage curiosity over the bigger political picture. They knew the inflammatory impact half-digested information could have on a claustrophobic, navel-gazing community. A word or two on the subject of rumors, reads a warning published in the Kagnu Gazelle, the base circular. These can be very dangerous. They can hurt you, your buddies, your unit and your families if they are not stopped. On a small post like this, rumors start very easily. If you are not sure of something that was said, find out the truth. If it is wrong, get the rumor stopped as quickly as possible. Arrivals were obliged to sign a statement of non-involvement pledging no contact with dissident elements and no political discussions with foreigners. But for those who cared to look, the grim realities of Ethiopian rule in those years were always on display. Growing Eritrean anger at the imposition of the Amharic language, the Federation's suppression, and the brutal crushing of dissent had given birth to a lively rural guerrilla movement, which staged hit-and-run raids on police stations and garrisons, symbols of Ethiopian authority and useful sources of weaponry, sabotaged bridges and targeted high-ranking Eritrean collaborators. Initially set up by Muslim lowlanders with strong links to the Arab world, the ELF's ranks were gradually swelled by hundreds of well-educated young Christians who had distanced themselves from unionism, spoke the language of Marx and Mao, and wanted to fight. The Ethiopian army responded to their activities with predictable heavy-handedness. You would never get an inkling of it from reading the entries on either the official KAGNU website 7 or ZAZ's irreverent alternative, but 1967, the year ZAZ started his tour, witnessed 3 devastating offensives in Eritrea. Drawing on counterinsurgency training provided by the US and Israel, the Ethiopian army attempted to starve out resistance by displacing the rural communities on which the rebels depended for sustenance. Over 300 settlements were burned, tens of thousands of farm animals slaughtered and hundreds of villagers killed. During one incident in the eastern lowlands of Semhar, 30 young men were burned alive inside a house. In the villages of Kahul and Amadi, the Ethiopians, using what would become a favorite technique, ordered the locals to collect in one place, then called in the Air Force to bomb the site. These pacification campaigns were horribly reminiscent of American tactics in Vietnam, and their outcome was just as disastrously self-defeating when it came to winning hearts and minds. The 2nd Division is very efficient in killing innocent people, an Israeli advisor wearily noted in his diary. They are alienating the Eritrean and deepening the hatred that already exists. Their commander took his aides to a spot near the Sudanese border and ordered them, from here to the north, clear the area. Many innocent people were massacred and nothing of substance was achieved. At regular intervals, KAGNU men who strayed off the beaten track, venturing out without their assigned escorts, would stumble into the Shifties, an elf patrol, who, perhaps realizing that these noisy, spoiled Westerners were ignorant rather than malevolent, would undertake a crash course in political awareness. They were always very good to us. They would stop people and say, "This is our flag, this is our anthem, this is our policy," and then they would let them go. Elf activity was an issue all the time we were there, but you had to find out about things for yourself, no one would tell you, remembers Metras. On occasions, KAGNU station would be closed and security tightened when one of these polite outlaws was publicly executed by the Ethiopians. Even in the cultural bubble behind the clock tower, word occasionally filtered through of atrocities downtown, of how the Ethiopian army had strung bodies of captured Eritrean rebels from the lampposts of Karen and left them to rot as a warning to others. The party line from the station authorities was that the rebels were the bad guys, but KAGNU's inmates were too bright not to entertain doubts or draw their own historic analogies. I always used to think that this was probably what we Americans were like before we threw you Brits out, says Diamond. But for most KAGNU men, the political situation was confined to the subconscious, a shadow that only solidified and made full sense in later years. We realized the role KAGNU played for our government and we saw some hatred because we were seen as puppets of Haile Selassie, acknowledges Zaz. But we dismissed it. The prevailing mood was that we were in the army, we weren't there to make choices. Vietnam was foremost in our minds, not Eritrea and Ethiopia. Disassociation came easy, it was, after all, the unstated aim of all the leisure facilities laid on in this home away from home. We were living in our own little world, says Indelicato, it was going on all around us, but didn't have anything to do with us. When His Imperial Majesty, him, came to KAGNU station for his free dental check UPS, the servicemen would make their truculent dislike for the man they dubbed Lord of the Flies, in recognition of the vibrant insect life that started just outside KAGNU's sprayed confines, as obvious as circumstances allowed. They'd make us turn out for him and the resentment in the ranks was palpable. Everyone was aghast at what the Ethiopian government was doing, but we were in service. In theory we could have stood up and rebelled but, well, we were callow youth, says Strand. Protest never rose above the strictly puerile. Let's sing a hymn for him, a GI would suggest when servicemen marched into base under the eyes of the Ethiopian guards. And the chorus would rise up, we like it here, we like it here. Fuckin' A, we like it here, him, fuck him. The KAGNU boys eventually followed their various routes out of Africa, some of them discovering on arrival in the West that they had developed drink problems they would need to shed to enter conventional careers. The legendary Spook left the ASA when his boozing finally became an issue and now works in a Colorado Springs motel. His memory fuddled by all the years of bourbon and zabib, he retains almost nothing of his Cagnew days. Dave Strand runs a telecommunications business, while Bob Diamond has become a network engineer. Tom Indelicato joined the police and at weekends dons camouflage to train with the National Guard. He readily admits that it is his convoluted way of trying to make up for the REMF role played in Cagnew, which left him with an still unsatisfied need to prove qualities never put to the test in Asmara. If you were in the army between 1965 and 1972 and you didn't do Vietnam, then a lot of people will wonder what the hell was wrong with you. That was easy to live with when the Vietnam War wasn't popular, when it was LBJ's war. But now that it's being romanticized, the attitude is, why weren't you there? Am I rare in being haunted by Cagnew? Maybe I'm rare in being able to admit it. The fact remains that Vietnam was the war that defined our generation. There are 58,000 names engraved on that memorial wall in Washington, and some of those names were friends of mine. The birth of the internet has allowed old friendships to resume, and every year a group of Cagnew veterans stages an informal dinner reunion. Most prefer not to invite their wives. Poignantly, a light-skinned Eritrean youth made a surprise appearance at a recent such get-together, clutching a picture of his Barhor mother and looking for the GI father he had never met. He left with the long-nursed question unanswered. It could have been a number of us, says Zaz, with a shake of the head. His mother went with a lot of the guys. Pulled out in 1968, the irrepressible Zaz headed back to college, entered the restaurant business and tried teaching. Now 57, he lives on a sultry stretch of Florida coastline trawled by Hell's Angels and holidaymakers, where the waving palm trees offer the only echo of Eritrea. He works behind the bar in an upmarket restaurant where, on Saturday nights, middle-aged blondes with big hair and shiny red talons prowl in search of new husbands. Looking surprisingly spry for someone who has submitted his body to such unremitting abuse, he smokes 3 packets a day, wakes at the crack of noon and on busy nights, stumbles to bed at 6:00 am, an appropriate lifestyle, one can't help feeling, for one of Spook's acolytes. Sometimes, he fantasizes about returning to Asmara. There was something about the air there. I can't define it, but it smelled different. I'd like to smell that again. Boarding his flight out of Asmara, Zaz, one of the last representatives of the once great gross guys, remembers that he turned, raised his arms to heaven and swept them down to point at his crotch in the on your route gesture that was born and died at Cagnew. Seen from one angle, a mischievous young man was having a final bit of innocent fun, keeping faith with a circle of friends that had already splintered into fragments. Seen from the angle of a jaundiced Eritrean, the departing GI had summarized the underlying theme of America's role in Eritrean affairs, the equivalent of suck my dick, with uncanny accuracy. Chapter 11. Death of the Lion. A house built on granite and strong foundations, not even the onslaught of pouring rain, gushing torrents, and strong winds will be able to pull down. Haile Selassie, writing in his autobiography. Something terrible happened on November 30, 1970 in Basik Dirawan. And perhaps the worst thing about the entire episode was that it was really nothing out of the ordinary. For months, residents of the tiny village, a community 14 kilometers northeast of Keren which included both Christian and Muslim members of the Bilan tribe, had watched with growing anxiety as Ethiopian troops destroyed scores of settlements in the area suspected of ferrying food and messages to elf guerrillas in the mountains. The Ethiopian plan, it was clear, was to resettle the peasants in conveniently located hamlets which could be easily patrolled. On November 21, the situation had taken an ominous turn. Major General Teshome Ergetu, chief of Ethiopian forces in Eritrea and the man spearheading the scorched earth policy, was ambushed and killed by the elf on the road to Asmara. Revenge was in the air, and Ethiopian planes flew low over the valleys, warning villagers to move to Ona, a designated safe village on Karen's outskirts. Yet the residents of Basikdira stayed put. The decision was not taken lightly. The rains had been good that year and it was time to bring the harvest in. Moving now might mean starvation later. Looking round, they noted that the Ethiopians tended to target villages which had been abandoned. It made burning them easier. If Basikdira handled the situation carefully, residents agreed amongst themselves, they might come through the crisis unscathed. The women buried their jewelry beneath their huts and the fearful village waited, hoping for the best. When the Ethiopian soldiers finally arrived, they were met by ululating and clapping villagers, who presented them with a gift of cattle. The soldiers were unimpressed. Routinely issued with only a few days' rations, they were already accustomed to living off the land, that old military euphemism for plunder. What did 2 paltry cows matter to men who slaughtered livestock when they grew peckish and searched huts when they needed pocket money? As far as these angry, nervy men were concerned, Basikdira was a nest of sympathizers. An outbreak of shooting from the elf in the hills merely seemed to prove the point. They herded the villagers into a valley, shot the livestock and set fire to the huts. Then, acting on the simple premise that being Muslim meant being pro-guerrilla and being Christian meant supporting Ethiopia, they ordered residents to divide on religious lines. It must have been at this stage that the villagers realized they had made a mistake most would not live to regret. They took the hardest of decisions. Presented with a choice between individual survival and group solidarity, they opted for the latter. Whether Muslim or Christian, no one in Basikdira, they told the soldiers, knew anything about the elf. The soldiers ordered everyone into the mosque. "Start clapping," they said, "the army commander is on his way and should be welcomed." As the villagers obeyed, hands shaking with fear, the soldiers positioned themselves at the mosque's 6 windows and only door. There was a chorus of ratcheting as the men released their safety catches, cocked their weapons and took aim. The massacre was carried out with systematic thoroughness. On a signal, the soldiers opened fire, paused to see if anyone was left standing, then launched another volley. Every few minutes there would be a terrible silence as the soldiers listened for signs of life and, buried deep inside the pile of bleeding bodies that had once been a community, the wounded bit their lips. Then the shooting resumed. Michela Burke, a local woman, spotted her eldest daughter lying, alive, below a mound of corpses. She was about to die of suffocation. I removed the bodies from her and put them over one another to shield her. I did the same for my second daughter. My third was too young, so I lay over her to protect her. When the soldiers finally left Basikdira, over 200 of Michela's neighbors and friends lay dead. Even then, the ordeal was not over. Many of the survivors fled to Ona. The following day, the Ethiopian army encircled this supposedly safe village and opened fire with its heavy artillery. More than 700 people, most of them women, children, and the elderly, died in the shelling. A few days later, the soldiers covered Ona with earth and sand, so that it merged seamlessly into the landscape, a village that had never been. Basikdira and Ona were not dreadful aberrations, the work of army units which momentarily lost control. This was policy. Ile and Gumhat, Kahul and Amadi, Asmat and Malefso, Hagar, Wakidiba, Agordat, the list of Eritrean villages and towns where massacres were staged and atrocities committed in the late 1960s and early 1970s, while Kagnew's embarrassed authorities looked the other way, runs on and on. The Ethiopian military, in attempting to bring an obstinate Eritrea to heel, fell into the trap that awaits any army sent to subjugate a land where every rebel looks like a peasant farmer. Any street urchin could be an informer and the friendliest of housewives is probably cooking stew for the boys in the hills. If you wish to kill the fish, first you must dry the sea, an Ethiopian brigadier general who had absorbed something of Mao's teachings told foreign journalists. But how do you drain the sea without creating, in the process, a new generation of hate-filled fighters haunted by the memory of their hanged brothers, raped mothers, and charred homes? How do you crush a secession movement without doing the guerrillas' recruitment work for them? The Americans failed to find an answer in Vietnam, the French fluffed it in Algeria. The question baffles coalition forces in Iraq today. It would always flummox the Ethiopians. The survivors of Basikdira, Ona, and every other massacre fled into the mountains, and membership of the Eritrean guerrilla movement soared. By the early 1970s, the leader who had once looked ahead of his time was beginning himself to seem atrophied and out of date. Now in his 80s, Haile Selassie had succeeded in dragging Ethiopia out of the Middle Ages and into the Enlightenment, era of the absolute monarch, but that still left his empire lagging a few centuries behind the developed world. In their telegrams home, foreign diplomats noted that the emperor was fond of quoting from Rudyard Kipling's tub-thumbing poem If at the end of his speeches. Its Boy Scout exhortations must have echoed through his mind as, for the first time since the 1960 coup attempt, he began confronting serious challenges to his rule. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. Army bogged down in Eritrea, Oromus in revolt, Somalia being militarized by the Soviets, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, drought in the north, thousands starving to death but make allowance for their doubting too. Soaring food prices, students demonstrating, teachers on strike, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew, to serve your turn long after they are gone, army officers demanding pay increases, cabinet ministers maneuvering for greater powers, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. The radiant charisma Spencer had once remarked upon had evaporated, leaving behind a very small old man in the early stages of Alzheimer's. The first symptom of this demeaning disease AIDS registered was the emperor's disconcerting tendency to change topics in mid-discussion, swerving off down lost, overgrown conversational byways where a confused retinue could not follow him. As his brain cells withered and died, the emperor's speech became less and less articulate. Information sluiced through his mind like water, leaving no residue behind. He was having difficulty recognizing his own ministers, and Aklilu, who now held the post of prime minister, found himself repeatedly briefing and rebriefing the man whose memory had once been so impressive. When Zaire's President Mobutu was invited to a state dinner, Haile Selassie had to summon a lackey to ask who was sitting alongside him. On his only trip to China, he was afflicted by an overpowering sense of déjà vu, repeatedly claiming to recognize places he was visiting for the first time. 2 He became disreputable and somehow undistinguished at the end, Spencer told me. What brought that about, I don't know. Given a system in which responsibilities were shared, approaching senility would not have mattered so much. AIDS could have quietly taken over the running of the country while leaving the emperor as figurehead to preside, Soviet style, over official ceremonies. But Haile Selassie had made a point of centralizing power into his own, now incapable hands. Sensing his own weakness, he leaned heavily on his eldest daughter. In the day, I am the prime minister, in the night, it is the emperor's daughter, Aklilu complained, and she undoes everything done during the day. It was not a propitious moment for a power vacuum to open up. By early 1974, famine in Tigray and Wello had claimed the lives of 100,000 peasants. Haile Selassie had always accepted the gulf between the desperate poverty of the countryside and his court's gilded wealth with equanimity, regarding them as contrasting facets of a natural order decreed by God. But an emperor in full command of his faculties would have known that articulating such fatalism was no longer acceptable in the age of radio and television. Instead, his floundering government labeled European reports of the disaster wishful malice, and one minister went so far as to comment, "If we can save the peasants only by confessing our failure to the world, it is better that they die." 3, a remark that spoke volumes about the Ethiopian obsession with losing face. Public mutterings over an out-of-touch leadership, more interested in military spending than feeding the hungry, grew louder. Yet the government seemed incapable of action. Spencer saw his former employer for the last time in February 1974, emerging from the audience deeply shaken. "I had the sensation, still vivid today, that in leaving the private office, I was leaving the cockpit of a 747 after finding both the captain and the co-pilot unconscious. How was the craft to keep flying? 4. The lawyer flew to London, where he met the Ethiopian ambassador. I told him, look, in 6 weeks I'm sure we are going to see the emperor gone. 5. It took a lot less time than that. The day after his prediction, the demoralized Ethiopian army in Asmara mutinied and garrisons around the country began following suit. Aklilu and his cabinet resigned, but they could not stop what had begun. The army, whose young leaders set up a coordinating committee, or derg, to present its demands, seemed impossible to placate. They wanted higher pay, better food, but above all, they were sick of fighting what was beginning to feel like an unwinnable war in Eritrea. Haile Selassie's pet project had turned into a hungry Frankenstein, ready to devour its creator. He had built the army up to deal with Eritrea, now it had turned on him. Just as he had abandoned Addis to its fate in 1936, the emperor now sold out his nearest and dearest, agreeing, in the face of furious protests from Aklilu and his incredulous colleagues, to have his cabinet ministers arrested in the hope that he, at least, might survive. The tactic bought him only a little time. On September 12, 1974, the emperor's 44-year-old reign came to an abrupt end. Army tanks rolled into position around the palace and a delegation of derg officials informed Haile Selassie, who had donned full uniform for the event, that they were deposing him on the grounds of corruption and neglect. The emperor put up no resistance. We have tried to serve our country in peace and war. If we must serve it now by resigning, we are willing to do so, he replied. As the old man was walked towards the exit for the last time, he was watched in silence by his terrified retainers, peering around corners and peeping from behind heavy drapery. Once the doors closed behind him, a chorus of wailing broke out. The derg had sent a Volkswagen Beetle police car to drive Haile Selassie to his place of detention, a choice that underlined the emperor's precipitous fall from grace. What, into this, he stuttered, as the front seat was tipped forward to allow him to squeeze into the back. It was his last public appearance and came stripped of all dignity, confused, disorientated, he automatically waved at the youths who ran alongside as the tiny car puttered along. But this time the crowd was not singing his praises. It was shouting thief, and hang the emperor. For Eritrea, the derg's takeover briefly held out enormous hope. The new administration named General Amon Andam, the country's most popular military leader, as chairman. A Sandhurst graduate with Eritrean blood running in his veins, Amon believed Addis must abandon its heavy-handed military tactics in Eritrea, opt for conciliation and consider reinstating the federation. Had he lived, the future would undoubtedly have looked very different. But Eritrea was only one of the many issues on which he soon clashed with the derg's hot-headed officers. On November 23, fired up by an uncompromising speech delivered by Mengistu Haile Mariam, an ambitious young major who believed Eritrea's separatist tendencies should be crushed rather than accommodated, the derg voted Amon out of office. Later that day, an army tank drew up in front of the general's house and soldiers opened fire. After holding off his attackers for 2 hours, Amon is said to have dressed in full military regalia, complete with medals and braid, and shot himself under the chin. That same night, the 59 detained ministers, generals, and members of the royal family, including Spencer's old boss Aklilu, were let out of their cells and executed under the floodlights, machine gun fire ripping through their bodies as the movie cameras rolled. What had been cheerfully hailed up till then as Ethiopia's bloodless revolution had just turned nasty. The derg declared Ethiopia a socialist state and announced its intention of instituting a one-party system and nationalizing land and key industries. The old order, including an entire social class of landed gentry and businessmen, was about to be swept away. Haile Selassie himself was held prisoner for nearly a year, while the derg attempted without success to persuade him to sign over his Swiss bank accounts. Rare film footage taken during this period shows the deposed emperor staring, baffled, at the camera. His hair, as uncombed as any asylum inmate's, curls in a frenzied corona around his head, his uncomprehending eyes have the milky glaze of a mad, caged eagle. Finally, in August 1975, the Derg announced that he had died of natural causes, supposedly of complications following a prostate operation. Few believed the official version. Exiled family members said the emperor had been fed cyanide, rumors spread that he had been smothered with a cushion. It would be another 20 years before the true account of Haile Selassie's death emerged. At the 1996 trial of Derg leaders on charges of genocide and murder, the court was read the minutes in which the ruling military council, which demonstrated, like so many of the world's most murderous administrations, a bizarre bureaucratic fastidiousness in recording every atrocity committed, agreed it was time to eliminate a man who might one day serve as a rallying point for a counter-coup. It has been decided that the necessary means should be taken, read one entry. A personal attendant recalled how the 84-year-old Haile Selassie fell to his knees and prayed when soldiers appeared at his door one evening, crying, "Is it not true, Ethiopia, that I have strived for you?" The next time the attendant saw Haile Selassie, he was lying dead on his bed, probably strangled while under anesthetic. There was a smell of ether in the air and His Majesty was not lying in his usual position. The shawl that he wrapped himself in when he went to sleep was lying in another part of the room. His face was ghastly and there was a bandage around his neck. Macbeth-like, king-killers tend to become obsessed with the question of whether their victims will lie quiet in their graves or issue forth as malevolent spirits to haunt them. There was a curious personal vindictiveness about the way Mengistu chose to dispose of his predecessor's remains. Ordering several graves to be dug in order to spread confusion about Haile Selassie's actual resting place, he told a gravedigger, another witness at the trial, to dig a hole below his office window at the imperial palace. While Mengistu watched, the emperor's small coffin was placed there, head down, some say, liquid concrete poured in and a latrine built on the site. Not only could Mengistu, responsible for a regicide which rivaled in boldness the murder of the czars, verify at a glance that Haile Selassie remained dead and buried. Each day, when he felt the call of nature, he could express his feelings for the Emperor of Ethiopia, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God, light of the world, in the crudest way known to man. Chapter 12. Of Bicycles and Thieves. How can we fail, when we are so sincere? Sign in an Asmara public library. The Derg's ruthless elimination of General Aman Andam served as a massive recruiting drive for the Eritrean rebel movement. Rightly concluding that an aggressively nationalistic regime which trumpeted Ethiopiaticdom, Ethiopia above all, as its slogan would never be interested in a negotiated settlement, tens of thousands of Eritrean students and high school pupils abandoned their studies and joined the resistance. These fresh recruits were no longer all heading in the same direction, for the rebel movement had splintered in the early 1970s, torn apart by disagreements over strategy and ideology. The civil war between the ELF, mainly Muslim, based in the western lowlands, viewing Eritrea as part of the Arab world, and the breakaway EPLF, Eritrean People's Liberation Front, dominated by Christian Highlanders, secular and socialist in outlook, would sap the insurgency's strength and undermine its effectiveness for years to come. But in 1974, with their numbers soaring and Addis in a state of political uproar, the two movements managed to put their differences aside long enough to launch a staggeringly successful joint push on Ethiopian positions. By January 1975, the two rebel movements were nibbling at Asmara's outskirts. Terrified Ethiopian army units sat in their rural garrisons, only daring to venture out in heavily guarded convoys. How could anyone have guessed that, far from representing the beginning of the end of Ethiopian rule, this was just the first round of a conflict destined to drag on for almost 2 more decades? With the front line visible from the center of town, shooting audible, and wounded Ethiopian soldiers being ferried through the city, victory seemed imminent. No wonder so many Eritreans too old or cautious to take up a gun chose this moment covertly to embrace the cause. The mid-1970s were the golden age for an underground resistance movement in which every member of society, from school child to bar owner and bank manager, could play their part. Ask the classic question, what did you do in the struggle? And you will discover that across Eritrea, ordinary people were doing extraordinary things. The importance of tapping into that public support was first recognized by the ELF, which began setting up the Fedayeen, mobile units of fighters who would sneak into Asmara, take lodgings with sympathizers, work undercover for several months, then return to the front. Adopting a structure that the French resistance or IRA would have recognized, the Fedayeen were organized in small, interlinking cells, each with its own code name. In theory, each member knew only 2 other cell members. Should one member be captured by the Ethiopians and crack under torture, the theory ran, he would only be able to betray 2 other people. Protected from informers and the indiscreet alike, the network itself would live on. The Fedayeen were divided into 3 sections. The political branch was charged with spreading the word, each member was supposed to recruit 5 new supporters. The economic wing raised funds. The military wing was responsible for assassinations, sabotage operations, and monitoring Ethiopian troop movements, information which was smuggled in handwritten notes across the checkpoints at the city's limits and out to rebel lines. One of the military wing's most high-profile missions was staged at Sembel, a supposedly impregnable prison just off Asmara's airport road. Sembel's detainees included top political activists, several would become ministers in the post-independence government, and the ELF and EPLF wanted their best brains out. The Fedayeen worked on both the prison governor and the Eritrean police force responsible for security. On February 13, 1975, as wild rumors circulated amongst the inmates, the governor summoned the prisoners together. He had already divided the policemen into 2 shifts. Those who wanted to remain in Asmara had been assigned to the day shift, those ready to join the liberation movement would be on duty that night. "I'm an Eritrean like you are my brothers," the governor told inmates. "In a few hours' time, we will leave this place together. You may belong to 2 organizations, ELF and EPLF, but this is a national operation, so we must all go together to an agreed place. Then it is each for himself." Under cover of darkness, the Fedayeen opened the cells and led the inmates to the guard tower, where each jumped over the perimeter wall, landing on a pile of mattresses stacked on the other side. It must count as one of the least sophisticated prison breaks in history, but it went unnoticed by the Ethiopian guards outside, and that was all that mattered. God knows how many people broke their legs and hands, recalls Zidubato. Employed at the finance ministry today, he was then doing time for his role in the Fedayeen assassination of an Ethiopian commander. If one person had shouted out, the whole operation would have collapsed. Around 900 prisoners jumped to freedom that night, and with them went 70 policemen. The railway was a favorite target. The Ethiopians controlled the line only as far as the town of Ginda, a paltry 45 kilometers from Asmara. Anything beyond was subject to the whims of the ELF, which relied on the Eritrean drivers to carry messages, relay military information from Asmara, and stand meekly aside when they decided to hold up a train. On one occasion, when Haile Selassie was due to visit Misawa, the ELF stopped a train, loaded it with explosives and sent it trundling unmanned down to the coast. This rather symbolic assassination attempt failed, but another operation was more dramatic. Stopping a train on Asmara's outskirts, the ELF ordered the passengers off and put the locomotive on automatic pilot. As station chiefs telephoned in panic back to headquarters, "There's no one aboard," the rogue engine screamed through its usual stops, thundered across Asmara, smashed into an oncoming locomotive carrying Malati beer, carried it piggyback through another 2 stations, the Malati driver applying the brakes to no avail, before finally coming to a halt on the line to Karen, 35 kilometers from its starting point. Retired railwaymen find it impossible to recount the incident without giggling. This element of sheer cheek characterized many of the Fedayeen's interventions. Cocking a snook at us, they demonstrated, with humiliating clarity, the shakiness of Ethiopia's hold on Eritrea. The people are with us. Our sympathizers are inside every organization. There is no one you can trust, ran the relentless message. But there was also a large dollop of pragmatism. Given the world's indifference to Eritrea's thwarted aspirations, the separatists quickly realized the struggle would have to be largely self-financed. The Fedayeen's task was to raise the capital that would allow the rebel movement to stay in business. One-off stings yielded fantastically rich pickings. The most ingenious of these involved Asmara's main state-owned bank, where the Fedayeen kidnapped the Ethiopian employee in charge of money transfers. The elf sympathizer who took his place arranged a massive transfer of funds from Addis into a smattering of local accounts. Over the next few days, the account holders filed into the bank to write out generous checks to themselves. We were collecting 60,000 bear a day. The whole thing lasted a week and we were using fake IDs and swapping cards around to get out as much money as possible. If we were dealing with someone who was well dressed, we'd say, write out a large check. If they looked like a farmer they had to keep it small to avoid arousing suspicion, recalls Zemitret Johannes, an active Fedayeen organizer at the time. There were a lot of people involved and at the end they all had to leave for the front, as their names were known. Mind you, we could probably have continued for another week as the Ethiopians didn't seem suspicious at all about the amount of money leaving the bank. But for the most part, the Fedayeen looked inwards. Members would quietly investigate the activities of prosperous Eritrean businessmen, drawing up income estimates. Finally, the entrepreneur would be discreetly contacted and a levy in line with his financial circumstances agreed between the two sides. While the middle class was reaching into its pockets, lowly workers in Asmara's factories were just as important. They were perfectly placed to fiddle the books, pilfering raw materials and manufactured goods of use to men at the front. One day a load of spare engine parts would disappear from a warehouse. Another day 10,000 cardigans would be mislaid from the textile plant, or a delivery of Congo sandals would go missing from the shoe factory. It was known as liberating supplies, and sometimes the level of planning that went to freeing up these vital goods reached astonishing levels. If Melsium, director of the Central Health Laboratory in Asmara, puts his paperwork to one side and walks to the window of his second-floor office, he can see the low outline of a white building across the road. That view holds a certain personal irony. Mels, a sober, softly spoken man with a corona of gray-white hair, once worked there, in what used to be the Central Medical Store. The subsidiary of a state-owned pharmaceuticals company in Addis Ababa, it provided all of Eritrea and northern Ethiopia with drugs and medical equipment, supplying in the process Ethiopian army forces stationed in the province. The couple of 100 yards of dusty tarmac between the two establishments, filled with the soothing cooing of ring-necked doves, represents a massive symbolic distance. It is the journey Mels, in his own mind, traveled from white-collared vassal of an oppressive state to free man. For it was in the building opposite that this trusted employee and respected colleague, a man widely regarded as more Ethiopian than most Ethiopians, turned fifth columnist, traitor and sneak, or inside operator, patriot and hero, depending on your point of view. The decision he made, to exploit his position of trust to burgle his own business on the EPLF's behalf, exposed him to extraordinary danger. Throughout the whole gut-churning episode he had a homemade cyanide pill taped to his groin, ready to die rather than face discovery and interrogation. But while Mels talks about it with a quiet intensity that makes clear those fraught days in 1976 were the most vivid of his life, he regards the decision itself as unremarkable. His experience, in truth, stands out not because of the risks taken but because of the meticulous preparation, a sample of the tenacity that would enable a small rebel movement to bring down an army. Whatever motivated Mels, it was not a minority's resentment over dashed hopes and blighted prospects. Born in Eritrea, he had moved to Ethiopia at the age of 9 and spoke fluent Amharic. Many of his friends were Ethiopian and he had completed his studies in Addis, winning qualifications that placed a successful professional career in Ethiopia within his grasp. But, in his heart, Mel's never felt anything other than Eritrean. Having secured a new job in Asmara, the 27-year-old embarked on a life of self-conscious, careful duplicity. I moved into the Karen Hotel, and there I used to spend my time with Amharas, very rarely going to see my relatives. I did my best to make friends amongst the Ethiopian professionals staying at the hotel, to blend in, to camouflage myself. I'd talk about a girl in Addis I was thinking of marrying. One of them, an Ethiopian bank manager, became very fond of me. He used to say, "You look like a true Ethiopian," thinking that he was complimenting me, when instead he was denying my nationality. A plan had been gestating in Mel's mind for years, ever since he had joined an elf secret cell in the Ethiopian capital and started liberating small drug consignments from Addis hospitals and the German pharmaceuticals company where he worked. It was the reason he had applied for the job as regional manager of Asmara's central medical store. But he had transferred his allegiance in the meantime, joining the EPLF, and he wanted the rival movement to benefit from a haul only someone enjoying his level of access could engineer. So he stalled. I was giving the elf all sorts of reasons why it wouldn't be possible to do anything. Security was too tight, the bureaucracy was very complicated. In fact, I didn't want to continue working with them. The Ethiopian security forces had established what seemed a tamper-proof system. Across the street from the central medical store lay an Ethiopian army garrison, complete with watchtower and roving spotlight. Military and police guards were stationed at the store's high gates. All employees were searched on arrival and departure, and Ethiopian agents had been assigned to work undercover at the site. No consignment could leave the premises without a signed approval from Asmara's Ministry of Health and Eritrea's military headquarters. When a delivery was dispatched to the airport or a regional hospital, it did so under escort. Mel's knew, better than anyone else, just how enticing the contents of the warehouses were for a guerrilla movement beginning to take heavy casualties in the field. Their stores held more than routine hospital supplies. Earlier that year, he had been involved in a drive to prepare surgical sets for the Ethiopian Army's frontline medical units, ahead of a major military offensive planned against the EPLF. The offensive had stalled in its tracks and the surgical sets had been sent back to Asmara's central store and placed under lock and key. There they sat, waiting for the next military emergency. Working alongside one of the EPLF's underground cells, he spent more than 3 months preparing the ground. Nothing must be left to chance. As manager, he had access to employees' personal files. We knew that there were security people working at the plant and some were armed. I studied the files of every member of the central medical store, I think there were 50 or 60, working out who was likely to be an Ethiopian agent and who was likely to be sympathetic to the Eritrean cause. The files of those deemed possible threats were smuggled out of the site and their photographs copied. Some staff were reallocated, buttered up by Mel's sympathetic boss par excellence, or sent on carefully timed vacations. I had to do some manipulation. I changed a storeman I didn't have confidence in and put in someone I was less suspicious of, a relatively simple person. I encouraged my driver to take a vacation and sent my secretary off for a few days so I had access to the various documents. Keys to offices and storerooms were copied. An old form from a hospital in Karen requesting supplies and bearing all the necessary official signatures was smuggled out to the waiting EPLF. When it came back, the word Karen had been removed and replaced with Aksum and the forged form was being brandished by a member of the Fedayeen, playing the role of an Aksum pharmacist with a rush request on his hands. We arranged for him to come on a Saturday at about 11:00, because the store closed for the weekend at 12:00. It meant staff would be in a rush to leave the premises and any news would be unlikely to leak out until Monday. We staged an argument in front of the Ethiopian guards. I was saying, "It's late, how come you've waited until now, it's Saturday and we close soon." He was saying, "Please, it's really urgent, a charter plane is waiting at the airport to take the consignment to Aksum this afternoon." While the two men bickered, soldiers bearing standard-issue Ethiopian weaponry drove an empty truck through the gates of the store. They looked like Ethiopian troops, providing the obligatory escort. In fact, they were EPLF fighters, who had slipped into Asmara in the previous days and donned stolen Ethiopian uniforms. While his staff prepared supplies for the Aksum hospital, Melz led employees to another storeroom where the unused surgical sets had been stockpiled. The EPLF had sent me a list of requirements from the field and I'd already worked out exactly which boxes we needed. When the Ethiopian guards came to check all was in order, they saw porters loading a truck, awaiting military escort, and the standard paperwork. Maybe the fact that the regional manager was proposing to accompany the consignment to the airport in his own car seemed a little unusual. But, hey, this was a rush job, it was long past midday and the manager's driver, as it happened, was on vacation. Mel's next challenge was to shed the porters before they registered no charter flight actually existed. Stopping the convoy en route, he pretended to call the airport, emerging exasperated. I came out and said, "Today's flight has been delayed. It's not leaving now until the evening, so we don't need to unload immediately." Solicitous as ever, the boss drove his porters back to town. Behind him, the truck promptly veered off the airport road and plunged into Asmara's back streets, finally screeching to a halt inside a private compound. Now might have seemed a good time to exit the scene. But Melz pushed his luck a little bit further. There was some important equipment, anesthetic machines, microscopes, antibiotics, and additional drugs, that I wanted. Knowing this would be his only opportunity, he was determined to wring as much from it as possible. But first he needed to know whether it was safe to return. This was where the months of preparation really paid off. No one noticed the group of 12-year-old boys, the kind of mischievous teenagers you can see playing ball on any Asmara street corner, loitering at the bus station opposite the Central Medical Store entrance. They had been given a copy of a group photograph of laboratory staff, with suspected undercover agents clearly marked. Since the morning they had been quietly checking the faces of workers going for lunch, logging who had left and who remained. The coast, these teenage informers told Melz, was clear. The suspected agents were off the premises, and no alarm had been raised. Melz and the Aksum pharmacists staged another fierce quarrel for the benefit of the Ethiopian guards at the gate. I was saying, "How come you don't have your own car?" And he was saying, "I couldn't organize one, can't we use yours? This is an emergency." So I said, "We don't normally do this. But, since it's for the nation." A month before the mission, the Ethiopian sergeant had been fined for being involved in a car accident. He had gone around the staff asking for help to pay the fine and people had been contributing 1 or 2 bear. I had given him 60 bear and said, "You're an old man, my father." So we had built up a relationship and whatever I told him, he would have believed. I remember that he even told the soldiers in his charge to help us load my car. Incredibly, Melz was to return to his workplace one last time, to explain to the Ethiopian guards that since his car had developed a fault during all the toing and froing, he was taking it to a garage and it would not be returned until Monday. One sense of success had gone to his head. He was almost courting discovery. During the night, the Fedayeen pushed the car in silence to the outskirts of Asmara, driving a vehicle with government plates always drew curious eyes, then drove it away. While EPLF forces on the edges of the city opened fire to distract attention, the drugs and equipment were smuggled out and Melz crossed the front line, heading for the guerrilla training camps of the Sahel. His cushioned life as a middle-class professional was over. By the time the Ethiopian authorities discovered the sting, the EPLF had taken delivery of a consignment of antibiotics, microscopes, surgical blades, stethoscopes, and surgical equipment worth at least 280,000 bear, or $140,000, a considerable sum in those days. The EPLF was still quite small at that time, so this amount meant a lot. Melz was to use many of those stolen supplies setting up the EPLF's laboratories, which served the medical units that went into combat alongside the fighters. He trained up scores of health workers, teaching them how to take samples, prepare petri dishes and test blood. He proudly demonstrates the fold-away microscopes, made of lightweight plastic, patented by the EPLF. 80% of lab technicians in Eritrea today are former fighters I taught in the bush, and that fact gives me huge satisfaction, he says. If Mels never needed his cyanide pills, he still paid a high price for his fateful decision. Stationed in the Sahel, he was not to see the city, his old friends and family, for another 16 years. My father died without me ever seeing him again. With my mother, I was luckier. We met at independence. Looking back on his 27-year-old self, the older man knows he would not now be capable of such deeds of sang-froid. Not through fear, but because of the gritty appreciation of statistical probabilities that comes with experience. When you are young you only see the positives, you underestimate the risks. At this age I wouldn't do it, not because I wouldn't want to die, but because I'd calculate the odds and think we probably wouldn't succeed. When you're young you calculate the odds in a very different way. You think you always stand a chance. He feels little regret about the aspect of the operation that would trouble some the most, the small deceptions practiced towards colleagues, apparent friends, his bank manager buddy, the old sergeant who helped him load the car, the secretary whose keys he copied. Looking back, did he ever feel he'd shown a certain ruthlessness? You know, a lot of people at the time made what seemed to the enemy like ruthless choices, but from our point of view represented sacrifice. Many of my contemporaries who went to the front left behind wives and children. They were the family's only breadwinners, yet they abandoned them. Naturally, you feel bad. But once you are committed to a certain course, it becomes easy. The Ethiopians did not make the mistake of trusting an Eritrean with such a key post again. When the new regional manager was chosen, the job went to an Ethiopian, not an Eritrean. Long after the mission, an acquaintance told Mels his name had come up during a conversation with the bank manager he once befriended at the Karen Hotel. They got talking and he told my friend, after Mels, I will never trust anyone again. What he did shows you can never truly know anyone until they are dead. Hunched over a desk in his Asmara office, Asmaram one is leafing through a drawer in search of some photos he just knows are in there, somewhere. Waiting, I'm finding it hard to concentrate. There's an old girly calendar hanging behind his head, nearly covered up by more recent accumulations of posters and adverts. But my eyes keep being drawn to one hairy pudenda peeping through. This is very much a man's world. The desk is scattered with spanners, spark plugs and other debris. It's not really an office at all, more an offshoot of his workshop, a place where tea is drunk, paperwork signed with oil-smeared fingers, prices negotiated and machinery examined. Here they are, says Asmaram, and I drag my eyes away to see he is brandishing a handful of snaps. The stack contains pictures of him, smart and besuited, at his wedding. But he whips through those, as though they are of no great interest, then stops to linger over the ones that really matter. Here he is, in his late teens, photographed in black and white with a group of 20 classmates. It is the early 70s, and they all sport grandiose flares. Collars stretch as far as breastbones, these are funky young dudes. Arms are draped lazily over shoulders in a moment of easy male camaraderie, grins are wide and relaxed. There, that's me, says Asmaram, pointing to the middle row. There is a long pause and he sighs. I am the only one of that group that is still alive. Other pictures. Asmaram as part of a group of 3, taken in a studio. The flares are still in evidence, the hairstyles verge on the afro, but the clothes this time are less modish and more practical, clothes designed for long treks and nights spent sleeping rough, and the expressions are solemn, no smiles now. Another group of 3, this time dressed in camouflage and snapped outdoors. Each young man is holding a rifle in one hand. With the other they embrace, but this is not the affectionate embrace of untroubled youth. Their arms are rigid, 3 hands clenched in a gesture that needs no words. It spells, unmistakably, all for one and one for all. To the death. All gone, mutters Asmarum, with a shake of the head. He lingers longest over a snap of a tall, rangy young man in camouflage, clutching a rifle. It is not a good photograph. The young man is in mid-stride and half his body is out of the picture, while the image is so fuzzy you can barely make out his features. But the photo is clearly a favorite. As Asmarum leafs through the pile, copies of that blurry image keep reappearing at regular intervals, outnumbering even the wedding pictures. That is Abraham, explains Asmarum. He was a great fighter. He spoke French and Italian. Very bright, very handsome, a really intelligent man. Were you close? I ask, although the question barely needs posing. Yes. He was my best friend. He was a great man. Mournfulness clings to Asmarum like strong aftershave. When we meet later for coffee, he chooses possibly the quietest venue in Asmara, a tiny hotel veranda facing the back streets. He avoids cafes or bars where he might bump into people he knows. I don't like meeting people. To be honest, I don't feel safe in crowded areas. We aren't the only people who achieved independence in 1991, you know, and people have long memories. It's best to keep your mouth shut. He prefers the intimate tête-à-tête, lighting up at the chance to talk to a Briton about London. London, where he lived in Tower Hamlets and worked as a store manager and minicab driver. London, home of the Hope and Anchor pub in Brixton, where he learned from his Irish girlfriend the devastating effect of mixing beer and spirits. He made friends there who had no idea where either Eritrea or Ethiopia were on the map, and couldn't care less. London had bestowed upon him the gift of anonymity, allowing him to forget he ever belonged to the most lethal breed of fedayeen, the hitman. Not everyone is suited to undercover work. It demands more complex qualities than pure soldiering. Physical courage, that quality most human beings spend their entire lives never certain they possess, is not enough. A level of guile, an ability to think on one's feet, is essential. The empathetic capacity to befriend the enemy, to feel in one's bones, for a half hour or an afternoon, that one actually is the enemy, with all the enemy's beliefs and opinions. And it helps if you can hold your liquor and your tongue. Asmarum possessed those dark skills. Crucially, he had also grown up in Asmara. In a city of less than 500,000, where it was scarcely possible to walk out of the door without bumping into an old acquaintance, only someone with an established network of loyal friends could hope to be a successful fedayeen, swimming like the Maoist fish in waters of silent public support. Assassinating in Asmara at that time was very easy because the people were with us, Asmarum says, in a matter-of-fact sort of way. Half of Asmara knew I was fedayeen but they didn't say anything. He was recruited by Abraham Tekel, a classmate who had joined the ELF. Just 18, Asmarum was awestruck to see how Abraham's physique had changed since their last meeting, the lanky student transformed into hardened fighter. He, too, wanted to be reborn. His baptism was a night attack on the High Court, where the Ethiopians had placed a stash of confiscated weaponry on display. Armed only with knuckle dusters and homemade bombs, Asmarum and his friends knocked the guard unconscious and snatched 28 pistols and a submachine gun. Asmarum slipped off to the front to do his military training. When he returned, he teamed up with Abraham to begin his new life as an undercover agent, a man constantly on the move. I used 2 fake names and had forged ID cards and documents. If I slept in northern Asmara one night, I'd sleep in eastern Asmara the next. One day I would dress like a businessman in a suit, the next I'd look like a workman in overalls and I'd have dyed my hair, or be wearing a wig. You made sure never to write things down. And you used different entrances and exits each day, because you knew that the Ethiopians were watching every zone. They were very good at counterespionage. He was always armed. Asmarum shows me how he used to keep a loaded pistol on one side of his belt, held snugly in place with a knotted shoelace, and a Russian or Chinese grenade on the other. A sweater, pulled down low, concealed the telltale bulges. If facing capture, the fedayeen were expected to turn such weapons on themselves. If there was no prospect of escape, you shot yourself. A lot of my friends killed themselves that way. You knew you would be questioned and you might give names away. You have to be very bright, very systematic, to resist cross-questioning, and the Ethiopians would kill you in the end anyway. So, for the sake of the others, you killed yourself. The fedayeen's high-profile targets were the Ethiopian army commanders. However many bodyguards they took on, however many times they might change cars or alter their routines, these men could never feel safe. One top general was gunned down with his driver and bodyguards outside an eye hospital by fedayeen who disguised themselves as eye-patched patients. 2 Another colonel was shot outside the bar run by his girlfriend, an EPLF member in league with his killers. 3 But for the most part, this was a war between the fedayeen and the spies, the Ethiopian undercover agents and Eritrean collaborators trying to infiltrate and destroy the independence movement. Most of our targets were Ethiopians. They were Air Force or Navy or policemen who were pretending to be civilians but were actually working as spies. We had a list. Many of those who featured on the list had been spotted surreptitiously entering or leaving an Ethiopian detention center opposite one of Asmara's 2 main cinemas. Little boys noted down the registration plates of drivers pulling up. So we knew who the spies were. Or sometimes they'd have been overheard boasting about their exploits in bars. No wonder Asmarum prefers deserted meeting places. The most important thing was to study everything thoroughly, the place, the person, the bars he liked to frequent, what time he left work. Timing was critical. Lunchtime was good. Asmarum will not say how many of these operations he was involved in. Every account is prefaced with a vague, all-embracing we. We did this, we did that, never I. There is more at play here than the self-effacing modesty of the fighter. The relatives of several fedayeen he knows met strange, mysterious deaths in subsequent years. One was stabbed to death while swimming at the coast. Vendettas can stretch across the decades. The fedayeen's tactics were dictated by Asmara's confines. The city was tiny, it could be crossed by foot in an hour, and about a quarter of the population was Ethiopian and therefore not to be trusted. How to stage ambushes and executions, then vanish into thin air, in one of the most parochial capitals in Africa, where everyone knew each other's business. Cars were highly visible, because so few Eritreans could afford to own them, and therefore ill-suited for getaways. The fedayeen fine-tuned a tactic that would have seemed comic, had it not proved so grimly effective, the bicycle assassination squad, or bandits' tanks. Asmarum remembers the last time the technique was used. It was against a young man who had been working as a pusher, trying, the fedayeen believed, to hook clean-living young Eritreans onto drugs. He was a very handsome boy, with lots of money, and he was always hanging around young men and ladies. He was very dangerous. 2 youths were placed on lookout, casually loitering with their bicycles in their hands as they monitored the prospective victim, sitting in his car. The 2 designated killers strolled up and shot him dead. Seizing the bicycles held at the ready, the fedayeen bicycled furiously off into the distance. It was always a good idea to use 4 people for an operation. 2 on watch and 2 to carry it out. In the years Asmarum worked for the fedayeen, 25 assassinations were successfully staged, half of them carried out by bicycle squads. The Ethiopian authorities reacted by first banning bicycles from the main thoroughfares that sliced across the city, a ban which remains in force to this day, and then outlawing bicycles altogether. Asmarum was none too bothered. I preferred operating on foot anyway. But the Eritrean population paid a high price for the fedayeen successes. Adopting similar tactics to the Nazis in occupied Europe, the Ethiopians applied a 10-to-1 ratio when punishing local residents for a fedayeen operation. Students and high school students considered likely rebel sympathizers were garroted with piano wire, women snatched away and gang raped in the army camps. He lived the underground life for 4 years. He was nearly caught in 1976, when Asmaram and a woman Fadayin tried to hijack an Ethiopian Airlines plane to fly to Sudan, where they planned to demand a ransom that would go into elf coffers. The two had smuggled a pair of pistols into secret compartments sewn into their bags. Passing through airport formalities, Asmaram watched in horror as an Ethiopian security woman inserted a sharp fingernail into a seam and began pulling the bag apart. I seized my accomplice's knee and said, "They are going to discover us." She froze, paralyzed with fear. She was only a little thing, very quiet and shy. She just threw her hands up in the air. So I left her. Pretending to have forgotten a piece of his luggage, Asmaram ran for the exit, jumped into a car parked with its key still dangling from the ignition, and drove to safety. His conspirator paid for her hesitation with a 12-year prison sentence. It had been a close shave, and there were others. Once, walking on the city outskirts, 2 trucks of Ethiopian soldiers pulled up suddenly on either side. I thought, this is it, I have to die. But on board was an Ethiopian spy Asmaram had once shared a beer with. He called out, "Don't worry, he's one of ours." It was a moment from God. But Asmaram was running out of chances. The Ethiopians were looking for him, his sisters had been jailed and his father beaten so badly about the shoulders he needed a skin graft. In any case, by the late 1970s the era of the underground movement was reaching a close. The war had not followed its anticipated course, and amongst Eritreans, the bleak realization that the conflict would be long, testing, and possibly unsuccessful was sinking in. The number of those ready to work as informants for the Ethiopians rose, and the list of Fadayin falling into enemy hands lengthened. It was time to end it, and Asmaram left for the front, moving on to Kenya and then London. There, he slept quietly in his bed for the first time since his teens. When Darren, his hope and anchor drinking partner, asked him if he had ever been a militant, ever seen someone shot, he changed the subject. How could his well-meaning friend, who had never encountered violence outside a football stadium, ever hope to understand? British society was so different. Darren would have looked at me in a different way. I'm not a murderer. We had to win our independence or die. Was he, in fact, a murderer, or the Eritrean equivalent of a French resistance hero? Talking to Asmaram was like looking down a kaleidoscope. A slight turn of the wrist and the shards of color shift, the pattern changes, taking on a new configuration. Here I sit, sharing a beer with a middle-aged family man reminiscing with rueful charm about hangovers and pubs. But for a split second, imagining what it would have been like to be a passenger on a hijacked Ethiopian Airlines flight, with a pistol waving Asmaram striding down the aisle, single-minded deliverer of justice, I shudder. My God, this man's dangerous, a terrorist. It's a switch in perspective even Asmaram seems to find problematic. Sometimes, thinking about the past, I frighten myself. But what haunts him is not guilt, but loneliness. He returned to Eritrea after liberation to save the crumbling family enterprise, but found himself ill at ease, no longer attuned to doing business in Africa. Abraham is long gone, killed in western Eritrea when the Derg launched a massive offensive in 1978 to oust both rebel movements from the towns they held. Asmaram scoffs at Eritrea's new generation of soldiers, who he suspects do not possess the wiry capacity for suffering, the potential for desperate acts, of the dead young men whose photos litter his office drawers. They go to bars, to discos, they always seem to have money to spend, although no one knows where it comes from. The old guys, he says approvingly, were different. The old guys were really violent. Like the Kagnugis, Asmaram knew what it was to be part of a brotherhood, young men sharing moments of heightened emotion, more besotted with each other than they would ever be with their women. But unlike Zaz and his buddies, Asmarum cannot exchange emails with those who shared his underground life or attend backslapping reunions. And you sense he is asking himself the question, was it really worth it? Did his generation make, too lightly, in the careless ways of youth, sacrifices that were greater than they were capable of grasping at the time? Dying for a cause comes ridiculously easy to the young. They offer up their lives with such casual generosity. It is in old age that the gesture becomes astonishing, and even the lesser steps along the way turn grindingly difficult, punishingly costly. You get so angry when you're young. You think you have to fight. But later on, you look back and you realize you've gone from country to country, you've had many experiences, yes, but you've never had a career in your life, you have no classmates, no one to go and have a drink with. Chapter 13. The end of the affair. What once seemed a she-lion now looks like a dog. Tigrinya proverb. Haile Selassie's ousting did not take U.S. policymakers by surprise, although the bloodshed that followed did. Washington had become so skeptical about the imperial government's future that the embassy in Addis had been instructed to cultivate good relations with any of the emperor's likely successors. 1 In August 1973, a year before the coup, President Richard Nixon felt uneasy enough to order a prompt review of U.S. military assistance to Ethiopia and recommend the withdrawal of all but designated residual functions from CAGNU by the end of fiscal year 1974. But the Watergate scandal was looming, and Nixon was soon caught up with events closer to home. Its mind elsewhere, his administration convinced itself Washington would be able to enjoy the same cozy, mutually advantageous relationship with Ethiopia's new leadership as it had with the old. The Derg's fondness for denouncing capitalism and railing against the CIA did not go unnoticed, but was dismissed as crowd-pleasing rhetoric. Determined to woo the new power in the land, the U.S. actually chose this moment to hike funding to levels Haile Selassie had only been able to fantasize about, arguing that this was the best way to ensure a pro-Western government emerged. Amazingly, more than one-third of the military aid Ethiopia received from the U.S. over a 25-year period would be given after, not before, the Derg's takeover. 3 Suspension of these shipments would only strengthen the hands of radical elements among the military and further frustrate the moderates, perhaps leading them to concur in more radical initiatives, the State Department explained to the incoming president, Gerald Ford, in August 1974. With the Soviet Union firmly implanted in Somalia, this really was not the time to lose a U.S. foothold in the Horn of Africa, argued policymakers, reluctant to turn their back on decades of carefully fostered relations. U.S. influence had played its part in the creation of a generation of Western-trained technocrats and military officers in Ethiopia, and it seemed only logical to assume that these moderates, men the U.S. would be able to do business with, would now come to the fore. Washington reasoned, making a mistake it was to repeat a few years later in Iran. Yes, it was true that the statements coming from the new regime were somewhat radical in tone, but a soft form of African socialism, one that fell well short of classical Marxism-Leninism, would be acceptable. The Derg had promised Ethiopia's foreign policy would remain unchanged. A little flexibility on ideological issues therefore seemed in order, particularly in view of the battering U.S. global prestige suffered when its forces were sent scrambling out of Saigon. After the withdrawal from Vietnam, the message coming from Washington was that the status of the U.S. would suffer if it stopped supporting Addis, recalls Keith Wauchope, deputy principal officer at Asmara's U.S. consulate between 1975 and 1977. Our credibility, we were told, was at stake. 5. It was not a view staffers at the consulate shared. Those on the ground were becoming convinced not only that CAGNU was no longer worth the candle, but the entire U.S.-Ethiopia relationship was untenable. The words CAGNU station and top secret had always worked like a charm when it came to winkling no questions asked grants out of Congress. But the standard arguments voiced in Washington to justify policy in the Horn were lagging dangerously behind the science. Advances in satellite technology were making CAGNU's unique geographical and climatic conditions irrelevant with a speed no one had anticipated. In 1960, Eisenhower had approved the first launch of a spy satellite. The details gleaned on Russian radar systems delighted US scientists, and 10 years later Rhyolite, a satellite which orbited in time with the Earth, picking up microwave signals, was launched. After that had come a generation of satellites designed to hover over Russia's most inaccessible regions. Now that the Soviet space and missile programs were being tracked from the darkness of space, Stonehouse was obsolete. Too unwieldy to be shipped elsewhere, its vast dish antennae were sold for a paltry $6,000 to an Asmara merchant who laboriously dismantled them, no mean feat in itself, and sold the metal as scrap. In early 1972, in recognition of the new status quo, the ASA pulled out of Eritrea and control of Cagnu passed to the Navy, which used it to relay messages to the U.S. fleet in the Indian Ocean and American bases in the Middle East. Cagnu's staff had less and less to do with each passing year. By 1975, only a handful of Cagnu's 19 sites were still operational. A base that had once housed more than 4,000 men, women, and children, linguists and decoders, army officials, and contractors, had shrunk to a skeleton crew of 13 naval personnel and 45 civilian contractors. With 2/3 of the buildings deserted, the men roamed the now oversized base like ghosts. But if there were purely practical questions to be raised about Cagnu, whose future was in any case due to come up for formal reconsideration when the 25-year base rights agreement expired in 1978, larger moral and strategic issues could no longer be ignored. The original deal America had struck with Addis, guns for Cagnu, came to seem positively Mephistophelian as the Derg, outnumbered and outmaneuvered by the rebel movements, struggled to regain the upper hand. The Ethiopians kept justifying their need for arms on the basis of the continuing threat from Somalia, remembers Wauchope, a diplomat with a keener moral conscience than some of his peers. But in reality we saw them using the weapons against the separatists in Eritrea, something we didn't think they should be doing. We could see the jets the US had provided taking off from Asmara airport, and we could hear the bombs going off and the artillery, mortars and anti-tank weapons we'd sent being fired. We knew they were using those weapons in Eritrea, and we reported that back to the embassy. When the EPLF and ELF launched a joint drive on Asmara in early 1975, the Ethiopian army went into action with a ferocity born of desperation. Looting and shooting, Ethiopian soldiers rampaged through the city, opening fire on passing minibuses, dragging residents from their houses and gunning them down in the street. When the bullets ran out, they used bayonets. During a 4-day killing spree, hundreds of civilians, some put the death toll as high as 3,000, were slaughtered. Asmara had become an oppressive city of horror, hemmed in by army roadblocks, paralyzed by curfew. 6. Wauchope began keeping a tally of the murders carried out by Ethiopian forces, so indiscriminate they even included members of his own staff. In the 2 years I spent there I counted 450 murders, almost exclusively of Eritrean civilians. One of the victims was the brother of an employee, who was hung. Another employee was shot on the road for no reason. The Ethiopians would descend on a neighborhood and the eviscerated bodies would then be left out on the street to intimidate people, he remembers. Once the capital was secured, the army shifted its focus to the countryside, where it burned 110 villages, bayoneting and shooting hundreds of peasants suspected of collaborating with the rebels. The unrelenting brutality, the diplomat saw, was transforming Eritrean attitudes to the Americans. In the 1960s, respectable Eritreans might have been shocked by the loutish behavior of the Cagnu boys, but they nonetheless appreciated the hundreds of jobs created by the base and the schools and leper clinics opened by U.S. personnel. By the mid-1970s, deep bitterness had set in. The Eritrean public was making the connection so many Cagnu men had preferred not to register. When the Ethiopian army blew up the houses of suspected collaborators, they used U.S. rocket-propelled grenades. When they strafed rebel trenches, they did so from American F-5 jets flown by pilots trained in the U.S. When Ethiopian convoys trundled through towns, they did so in U.S. Mack trucks, and whenever the rebels captured weapons, the prize included spanking new US-made mortars, machine guns, and rifles. If Washington was going to support Mengistu with such gusto, the Eritreans decided, then the Americans were no longer welcome. People were telling us, we have been your friends and hosts for many decades. We have allowed you into our homes and country. Now these people are coming after us and they are using your weapons against us, your friends and your hosts, recalls Wauchope. Wauchope and his colleagues registered a shift in tactics by the up till now forgiving rebel groups. 2 Americans working on one of Cagnew's more remote facilities were kidnapped and taken into the bush. Then the British honorary consul, Basil Burwood Taylor, was taken hostage and smuggled out of Asmara on the back of a camel. 7 This kidnapping, staged in Burwood Taylor's office in broad daylight, brought home a fundamental truth. We realized that these people had access wherever they wanted, because the population was supporting them. 2 more Americans were seized, and the rebels threatened to try their prisoners for deaths caused by U.S. arms deliveries. Under pressure from anguished parents of the kidnapped men, U.S. congressmen woke up to the realization that their country was heavily embroiled in the Horn of Africa and began peppering the then Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, for explanations. Then the atmosphere darkened dramatically, as far as Washington was concerned. 2 American contractors hit a landmine that had been deliberately placed on a road leading to a remote Cagnew site. They were blown through the roof of their car and killed. That changed things very substantially, says Wauchope. Cagnew decided to draw in its horns, closing down hard-to-police outlying facilities and running both broadcast and reception sites from the same location, something no radio technician would normally recommend. But the Americans could not fence themselves off from reality. A 5th U.S. employee from Cagnew was kidnapped. We had feedback from the Eritreans to the effect that they didn't intend to torture or kill or put the hostages on display. They simply wanted to send us a message that they were unhappy with our support of the Addis government. It was Wauchope's job to report to the U.S. Embassy in Addis on local conditions and report back. He dutifully did, but he noticed that his superiors were growing increasingly unhappy with the recommendations made in his outspoken telegrams. Organizations facing the prospect of their own sidelining rarely want to look reality in the face. Large projects, once launched, develop a momentum all their own. The Derg moderates on whom Washington had pinned its hopes were being shot, one by one, as Mengistu saw off a succession of challenges from rivals alarmed by his hard-line tactics. Mengistu, who had put exploratory feelers out to Moscow, was adopting an ever more pronounced anti-Western stance, histrionically smashing a Coca-Cola bottle full of blood on the pavement at one rally and promising to spill the blood of American imperialism. Hatred of the regime was spreading. Rebels in northern Tigray announced the formation of the Tigray People's Liberation Front, TPLF, dedicated to Mengistu's overthrow. Yet the embassy in Addis balked at reaching a conclusion that would lead to a once key mission being downgraded, while the defense establishment choked on an admission that would mean budgets were slashed. The Department of Defense simply wasn't seeing this as a problem. The message was, let's keep it going, remembers Wauchope. The strains were becoming unbearable, especially once Jimmy Carter, a Democrat who had campaigned for an ethical foreign policy, moved into the White House. We are very much concerned by the use of American military equipment in suppressing indigenous movements inside Ethiopia, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs told a congressional committee. We would be reluctant to abandon Ethiopia to total Soviet domination. On the other hand, he confessed, we do not want to see our weapons used in this fashion. One wonders just how long, if left purely to its own devices, Washington would have continued to deny the blindingly obvious, that American military aid was being channeled, as the Cold War raged, to a brutally repressive Marxist African regime whose values were anathema to ordinary Americans. Western accounts of this period have been kind to the Americans, with some attributing the eventual break in relations to a supposedly high-minded decision by the U.S. to sacrifice a client that failed to meet Carter's moral standards. 9 If only it were true. As Mengistu revealed his true nature, Washington certainly voiced increasing concerns about Ethiopia's appalling human rights record. It dragged its feet over pre-agreed arms deliveries, a backtracking that drove Addis wild, and served notice that Cagnu would soon close. But it was Ethiopia that finally brought the jarring ideological and moral contradictions to an end, pushing the relationship to collapse and formalizing the break. By early 1977, Washington was receiving horrifying reports of purges in Addis. In what would later be dubbed the Red Terror, revolutionary squads armed by Mengistu were massacring the very student leaders and educated Ethiopians who had propagated the ideals of the socialist revolution. Mengistu chose this moment to make his move, putting in an arms request so large he must have known it would be rejected. With Somalia looking ever more threatening, it was time for America to show its mettle. It may have been a test, says Wauchope. Washington felt very unhappy with it. Was the maintenance of a traditional relationship worth supporting a movement of this kind? We came back with a feeble counter-offer, full of caveats and strings attached. Maybe we could provide a third of what they were asking for, we told them. The next thing we know, they've gone to the Soviets, who had no hesitations. It was a moment replete with historical irony. For decades the US had poured money into Ethiopia, helping a leader regarded as a bulwark against communism to pummel an Eritrean rebel movement regarded as a likely route for Soviet infiltration of the Horn. By propping up the emperor, Washington had ensured the US was indelibly associated with all that was corrupt and outdated in the minds of Ethiopia's new rulers, who now wanted nothing more to do with the West. When it came to communist penetration, trusted, cosseted Ethiopia, rather than the despised Eritrean liberation movement, had proved the weakest link. The US had contributed not only to the downfall of its champion Haile Selassie but, by building up the organization that destroyed him, had also enthusiastically armed a government bent on spreading Marxist ideology across the region. Measured by even its own self-interested standards, US policy had backfired. Looked at from the viewpoint of ordinary Eritreans, the judgment was far harsher. The Americans had no idea what they were doing, scoffs Dr. Abba Isaac, an Eritrean historian. They were like the elephant, when it treads on small creatures, it doesn't even notice. It just goes and goes and goes along its way. 10. Ethiopia had swapped sides in the Cold War and the consequences for Cagnu were immediate. On April 17, the Derg gave the US just 4 days to close 5 facilities in the country, including the communications base. The defense agreement signed in 1953, the most astute piece of diplomacy Haile Selassie ever negotiated, was to be terminated a year ahead of schedule, Addis decreed. The news was delivered on a Saturday, timing designed to make the pullout as practically difficult as possible for Ethiopia's erstwhile friends. Amazing as it may seem in retrospect, the Derg's decision hit US officials in Addis and Asmara like a thunderclap. We'd thought things had stabilized, we didn't expect the Ethiopians to make the break that radically, says Wauchope. They had been adept at playing the superpowers off against each other. The Ethiopian government still had links, don't forget, with Yale, the Ford Foundation, TWA. To suddenly opt for one side was quite a jump. Wauchope found himself in command of an emergency operation to ensure nothing of any strategic interest, no coding information, no classified circuit boards, no transmitting or receiving equipment, remained intact for the East Bloc experts he knew would be invited to pick over the site by the Ethiopians once the Americans left. It was an exciting, hair-raising time. We had to scramble like hell, but by Monday we'd worked out how to destroy or dismantle everything of strategic value. I tried to organize the closure with a maximum of dignity, but while I was outloading the transport plane we heard that Ethiopian soldiers had attempted to storm the consulate. The Marines were put on alert and the Ethiopians were told this was a violation of the Vienna Convention. Then they demanded a tour of the Cagnu facilities and we had to conceal the backup machines that were still in use. The Ethiopians were telling us we couldn't remove any hardware, so we destroyed the classified circuit boards by slipping them into the water collection point. In the end, they got nothing. When we left the consulate, we placed the instructions to the game Dungeons and Dragons amongst the procedural papers, just to sow confusion, and we left the calling cards of prominent people in government we had no use for lying around, to give them something to think about. International pressure on the Addis government secured the Americans an extra 2 days' grace. On the last day, the stars and stripes were ceremoniously lowered at the consulate and staff joined a convoy of vehicles from Kagnu station which threaded its way through Asmara to the airport. Many of Asmara's residents lined the streets to watch the convoy pass and some, Hope remembers, were weeping. The grief was prompted not so much by fondness for foreign guests whose role had been, at best, contentious, but by fear of what the future held. All the other Western consulates in Asmara had been ordered to close at the same time. They felt that the last international witnesses to their sufferings were leaving and now there would be massive ethnic cleansing by the Ethiopian army. At the airport, the Ethiopian military was waiting and a last attempt was made to board the American flight and inspect what was on board. We faced them down, told them they were violating international law, and then we were out of there. If Hope, who won an award for the role he played, felt more than a pang at abandoning the Eritreans, there was no doubt in his mind that Kagnu's closure was overdue. A morally untenable partnership had been brought to an appropriate end. It was what we had been lobbying the embassy in Addis for. We had lived in that country and we had understood what the Eritreans felt. America's need for terrestrial spy stations did not disappear with Kagnu. Washington had had a backup ready since 1974, having signed an agreement with Britain to set up a communications facility on the coral atoll of Diego Garcia, a remote former dependency of Mauritius. Diego Garcia was never going to be able to rival Asmara for reception, but it was ideally placed for the U.S. fleet operating in the Indian Ocean, and monitoring equipment from Kagnu was transferred there. In retrospect, the entire Kagnu operation, unknown to most Americans today, barely mentioned in writings on the topic, would seem blessed with a miraculously low public profile. Washington proved far less lucky with Diego Garcia. There, islanders evicted by the British government to make way for the American military waged a vociferous legal campaign, ensuring that while Diego Garcia remains in operation as a logistics, military, and communications base, a key part of America's war on terror, no one has ever been left in any doubt as to its role. Vertical antenna poles, the debris left behind by the ASA, are still scattered around Asmara. Not far from the airport, where young boys tend their goats, a round golf ball of a building rises incongruously from the grassy plains, a giant receiver built by the Americans, now used by the Eritrean military. Kagnu's Tract E, with its solid bungalows, sports facilities, and central location, was too good a site to allow to go to waste. It was used as a garrison by the Ethiopian army and, after independence, the EPLF moved its fighters in. When I visited what is now known as didnt camp, baptized after the mountain peak the Ethiopians never managed to wrest from EPLF control, the giant dry cleaning unit vaunted in the U.S. Army brochures was working full blast, processing dirty laundry for UN troops in town. But the clock tower was telling a time of its own making, washing was draped over fences, and the once neat lawns were littered with rusting containers, temporary homes for soldiers too poor to afford lodgings in town. Perhaps the gross guys would have recognized the atmosphere in the two clubs, where the Malati beer and Zabib start flowing early in the morning, a cheap anesthetic for the frustrated and bored. It is ordered by Eritrean paraplegics of both sexes, wounded in both the new war against Ethiopia and the conflict Kagnu's servicemen were determined to ignore. Wheelchairs crunch along the walkways where young GIs once strolled and the bars in which Spook and his acolytes staged their silly pranks are now run by young ex-fighters with pinned-back trouser legs, survivors of a series of wasteful wars. "Come, we should go," my Eritrean friend told me, as we watched a young amputee in what was once the Oasis Club pick a fight with a barmaid who thought he had already had too much to drink. "Otherwise you will see something you should not. Not state secrets, but a spectacle he wanted no foreign visitor to witness, Eritreans behaving badly. For the Eritrean rebels, who by late 1977 controlled 95% of Eritrea, nothing could have been more disastrous than the Derg's formal entry into the communist camp. The banal rules of the Cold War dictated that the Soviet Union-backed Marxist rebel movements fighting right-wing governments supported by the US. Here, thanks to Ethiopia's ideological flip-flop, was a Marxist rebel movement fighting for independence from a Marxist government. For Soviet strategists, it made no sense. National frontiers and ethnic hostilities were surely destined to fade into insignificance once scientific socialism conquered the world. Previously sympathetic to the Eritrean cause, Moscow decided it had no time for a rebellion that refused to fit its ideological paradigm. There is no insurgency in Ethiopia, declared one Soviet observer 11, obliterating Eritrean history with the same breathtaking high-handedness once demonstrated by the UN's bored bureaucrats. If the US eventually decided to return to the Horn on Somalia's side 12, no one wanted to touch the Eritrean rebels. Rejected by the East Bloc, spurned by the West, they were on their own. Mengistu made his first trip to Moscow in May 1977, returning in a state of near euphoria. Unfazed by their long-standing role as Somalia's military supplier, the Soviets had offered Mengistu the weaponry that would allow him to wage total war on Ethiopia's enemies. He was absolutely ecstatic, remembers Ayelo Mondifro, defense minister of the day. 13 He told me, "We are going to need large warehouses and a big storage capacity." In the middle of the year, Somalia launched a concerted grab for Ethiopia's eastern Ogaden, and Somali President Siad Barre, exasperated by Moscow's clumsy attempts to back both horses in the same race, moved to expel 1,700 Soviet advisors. The Soviet Union was free to make good its promises to Ethiopia, ferrying in $1 to $2 billion of armaments, 12,000 Cuban combat troops and 1,500 military advisors during a 6-week air and sea lift. The value of Moscow's arms deliveries outstripped in a matter of months what the US had supplied during all its dealings with Ethiopia. The oversized delivery changed everything in both the Ogaden and Eritrea. The turning point in the north came in Massawa in December, when the EPLF's seemingly unstoppable advance ground to a sudden halt. As Soviet ships moored offshore opened fire and Soviet advisors took the controls of Ethiopia's spanking new artillery, hundreds of fighters were mowed down or drowned on the flooded salt pans. The EPLF was no longer fighting a panicking African army, it was pitted against a superpower boasting seemingly inexhaustible resources. By July 1978, after a campaign of saturation bombing by the freshly equipped Ethiopian Air Force, all the towns the ELF and EPLF had won in southern and central Eritrea had been recaptured. Forced to accept the inevitable, the EPLF pulled out of Keren, its fighters stripping the town of every object of potential use as they headed up into the only area that now seemed safe, the mountains of the Sahel, where they would spend the next 10 years. Their leaders called it strategic withdrawal, but to those who took part in it, this had the metallic taste of defeat. It was our Dunkirk, acknowledges Zumurat Yohannes, today a leading member of Eritrea's ruling party. It was a defining moment. The biggest army in Black Africa, with modern equipment and Soviet help, had pushed us out of the territory we'd been holding. Every expert was saying, this fight is hopeless, it's a dead movement. In retrospect, it baffles me, how, in those circumstances, we could say, we can prevail. It seemed a kind of stupidity. 14. Chapter 14. The green grass of home. They were madmen, but they had in them that little flame which is not to be snuffed out. The painter Renoir, remembering the French Commune. Towards the end of the 8th century BC in ancient Greece, a revolutionary society was born where the limestone fingers of the Peloponnese mainland reach into the blue Aegean. It was founded by the Spartans, who had invaded neighboring Messenia in search of fertile land. Sparta had won the territory it coveted, but with it came a population of rebellious subjects who outnumbered their new masters and did not take kindly to being used as forced labor to work the fields. To protect themselves against the helots, or serfs, the Spartans came up with the concept of the military state. Not for them the dissolute habits of the Athenians and soft comforts of family life. Spartan men prided themselves on their self-denial and iron discipline. They lived in barracks, their closest comrades were fellow fighters. Sent as children to run barefoot on the chilly mountainsides, they learned to bear pain without a whimper. Warriors until the age of 60, their greatest ambition was to achieve a beautiful death on the battlefield, defending the Spartan state. Women were no exception, they too were expected to espouse the Spartan virtues of simplicity, moral rigor and extraordinary physical toughness. Feminists before their time, they enjoyed, in the absence of their menfolk, levels of freedom unheard of in the ancient world. The other Greek city-states scorned the Spartan model, regarding it as totalitarian and brutalizing. But when ancient Greece was invaded by the Persian army in 480 BC, it was a group of 300 Spartan warriors, embracing their fate in a doomed last stand at Thermopylae, who showed their effete fellow Greeks what it meant to die for a cause. There was something very Spartan about the society that took shape in the late 1970s in the Rora mountain range that rises from the plains north of Karen and runs northwest to the border with Sudan. The Spartans built their militaristic state on a victory. They had subjugated the Messenians but knew they would not remain forever supine. The EPLF, which emerged as the only viable rebel movement after a final clash with the ELF, built its society on defeat. With Moscow's entry into the war, it had gone from holding independence in the palm of its hands to confronting total annihilation. Like the Spartans, the fighters of the EPLF adopted a rigidly puritanical lifestyle. The need to create a lean fighting machine meant that conventional family structures were rejected, traditional roles recast. Not only was the Eritrean woman fighter, accounting for 30% of rebel forces, often as deadly as the male, their children, separated early from their warrior parents and inculcated with the movement's doer values at the revolution, or zero, school, would grow up to outstrip them both. Their kingdom was what was loosely known as the Sahel, and its contours were dictated by the gradient, for the mountains form a more effective barrier against an advancing army than anything man could contrive. This was the part of Eritrea no one really wanted, most of it too steep even for Eritrean farmers, adept at tilling the narrowest highland lech. The first foothills erupt from the dun-colored plains around the town of Afabet like whale humps breaking through the surface of a calm sea. Strange stone excrescences form impossibly perky breasts. Then the Rora escarpment starts in earnest, the peaks, giant slabs of brown rock, crowding in upon the dry water courses. The only fruits that grow here are the fig cactus and fleshy green pods of Sodom's apple, which give nothing, when you tear them open, but a cobweb of poisonous white sap, said to be strong enough to stop a man's heart. It is a landscape of scrawny thorn trees and spiky pink baobabs that gesticulate nightmarishly across the narrow valleys, like witches crazed with grief. Baboons thrive, gamboling along the ravines in thuggish packs of 40 and 50, red in face and rear. So do foxes, which hunt hares with long, white-tufted ears. But few humans would want to set up base here, unless they had no choice. Choosing its sites close to the border and the vital access routes to Sudan, a neighbor whose cooperation could never be taken for granted, the EPLF dug in. As the realization set in that the guerrilla movement was in for the long haul, the structures grew ever more complex, ghostly echoes of the institutions and organizations the movement hoped one day to establish in peacetime Eritrea, a practice run at administering a state. Up in the north at Orida, the EPLF built an underground hospital in whose whitewashed rooms most major operations, short of heart surgery, could be staged. Sprawling for 5 kilometers along a valley, equipped with 3,000 beds, it was known as the longest hospital in the world. Learning that survival rates depended on the time it took a wounded fighter to receive emergency treatment, EPLF doctors took huge pride in the speed with which the injured were tended by frontline medical units and then whipped, tier by tier, to hospitals whose sophistication was in inverse proportion to their distance from the battlefield. At the very most, it was decreed, no fighter should be more than 2 hours distance from a surgeon. In Orita too, a small pharmaceutical plant turned out essential drugs, bandages, even sanitary pads for the women fighters. In other workshops, fighters manufactured bullets and repaired the damaged trucks, tanks, and radio sets captured from the Ethiopians. Once the supply of arms from Arab countries dried up, former supporters belatedly realizing they were dealing with a secular Marxist movement, rather than an Islamic revolt, the EPLF was forced to rely on theft, careful recycling and mechanical cannibalization for most of its weaponry. Orita was also the location of the famous Zero School, where the children dubbed Red Flowers were taught. The logistics and military base, the EPLF's de facto citadel, lay further south at Nakfa, where, in 1976, its fighters occupied a small settlement on the high plateau enjoying panoramic views down to the bleak narrow plains and the distant haze of the Red Sea. Talking about these installations is always confusing, because the EPLF deliberately muddied the water in an attempt to protect their bases from bombardment. Sensitive sites were often given the same names as villages in the lowlands, or identified by code words, stripped of associations which could give Ethiopian strategists helpful clues. Even today, if you present a former fighter with a map, he will struggle to place them, brows puckered, fingers wandering lost and uncertain across the grid. The same deliberate confusion surrounded the fighters themselves. Adopting nicknames is a very Eritrean habit, perhaps because the fund of traditional local names is so limited, it's easy to get confused. But the practice was taken to new extremes at the front, a form of initiation ceremony that underlined each individual's entry into a testing new existence where no one could afford the luxury of homesickness or regret. You arrived an ordinary civilian, with your own petty, small-minded concerns, and were reborn a warrior, or Tegedle, dedicated to the cause. If a fighter was stocky, he would be known as the body or sack; if he was thin and ascetic, he became the priest. A veteran activist was baptized the movement, a macho man reborn as Rambo, a campaigner who sported a mustache became Charlie, as in Chaplin, and, with the thumping inevitability of a group of British squad guys dubbing the giant amongst them Titch, a particularly dark-complexioned fighter would be known as Tillian, Italian. A jokey form of shorthand, the nicknames not only made things simpler, they served as a security precaution. In a nation of less than 4 million people, where names usually tell the world whose son you are, it was alarmingly easy to track down a fighter's village and extended family, vulnerable in Ethiopian-controlled territory. If a fighter was stripped of his ancestral identity, known only by his nickname even to his rebel comrades, then his relatives were protected from retribution. For the same reason, fighters were encouraged not to discuss religion or tribal affiliations. Such differences, which had done so much to deliver Eritrea into Ethiopia's hands, should in any case be put aside in the fight for a united, independent Eritrea. The result was intense friendships based on the here and now. When my best friend was killed, a man I had fought alongside for years, a man I really loved, I buried him without knowing where he came from, remembers one ex-fighter. 1 Today I would like to go and see his mother and tell her what a hero her son was. But I don't know who she is. He was my brother, but I knew next to nothing about him. In a country infatuated with its own history, this is the episode Eritrea loves the most. It is remembered with the same perverse nostalgia British veterans reserve for the Blitz. A tribute to pig-headed determination and endurance, Nakfa was so integral to the Eritrean experience it seemed only natural, when the post-independence government launched a national currency, that it should be baptized the Nakfa. During the decade the EPLF spent in Nakfa, the Ethiopian army launched 8 large-scale offensives in a vain attempt to break the rebel movement's hold on the plateau. A journalist visiting the front once counted 240 bombing sorties by enemy aircraft in a day, with 1 shell landing every minute. Even today, when a new Nakfa is rising from the ruins, much of the plateau remains an ugly moonscape, each acne scar on its pitted face representing a massive explosion. The original town was reduced to rubble, its simple white mosque the only piece of masonry extending higher than waist level. Some say the pilots who flew the MiGs and Antonovs spared the mosque because it served as a useful compass point, allowing them to establish their bearings above the escarpment before releasing their bombs. Others say they tried to hit it but always failed, a sign, perhaps, that the town held a special place in Allah's affections. A victory for sheer obstinacy, constructed on a military route, Nakfa was Eritrea's Verdun. It would never fall into Ethiopian hands, and the failure to capture the EPLF's de facto capital would prove the Mengistu regime's ultimate undoing. The Eritreans survived by moving underground. Hospitals, technical colleges, theaters, guest rooms for visiting VIPs, parking places for the camouflage-painted jeeps, offices where young leaders like Isaias Afwerki, Petros Solomon, Ibrahim Offa, Ali Sayed Abdullah, Mesfin Hagos, and Sebat Ephraim planned military strategy. They were all painstakingly dug into the rock and carved into the sides of valleys, the narrow entrances then covered by screens of undergrowth and foliage. From the air, they were virtually invisible. The fighters became creatures of the penumbra, for it was best to go about your business in the hours of dusk when pilots found it hard to focus in the half-light, and during the chill of night. When I think of my visits to the front in the 1970s, all I remember is darkness, 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 says Coert Lindier, a veteran Dutch journalist. The tentacles of their underground network extended far beyond Nakfa itself. In a giant semicircle that swept 240 kilometers from Karora on the Sudanese border, down to Nakfa and south to Halhul, north of Keren, the fighters dug parallel lines of trenches. It was backbreaking work. But, as the fighters said, whipping themselves onto greater efforts, better to sweat than bleed. In a conflict in which Ethiopians usually outnumbered Eritreans 10-1, and the enemy tapped a seemingly unlimited supply of weapons, the contours of the land were the one obvious advantage the Eritreans enjoyed. If they were forced to surrender one position, there would be another trench line to fall behind, and then another, and another. If an ex-fighter shows you how to pick your way through the uncleared minefields, marked with a grinning skull and crossbones, it is possible today to walk the trenches, which trail across Nakfa slopes like worm casts on a sea-washed rock face. The camouflage screen roofs are gone now, burnt as firewood by local shepherds. But the thick stone walls, rising higher than a man's head, still stand proud. They are interspersed with poky underground antechambers where meals were eaten, classes held, sleep snatched and marriages consummated. The slabs of stone fit together with a neatness any Yorkshire dry stone waller would admire. The knowledge that a crack could let a bullet through encouraged a certain mathematical precision. At regular intervals there are neat gun sights. If you peer through one of these slits, you will be brought up short by the sudden, seemingly magnified glimpse of what kept the fighters on their toes. Across the valley, with its own gun sight trained precisely upon you, sits an Ethiopian position. As I knelt in the dust and imagined what it must be like to stare at your would-be executioner every day, I was reminded of the brown line of dirt that marked my t-shirt every time I belted up in a friend's car. Seat belts are always either filthy or broken in Eritrea. Having already braved death in so many more obvious ways, no one fusses over the dangers of flying through a windscreen. Like the British squad dies at Keren, the fighters came to know every inch of their natural fortress. Facing Nakfa to the south was didnt, the mountain the Ethiopians struggled most fiercely to capture, as controlling it would have allowed them to turn their artillery directly onto the plateau. The place where Eritrean and Ethiopian lines lay barely 50 m apart, so close that Eritrean fighters could hear the news being announced on Ethiopian radio sets, was known as testa a testa, head-to-head. Fornello, Oven, was the area behind didnt which saw the heaviest bombardment, volleyball the sport which involved Eritrean fighters scrambling to lob Ethiopian grenades back over the parapets before they exploded. To the east rose Sulphur Mountain, regularly doused in flaming napalm. The winding track up from the valley was known as Team Amen, we are certain, Eritrea's equivalent of No Pasaran. No Ethiopian force, the EPLF decided, would ever be allowed to breast its hairpin turns. Upturned in the ravines, the rusting Soviet trucks and tanks show it was a promise they kept. What is it like to live a subterranean existence, one eye always on the sky for possible danger? You learn to merge with your surroundings as swiftly as a chameleon. Put yourself in the mind of an Ethiopian pilot, and see what he sees, roaring by so fast in a MiG his eyes can hardly fix on objects on the ground. High above you, scouring these drab expanses of rock and scrub, he is wondering how anyone can survive in this dry landscape. He is looking for something out of the ordinary, a sudden movement that is more than a baboon or a goat, a bright flash of color, swirling tire tracks in the sand, some clue that there are humans below. So do nothing to attract his attention. Wash and dry your clothes indoors, a flapping shirt will draw him to you. If you must light a fire, remember that dry wood gives off little smoke, but damp wood is dangerous. If a truck comes to your area, sweep away the tracks immediately. Bury food tins, they can catch the sun and flash up a deadly signal. Before you go out, make sure you turn your watch strap so the face points towards your body, not outwards, or pull down your sleeves and tuck them in to cover the glass. Forget about rings and jewelry, they glint too. Never wear white, or red, they are visible a long way off. Choose khaki, gray, anything dull. Avoid unnecessary large gatherings, that way, if a bomb hits home, the casualty toll will be lower. And if you're unlucky enough to be caught outside when a plane appears, then do as the rabbit, lizard, and snake, freeze in your tracks, hold yourself as still as stone, so still you become part of the landscape, impossible to distinguish from the boulders and bushes, until the plane has gone beyond the horizon and the sinister game of grandmother's footsteps can resume. It can drive you close to madness, all that time in the sweltering darkness under the rock, like an antlion in its hole. When the bombing starts and you feel each boom vibrate through the earth's bowels, you want to break out of your living tomb and take a deep breath, because it feels better to see death coming out in the open, than to sit silently and wait. But this way you get to outsmart him, that Ethiopian pilot who wants to kill you. This way you get to live. There was a seductive simplicity to this existence, for the knowledge of your own righteousness brings with it a deep sense of peace. For the 30,000 to 40,000 students and school graduates who became fighters in the 1970s, the hardest step was deciding to join. But once that route had been chosen, everything acquired the clarity of absolutism. Choosing the hero's path not only snuffed out the existential questions that torture young people, it put paid to the humdrum tribulations of daily life. The movement expected you to be ready to die for it, but if you happened not to, it took good care of you. Financial worries became a thing of the past, for fighters, while never paid, were fed, watered, and issued with sandals and uniforms. Anything they owned, or were given, was handed into central stores for general distribution. Commerce was to become such an alien concept that, on walking into bars in Sudan when on leave, fighters would be nonplussed when they were asked to pay. Sex was initially taboo, no cagnou debauchery here, and men caught breaking the celibacy rule were sent to collect salt in the white heat of the Red Sea shoreline, while the handful of women fighters who made the mistake of falling pregnant were ostracized. But as the campaign stretched on, the movement accepted the principle of relationships so long as fighters submitted them for prior approval to their commanders, who decided whether to issue the woman with the pill. Those bent on marriage were obliged to complete a long form showing they had thought through their choice of partner. The head of department retained the right to defer a marriage application. Even in this most intimate of areas, nothing was left to chance, and since the zero school took care of any resulting offspring, fighters were spared the domestic strains that usually go with parenthood. Whether you were a Muslim or Christian, middle-class professional or illiterate peasant was deemed irrelevant, so there was no room for snobbery or prejudice. All were equal, and if a relative sent a packet of cigarettes, a bag of sugar or tea, it was automatically shared around. Prior claims of parents, fiancés, and children gradually faded, as trench companions came to play the roles of friend and confidant, protector and brother. Life at the front would be hard in terms of physical suffering, loss, and privation. But, for the average fighter, it would not be plagued by squabbles over promotion, worries about school fees, or the pressure to keep up with the Joneses. In a way, we were not fully human, one former fighter later ruminated, because all the things you associate with being human, setting up a home, bringing up children, holding down a job, we did none of that. There was an androgynous sameness about the fighters which reflected the front's rejection of sexual stereotypes. With no time or money to waste on the frivolity of hair straightening, the women, like the men, let their hair grow into wild afros. They dressed not to impress, for in the era of chastity any hint of flirtatiousness, an undone shirt button, for example, was viewed with disapproval. This egalitarian army, which prided itself on its collective leadership and absence of ranks, adopted the most utilitarian of wardrobes. Each fighter was issued with a Kalashnikov and a belt with 3 pockets, one held a Chinese grenade, the second a handful of bullets and the third a folded netzla, a thin cotton cloth which served as blanket, shawl, towel, rope, and carrier bag. The EPLF could not afford more. Once it lost its Arab backing, the movement depended on the Eritrean diaspora, exiled professionals in Italy, Sweden, Canada, and Washington, to cover its running costs. From shabby offices in Western capitals, EPLF members coordinated the fundraising, one of the most efficient and sustained tithing operations ever set up by a rebel movement. This was insurrection on a shoestring, and the front quite literally cut its cloth to meet its limited budget. I used to puzzle over the detail of a famous photo taken during the Nakfa years, showing a group of young Tegadelti striding towards a mountain summit, the EPLF's green and red insignia billowing behind them. The image has become iconic, gracing the walls of Eritrean embassies, stamped on coins, reproduced on posters. In it, the fighters' shorts end at about the level of a pair of 1960s hot pants, exposing a generous expanse of rippling brown thigh. "Why are their shorts so short?" queried a friend. "I've never seen any other African force with shorts that length." Even the British Army, which complained of the impracticality of its uniform in Eritrea, wore shorts that fell to the knees. The truth, I discovered, was that the fighters had made a virtue out of necessity. If shorts were cut high on the leg, EPLF tailors could get that many more pairs out of a length of cloth. In the same spirit, a fighter sent a pair of long trousers by his relatives was expected to sacrifice them to the cause. They'd cut off the legs and give you back a pair of shorts, then use the rest to make more, recalled a former Red Flower. At first it made my heart bleed, to see the nice new trousers my mother had sent me on the backsides of other fighters, people I didn't even like. When I went home I'd hide indoors, just so that I could feel material on my legs without anyone making fun of me. But then it became a sort of competition, to see who could wear the shortest shorts. The skimpier the shorts, the braver the fighter. Ethiopian troops, it was said, paled with fear when they saw the physiques of slain Eritreans, displayed in all their muscular glory. And so the tailors wielded their scissors, and hems inched upwards. The Tegadele's other main item of clothing also came with a story of ingenuity attached. Black plastic sandals were first introduced to Eritrea by Raffaello Bini, a Florentine who arrived in the region as a photojournalist in Mussolini's invading army. Falling in love with Eritrea, he stayed to set up a shoe company in Asmara. Registering that ordinary Eritreans were in desperate need of footwear but couldn't afford leather shoes, he imported machines and designed a cheap PVC sandal, nicknamed the Congo after Hong Kong, traditional source of plastic bric-a-brac. When the Derg regime seized Bini's factories, his workers volunteered for the front, taking their skills with them. In first Sudan and then Orida, they installed machinery to turn out the Congo, melting down old car tires instead of importing PVC. A dirt-cheap sandal that could be rinsed free of grit and repaired over a campfire suited the EPLF's requirements perfectly. We used to play mind games with the Congo, because we knew the Ethiopians were reading our tracks. The Sudanese, Orida, and Asmara versions of the sandal were all slightly different, so we'd cut them in two or melt them over the fire and leave footprints that would make them think a unit from the Sudan was operating in the area, or that there were only farmers around when, in fact, the district was teeming with EPLF, remembers an ex-fighter. The British explorer Thesiger, drawn to austere vistas, believed that the harsher the landscape, the purer the metal of those who live off it. Few experiences came harder than the Sahel, and it encouraged a puritanical earnestness that lay at the other end of the moral spectrum to Cagnew's drunken Japs. Drugs, alcohol, and gambling were all shunned. There was a spiritual element to this disapproval. To pick the word freedom, you have to pray, you have to cleanse yourself, in the biblical sense, wash your sins away, said one former unit leader. Another commander tried to explain the intensity of focus that developed amongst the fighters. "It's like Pele," he said. Registering my baffled expression, he expanded, "Pele's whole life has been football. He cannot do anything else, he can't suddenly find a new career. Football is what he does. Pele will always be football, even when he's dead." We were the same. It was both the best and worst of times. Looking back, ex-fighters remember this as a period of supreme happiness, the unthinking happiness of the very young. But it was also a time of tragedy and heartbreak. When the war swung against them, the comradeship that had developed in the trenches made the pain of bereavement unbearable. A readiness to make the supreme sacrifice tipped easily into a love affair with death, an impatience to get the whole tricky thing that constitutes this, our human existence, over and done with. What did you feel when one of your friends was killed? I once asked an ex-fighter. Did you think that maybe you had made a mistake, maybe you should not have joined the front? No, he replied. When one of our commanders died, you just thought, I wish I had died alongside him. I don't want to be left here on my own. The worst thing that could happen to you was to be left behind, alive. When fathers took time off to visit their offspring at zero school, their children would sometimes run and hide. It was considered a mark of pride to have had a father who had been killed at the front, recalls a former Red Flower. When your father came to visit, you didn't want to be seen in public with him. Why was he there, you wondered, rather than away fighting? Maybe he was a coward. As each fighter saw siblings, lovers, and friends martyred around him, the invisible scar tissue formed. There is only so much mourning a human being can perform before emotional numbness sets in. When people now say I love someone or I care for so and so, I just don't know what they mean, an ex-fighter once confessed. I don't hate people, obviously. I do an awful lot to help those around me, but I feel nothing. I think it started in the 1970s, when so many people I cared for died. I probably need a psychiatrist, he said with a laugh, but here in Eritrea we don't do that. What takes the breath away is the extent to which the EPLF determined, in these testing conditions, to carry on regardless. The Derg, which, like Haile Selassie, denied the very existence of an independence struggle, hoped to reduce the shiftas to the brutish necessities of survival, modern cavemen scrabbling for sustenance. Africa teems with rebel movements with portentous acronyms that amount to little more than armed raiding parties. The EPLF would not let itself go down that route. Maintaining the standards of civilized society in this rugged terrain was not only a means of convincing the mass of the Eritrean population that the movement was fit to rule, it was a way of showing oneself defiant in the face of overwhelming odds. A la Frank Sinatra, they would do it their way. In the early days, the fighters exhaustively monitored the airways on their shortwave radios, hoping against hope for some indication their struggle had been noticed by the BBC, Radio France Internationale or Voice of America. Registering the world's total indifference, the movement decided it would have to provide its own media. The EPLF printed its own newspapers and political pamphlets, researched and filmed documentaries and ran a mobile radio station that broadcast its version of the campaign. Man cannot live by war alone, so cultural activities were always encouraged, with units expected to compose songs, work on poetry and write plays for staging in Nakfa's underground theater. Education was another priority, for if one day Eritrea was to become a modern state, the peasantry must be made politically aware. In Nakfa, there was little of the jaw-aching boredom associated with most military campaigns, for the Eritreans became experts at keeping themselves worthily busy. Perched in their mountain eyries, former farmers attended adult literacy classes given by their educated comrades and studied the great political thinkers, looking for lessons that could explain their predicament and reveal the future. If so many Eritreans today show a disconcerting understanding of Henry VIII's clash with Rome and a grasp of the origins of the First World War, it can usually be attributed to those classes. The one luxury the EPLF enjoyed, after all, was time. No allowances were made for circumstances. One of the fighters I spoke to had been stationed atop Sulphur Mountain, where putting a foot wrong meant falling to your death. When his unit needed water, the fighters formed a human chain and, backs pressed against the cliff face, passed the laden jerry cans carefully from one shoulder to another. As there was not enough flat ground for a latrine, fighters would wrap one arm around a sapling that leaned over the void, undo their flies, and relieve themselves into the abyss. Not even a snake or a monkey, not even Jesus Christ himself could have survived there, he remembers. Yet the unit did not skip its 3 hours of morning study. One member of the unit would prepare a subject and we would talk about it: the character of war, Mao's teachings, the Irish question and the issue of Palestine. We had to expand our global outlook. The very isolation of the Nakfa experience, the absence of worldly distractions, encouraged a clarity of thought the meditating monks of Shangri-La would have recognized. The OAU had labeled the EPLF a secessionist movement, Washington dismissed it as a bunch of commies, Moscow wanted it to simply go away. Global rejection created a space and distance in which cool analysis could unfold. Eritrea's successive betrayals by Italy, Britain, and America were dissected, the hypocrisy of UN resolutions guaranteeing the right to self-determination examined, the legal justification for Eritrean independence logged with bitter calm. Marx was read with an attention to detail normally reserved for Bible classes. We didn't just read it, we savored it, we digested it, we mulled over the meaning of every phrase. It had the force of a spiritual conversion. Even today, I find myself applying the mental disciplines I learned then, recalls a former EPLF ideologue. Any movement with pretensions to intellectual credibility must be able to hold seminars and debates. The EPLF did just that, inviting foreign politicians to attend congresses where it articulated its ideological differences with the ELF, debated the shortcomings of classical Marxism and hammered out its blueprint for an independent Eritrea. What did it matter if such events were held at night, in the shelter of crags? The fact that they were held at all was a miracle in itself. Nakfa's constraints were never going to stop the fighters staging a sports convention, however incongruous it might seem, or inviting delegates to attend a symposium on Third World debt. Visiting in 1979, French journalist Olivier Lebrun described the surreal experience of listening to a piano recital given under a thorn tree by a woman fighter. The performance was interrupted by a MiG bombing raid, but resumed immediately afterwards. No wonder so many of the Western journalists, left-wing politicians, and aid workers who visited the trenches returned true believers, when such quixotic displays of true grit were on offer. The napalm bomb struck within a few meters of the open-air kitchen, splashing its lethal gel in a phosphorescent starburst. As culinary mistakes go, this was one no cookbook ever thought worth mentioning. While the ground blazed, hospital staff scrambled to shovel dirt on the flaming liquid before it reached the dormitories where wounded patients lay resting. John Birikis had committed a blunder that could have cost his colleagues dear. His preparations for the hospital's evening meal had coincided with a random overflight by an Ethiopian plane. Spotting the light from the stove fire flickering in the darkness, the pilot dropped his load with impressive precision. It lit up just like a Christmas tree, John remembers, with a guilty laugh. For the rest of the night, staff and patients crouched in the darkness, as one Ethiopian plane after another roared over the narrow gorge, taking turns to try and finish the job. It is not easy, learning to be a chef when you have been posted to the front line. The quest for gourmet excellence might, indeed, have seemed a tad counterintuitive in the bleakness of the Rora Mountains. But for John, a man whose brain churned with the relentless energy of a Majimix, pursuing his dream was a way of proving he was still human. The Ethiopians' whole aim was to terrorize us so that we couldn't work. So you carried on with your work, regardless. Had John been born in the West, I have little doubt that by now he would be running a chain of 5-star restaurants, a suave maitre d' gliding to welcome his guests in a somber silk suit. But John was born Eritrean, and that has made all the difference. Baptized Tilahun, an Ethiopian name, and brought up south of Addis, he spoke Amharic so fluently that all his friends and girlfriends assumed he was Ethiopian. He was careful never to speak Tigrinya in their company, and when they talked about Eritrea, that Balsha province up north, he kept silent, pretending to share their views. But something, he knew, was not quite right. Like so many Eritreans of his generation, he felt a creeping unease. There was a sense that he was not like other folk, that he was playing a role that chafed. Once he moved to Addis, the moment of epiphany came. He had returned home after dark to find a small crowd of worried Eritreans in the family compound. A mentally retarded boy had disappeared, and concerned relatives had congregated to discuss where the missing youngster might be. The sight of this crowd, gathering after curfew and speaking in a foreign language, was too much for the Ethiopian security services. The Derg rounded everyone up, made us put our hands against the wall. Then they beat us with their truncheons and arrested us. All that, just for speaking Tigrinya. That night, John realized his camouflage was not going to work very much longer. The contradictions had become unbearable. He set off for the north. Doing his best to avoid the main highways, he bluffed his way through a series of police checks until he finally reached the Sahel and joined the front. The EPLF system required everyone to be capable of combat, and John did his share. He learned that it is possible, after your mind has been drenched in the limb-loosening adrenaline of terror, to find a still, calm place where rational judgments are coldly made, the hard core of the soul that constitutes courage. In war, you only ever fear the first bullet. Once the shooting starts and you are in the thick of battle, you don't worry anymore. Stationed in one of the valleys east of Nakfa, he was part of an infantry unit which hunted down a force of Ethiopian soldiers helicoptered into EPLF-held territory in an attempt to break the military stalemate. For 8 hours, we killed them and we ran, we killed them and ran. We killed them until we were out of breath and could run no more. He had seen friends die, killed by bombs so big they dropped to earth in their own parachutes and, on explosion, left no body parts behind. There was nothing to collect, not even a fingertip. They just vaporized. John also worked in the laboratory at Sabra Hospital, an underground clinic hidden in a valley on the outskirts of Nakfa, testing blood groups. The front did not own a refrigerated unit where blood could be safely stored. So the EPLF found its own ingenious way around the problem. By testing fighters beforehand and cataloging their blood groups, it created a living, breathing blood bank requiring no storage facilities. When the battle turned fierce and the wounded streamed in, they knew exactly which fighter to summon for a blood donation. It was while working in the laboratory that John received his own worst wounds. A colleague carelessly forgot to switch off the methane gas before retiring. When John entered to start his night shift, the gas exploded, searing his head, upper torso, and the arms he threw up to protect his face. His hands and forearms remain a mess of scarring, the skin buckled and twisted by the heat. But John possessed other useful skills. He had been one of the first candidates to complete a new hotelier course in Addis. He had trained in the Hilton's kitchens, a job he enjoyed so much it barely counted as a chore, and worked as a waiter, donning black coat and white gloves to serve caviar canapes to highly Selassie, cheekily attempting to catch the emperor's eye to see if the story that no man could hold his gaze was true. It wasn't. When a consignment of books sent by EPLF sympathizers abroad arrived in Nakfa, the fighters would sort through it looking for what was useful. Those on hotel management and catering, guides published by training schools in Kenya, ended up on the scrap heap, only to be fished out again by John. He devoured them, page by page, memorizing the jargon. When someone was leaving for Sudan and asked me what I wanted, I would always say, "Send me hotel books." Laying out petri dishes for the laboratory, watching the bacteria spores grow on his preparations, John mulled over the principles of nutrition and hygiene, cause and effect. He was ready to risk his life, endure the bleakness of the Sahel without complaint. But, in the meantime, he would also learn how to prevent a bechamel sauce from tasting floury, how to squeeze stock from a scrag of chicken, and what cookery writers meant when they talked about the puree and the gratin, the jula en cut and the roux. When, in 1790, a French officer who had been arrested for dueling found himself confined to quarters for what seemed an endless 42 days, he warded off boredom by launching a mental voyage of discovery around his bedroom, exploring the ideas associated with every humdrum object. When Xavier de Maistre, author of Voyage Around My Room, was told his confinement was over, he felt nothing but disappointment. The intellectual journey had proved so enriching, he did not want it to end. There was a similar cerebral quality to John's culinary obsession. This was virtual cuisine, a form of mental gymnastics staged almost exclusively in his own imagination, practiced on gleaming steel kitchen surfaces he would never possess, using market-fresh foodstuffs he would never receive. At the start, when we were moving from place to place, we were quite literally in the Stone Age. To bake bread, you would find a flat rock, prop it up on 3 stones, light a fire below and wait for the flat stone to heat to a point where you could cook on it. The stones were our pans, our plates, and our tables. It was back to the primitive ways. The position improved slightly when John was assigned to Tsabra. Here, at least, permanent stoves could be constructed, equipment gathered. But he never got a chance to put the lessons of Elizabeth David and Escoffier, John always favored the classics, into practice. Most of the time all we had were lentils, poor man's protein. You boil them, throw in some salt and eat that twice a day. There's not much room for invention. If he couldn't deliver on quality, John soon learned how to provide quantity. From the air, Tsabra was effectively invisible. At first glance, a casual passerby would have seen only a V-shaped valley traversed by a clear stream squirming with tadpoles, the odd goat scampering through green sprigs of wild olive. If he lingered, he might have noticed a suspicious number of comings and goings, or registered that the surrounding slope seemed strangely bare of trees. In fact, this was Nakfa's main referral hospital, a 200-bed facility where doctors received the injured from the trenches and decided which patients needed immediate treatment and which could risk the arduous trip north to Orida. The spot had been chosen because of the river. Every hospital needs plenty of water, and because the gorge was narrow enough to present Ethiopian bombers with a challenge. A hidden generator supplied electricity to the maternity ward, operating theater, lab, dormitories, and offices, all built on the same principle. The fighters had dug deep into the rock, hollowing large rectangles out of the red earth, building up the stone walls until they were thick enough to withstand bombing, then covering the lot with wooden screens heaped with soil and shrubs. It was a big facility and people needed to eat. Juggling his jobs as lab technician and head cook, John regularly turned out meals for up to 500 people. But his gifts really blossomed when John was reassigned to the laboratory in Orida and was handed the responsibility for feeding the main hospital's 3,000 patients. When he arrived, each department ran its own kitchen, the women walking miles to find increasingly scarce firewood. Looking at the denuded mountain slopes, John realized the hospital's fuel needs were causing an ecological holocaust. The energy-efficient answer was a central kitchen with a giant, multi-hobed oven, built according to John's careful specifications. Friends in London were sent a list of the equipment he needed: a dough machine, a pastry mixer, a vegetable slicer, 8 200-liter cooking pans. He had moved on from lentils and salt, introducing poultry to the Sahel, and the arrival of a flour mill meant the movement could grind its own grain and bake bread. A few more ingredients were becoming available, as fighters began planting vegetable gardens and raising livestock. Soon the kitchen, staffed by 50 women trained by John, was dispatching containers of hot food and bread to the hospital departments each morning, and fuel consumption had been cut by 80%. In his own way, John had managed to recreate what he had seen and yearned for at the Hilton as a young man: "I had my modern kitchen." Soon, his reputation spread. Tillahun had long since been abandoned in favor of the man. John was the man who, if you were getting married, could be relied on to make the open-air banquet a success. He was the man who could work wonders with a sack of lentils, jerrycan of oil and some onions. He was the man who could be trusted to make sure guests attending a conference on child poverty did not leave grumbling. Life in Nakfa and Orita was not without its frenetic social whirl. War or no war, the workshops and symposiums must go ahead, and it was obvious who could be trusted with the catering: the man. One time I slaughtered 76 goats and 9 cows. The biggest conference I ever catered for was the 25th anniversary of the revolution, when we had 6,000 delegates, remembers John. People came from all over and slept under the stars. He had learned a few little tricks to tempt appetites. On a really good day, he'd be given a couple of bulls to slaughter and guests would dine on steaks basted in garlic and butter, roasted under the trees on large metal trays. But you can't feed a multitude on steaks, so John became a master of the stew. Even that presented an occasional challenge. People, he had discovered, liked their stews dark in color. But with wine an unattainable luxury and tomatoes in short supply, this sometimes presented a problem. If the sauce was white, people would refuse to eat it. So we would slaughter a goat, drain its blood, mix it with salt to stop it coagulating, and use that as coloring. We'd say it was tomato salsa and then everybody would eat it. The limitations of this dour lifestyle must have been exasperating, but John never appears to have experienced second thoughts, not even when concerned relatives arranged a Swedish visa or set up a lucrative job in Hawaii. He had made his decision at the age of 25, and that was that. Not for him the self-interrogation of Cagney's Vietnam Dodgers, uneasily aware they had ducked their generation's greatest challenge. A promise is a promise. You cannot go back on it. He had quietly calculated the odds and worked out that he was unlikely to see independence. But he had no doubts liberation would come, for others if not for him. Once you've done your training and you've been politicized, and you've studied Mao and the struggle of the masses, Lenin and the Russian Revolution, then you know that eventually, you must win. It may not happen in your own lifetime, but eventually, you will win. Sometimes, he allowed himself the occasional daydream. If, it seemed a very big if, he ever made it through, then he would open his own restaurant and hotel school, training young fighters to be chefs and waiters, hotel receptionists, and chambermaids. He had expected to die, but his luck held. With the liberation of Asmara, a city he had never set foot in before entering it as part of a conquering force, he was given the job of running the canteens at the old Cagney base. Then he demobilized and took over responsibility for 4 UN kitchens and the UN's water bottling plant. A tiny business empire is being created, but John, who rises at 4:00 am each morning to ferry his workers from site to site, gloats not over his profits, but the contribution he is making to Eritrea's new state. I have 150 people working for me and each supports a family, each pays his taxes. That thought gives me a lot of satisfaction. The shelves of his office hold glossy cookery books written by Mother Jaffrey and Robert Carrier. But pride of place still goes to a pair of well-thumbed hotel management guides, published by a 1970s Nairobi business school, rescued long ago from a garbage dump in the Sahel. Peopled by such driven citizens, Nakfa represented Eritrea at its best. But as I spoke to ex-fighters, I began to wonder if it had also contained the seeds of Eritrea at its worst. What appears to the individual as admirable clarity of thought can seem to the outsider dangerous simplification, a vision stripped of the messy contradictions that mean a situation is rarely as straightforward as it first appears. Isolation allowed the fighters to hone a steely resolve that enabled them to achieve the seemingly impossible. But if the hermit's life shields you from temptation, it can also stunt your intellectual growth. Rejecting capitalism, with all its vices, came easily to those who had never been exposed to its virtues. "Had I known about all of this," exclaimed a high-ranking veteran of the struggle, absorbing the bustle of a western city on his first visit to London, "I would never have fought so long in the bush." Insulated from Africa's contemporary reality, it was easy for the Eritreans to make the mistake of assuming they knew all the answers. The awareness of how poorly the colonialists and superpowers had behaved, the bitterness of seeing their natural ally opt for Ethiopia, the knowledge of the continent's casual indifference, it all encouraged the belief that the movement had nothing to learn from its critics, whether black or white. Like every rejected minority before it, the EPLF convinced itself its very solitude was proof of moral superiority. We are certain was more than just the name of a punishingly steep mountainside, it was the movement's unstated leitmotif. A leitmotif that hardened like rock during the Nakfa years. At what point does such purity of purpose cross the line into oppressive authoritarianism? Even those who today pine for a lost golden age acknowledge that individualism was not a quality valued by the EPLF. This was a military organization, after all, and true democracy, with its tolerance of mavericks and loudmouths, is not suited to waging war. At daily meetings, fighters would publicly pick over each other's revolutionary failings, self-criticism was strongly encouraged. There were spies in the movement who would befriend you, listen to your ideas, pretend to sympathize with your complaints and then, during a meeting, denounce you as petit bourgeois or accuse you of being a regionalist, remembers an ex-fighter. People who had taken degrees were made to apologize to the peasantry for their education and privileges. Such obligatory abnegation fitted in well with the Eritrean national character, the tendency, developed through decades of colonial occupation, to sit in impenetrable silence, accept authority, at least on the surface, and keep one's thoughts to oneself. A lot of people thought it was bullshit. The EPLF had been set up by petit bourgeois people, after all, most of the leaders had been students at Addis University. But we were taught that the whole world would soon become socialist, so it was up to you to adapt. You learned to say the right things, keep a low profile and play the game. I went along with it, because I had joined to free my country, and this seemed a price worth paying. But there were some who couldn't stand it, and they deliberately martyred themselves in battle. This was the dark side of all the dogged determination, but it was a darkness visiting Westerners were reluctant to recognize. At the time one was just swept away by the hard work and efficiency and self-sacrifice of it all. But looking back, you do wonder if there wasn't something rather disturbing about a movement that exercised that level of control, says Trish Silkin, who visited the front as an anthropologist and aid worker in the 1970s. Dissent, especially dissent that crystallized into direct challenges to Isaiah's burgeoning control, was ruthlessly smothered. Even today, ex-fighters close down whenever the question arises of what happened to the ringleaders of these internal challenges, made to disappear with typical Eritrean quietness. Once, on the long trip back from Nakfa, I got to exchanging metaphors with two former fighters. Our banter was prompted by what is popularly known as the Heart of Tigray, an infamous stretch of road between Karen and Asmara. The nausea-inducing road, as twisted and tortuous, so the proverb goes, as the hearts of Eritrea's treacherous neighbors in Ethiopian Tigray, winds its way through bulbous rock formations and the giant candelabra of euphorbia cactus. So, if there was a road that symbolized the Eritrean heart, how would it be? I teased. Absolutely straight, came the cheerful chorus. What do you think? I think it would be dark, hidden, and very mysterious. Yet perhaps NACFA's most dangerous legacy was not the EPLF's indomitable self-belief, its profound distrust of outsiders or its iron control, but the impossibly high expectations raised in a generation of Eritreans. During their lessons in the trenches, EPLF ideologues conjured up a vision of free Eritrea, a prosperous land in which farmers tilled fertile fields, fishermen trawled teeming waters and industrialists tapped long-neglected deposits of gold, potash, even, perhaps, oil. If Eritrea was barren and denuded, they taught their classes, it was only because its forests had been systematically stripped by first Italian developers and then the marauding Ethiopian army. Independent Eritrea would blossom anew. Saplings would be planted, rivers dammed, terraces built. Gazing across what resembled the surface of an asteroid, the fighters dreamt, like the dying Falstaff, of lush pastures and green bowers, where noble trees of uncertain age cast their cool shade. It was a landscape, they came to believe, that had been stolen from them, just like everything else. That glowing dream of paradise is still captured today in the most everyday of items, all the more poignant for their functional banality. Walk into any Eritrean roadside restaurant, where Christmas tinsel serves as year-round decoration, and you will find yourself sitting at a table decorated with grape clusters and shiny red apples, tumbling alpine torrents and dewy lawns. Perhaps these made-in-Taiwan wax tablecloths are simply the cheapest things on the market. But, like the glossy calendars on the walls, like the murals lovingly painted on the walls of Eritrea's coffee bars, all green glades, quiet pools, and rolling meadows, they express Eritrea's vision of heaven, its Elysian fields. I only registered the utopian quality of that vision one day in a library in Rome. Leafing through some old Italian encyclopedias, I came across photographs of late 19th century Eritrea, taken before the sawmills and napalm had done their worst. The black and white photographs certainly showed thicker tree cover than I was used to seeing. But this was nothing like the green haven lovingly described by my Eritrean friends. Even before the colonial depredations, before the Ethiopian army had got to work, much of the country, it was clear, had already been a dry scrubland of punishing harshness. The realization came as a shock to me. How much more of a shock would it prove for the thousands of fighters who risked their lives fighting for a land of lost content, a country that had, it seemed, existed largely in their imaginations. Chapter 15. Arms and the Man. Ethiopia will be destroyed by the very thing that seems her strength and glory, arms. Ferdinando Martini. In Eritrea, history always comes tightly compressed, physical evidence of just how many turbulent, world-shaking events have been squeezed into a few narrow centuries. To the west of Asmara, the gates of the 19th century Italian cemetery which holds the bones of Martini's settlers virtually rub shoulders with the walls of Cagnu station. And just behind Cagnu stretches a large patch of wasteland which stands as testimony to the last, most lavishly destructive, phase of superpower involvement in the Horn of Africa. Locals call these abandoned acres tank graveyard, and at first glance this looks like the scene of some apocalyptic clash, a giant confrontation into which every weapon known to 20th century military technology was successively hurled. Upturned green jeeps lie on their backs, displaying their axles to the skies as shamelessly as a drunk old woman exposing her knickers. Scores of armored personnel carriers crouch like brown crabs in the weeds, white butterflies fluttering through their blank view holes. Tanks and cranes, amphibious vehicles and anti-aircraft guns, petrol tankers and mortar launchers, even the odd fighter plane, all lie tumbled in a mess of rusting metal. But, for the most part, the tank graveyard holds the remains of hundreds of heavy-duty trucks, the basic working tool of any army. Crumpled by explosions, dented by impacts, they have been stacked like airline dinners, 5 deep to save space. The Highlands wind thrums through the towers built from their twisted chassis, while brown kites shrill their cool, haunting lament from an impossibly blue sky. The tank graveyard is not, as one guidebook to Eritrea claims, a spillover from Cagnu station. Most of the machinery here is of Soviet make, not American. As the war in Eritrea escalated, and the number of disabled trucks, tanks, and personnel carriers littering the province rose, the Derg dragged the damaged hardware donated by its Soviet friends here for dumping. At best, the carcasses could be tinkered with and sent back into battle, although, to be honest, Ethiopian technicians never proved particularly adept at repairs. At the very least, depositing them here would keep them out of the hands of the guerrillas, who were quick to teach themselves the operating principles of captured machinery and then turn it on its former owners. When the struggle ended, the EPLF completed what its enemy had begun, removing the debris that was cluttering Eritrea's scarce agricultural land. It is easy to miss when confronted with so many thousands of metal corpses, but the tank graveyard has been quietly shrinking as the years go by. Unable to afford the price being asked on the international arms market for new tanks, Eritrea's armed forces have been resurrecting the classics, tapping the pile for old T-54S, T-55S, and T-62S. Underneath the brown layer of rust, the thick metal carapaces hold true. The simple Soviet mechanical systems have weathered the passage of time with an ease no state-of-the-art weapons system could match. In 3 weeks, the 50-year-old Soviet models can be refitted, ready once again to fend off the latest threat from Ethiopia. New clothes are obviously better than old clothes. But if you don't buy new, you use the old. This is not just scrap, it's our stock, says Colonel Wolde Gebreisus, the former EPLF fighter who now heads the Army's tank department. He's an unabashed aficionado. I've been using these captured tanks for the last 30 years and I've come to really appreciate Soviet technology. I have no criticisms at all. The fresh uses to which the contents of tank graveyard are still being put underline the bleak message of this stretch of wasteland. Here sits a monument to military oversupply, testimony to excess. Generous to a fault when it came to military hardware, the Soviet Union was to end up sending enough weaponry to the Horn of Africa for not 1, not 2, but 5 separate conflicts: Somalia's war on Ethiopia, Ethiopia's war on Somalia, the Derg's battle against the Eritrean rebels, the Eritreans' campaign, using stolen machinery, against the Derg and, finally, most recently, independent Eritrea's 2-year border war with Ethiopia. Of course, now it is possible to say it was too much, reluctantly acknowledges Sergei Sinitsyn, who served at the Soviet embassy in Addis in the 1950s and 1970s. But in time of war you are swept away by immediate needs and requests. In any case, he adds, almost as an afterthought, if it had not been us supplying, it would have been the Americans too. Most countries in Africa have been traumatized by the dance of the Cold War, that brutally simplistic era in which what mattered, for any African nation hoping to be picked as partner by a superpower, was never good government, financial transparency, or enlightened agricultural reform, but whether the leadership concerned chose to mouth the platitudes of communist orthodoxy or free market capitalism, each, in its own way, equally out of step with African reality. What made the Horn unique, and left it uniquely damaged, was that midway through the Cold War tango, the two dancing couples, Somalia and the Soviet Union in one corner, Ethiopia and the United States in the other, separated, strode past each other on the ballroom floor, and swapped partners. The fact that such a swap could take place at all exposed the moral vacuity of the pairings. But it also had terrible implications for the nations concerned, where the military stakes were ratcheted to ever giddier heights. During the years in which Washington funded Haile Selassie's military expansion program, the Soviets dispatched up to $1 billion in weapons and military know-how to Somalia's President Siad Barre, desperate to keep pace with his neighbor. When Moscow suddenly became Ethiopia's new best friend in the late 1970s, its military advisors, ejected by the furious Siad Barre, found themselves facing Black Africa's fourth most heavily armed state, the state they themselves had equipped. There could only be one answer: yet more arms deliveries, aimed at neutralizing the impact of Moscow's previous largesse. The Soviet Union almost fell over itself in its determination to make up for its strategic gaffe. For 3 months between 1977 and 1978, 225 Soviet transport planes, 15% of Moscow's air force, ferried 60,000 tons of hardware to Ethiopia for the war over the Ogaden, one aircraft landing every 20 minutes. For the Eritrean front, former EPLF commanders estimate, was destined to receive 800 to 1,000 tanks, 2 to 3,000 trucks, and an untold number of machine guns, heavy artillery, mortars and the multiple rocket launchers known as Stalin's organs. By the end of its 14-year relationship with the Derg, Moscow had poured nearly $9 billion in military hardware into Ethiopia, working out, at the roughest of estimates, at over $5,400 in weaponry for every Ethiopian man, woman, and child. 5 For a developing African nation experiencing one superpower-funded arms race might be regarded as bad enough. 2 Really verged on the excessive. Today, many former Soviet policymakers have the grace to feel embarrassed about this deadly double crescendo. It was our usual trouble, ruminates Vladimir Shubin, deputy director of the dilapidated Institute for African Studies in Moscow. Whether it is building a hospital or a conference hall, we always tend to do things big, too big. 6 But like their American counterparts, they still view the Cold War era from what, to the outsider, seems a bizarrely skewed angle. Superpower manipulation? What superpower manipulation? To hear this disingenuous generation of Moscow insiders tell it, the behemoth that saturated the Horn in weaponry was never more than a submissive junior partner in its African relationships, responding to, while never dictating, moves made by unreliable domestic leaders. It was all Syed Barre's fault. He had taken advantage of Soviet naivete, a naivete so deep the Soviets convinced themselves briefly after the Derg veered left that a Marxist Somalia, Marxist Ethiopia, and Marxist South Yemen might bury their differences to form a federation of like-minded African states. The Somalis fooled us, says Sanit Sin. Syed Barre had promised our ambassador, just a few days before he invaded the Ogaden, that no Somali soldier would ever cross the border. We were interested in both countries, Ethiopia and Somalia. Then the Somalis invaded, and we found ourselves squeezed between 2 friends. When we decided to come to Ethiopia's support, it was on moral grounds. Ethiopia had been the victim of an act of sheer aggression by a country we supported. We simply had to act. It is hard to credit that strategic self-interest counted for quite so little in Moscow's volte-face. With a population 10 times larger than Somalia's, conveniently positioned Eritrean ports, closer to the Middle East than Somalia's harbors, its role as OAU headquarters and its history as a symbol of the anti-colonial struggle, Ethiopia was always going to be partner of choice for a superpower seeking leverage in the Horn. And the timing for a bold Soviet grab at greater world influence felt right. Defeat in Vietnam had left Washington on the back foot, nervous about intervention abroad, unsure of its place in the world. The sudden collapse of Portugal's African empire had given birth to an independent Angola and Mozambique, led by Marxist governments that looked to the Soviet Union for philosophical guidance and financial help. From Tanzania to Madagascar, Benin to Congo-Brazzaville, Ghana to Algeria, radical African presidents were nationalizing industries and declaring single-party rule. The continent was on the turn, progressive forces appeared to be triumphing. For a superpower pushing against what felt like limp U.S. resistance, in search of berths for its submarines and landing strips for its aircraft, Ethiopia was a prize to be coveted. In justifying its U-turn to itself, Moscow could also dwell upon the emotional thread that had linked it to Ethiopia through the centuries. This was the one African country with which Russia could boast a long-standing historical connection. As far back as Peter the Great, the Tsars had fantasized about an alliance with Africa's Christian kingdom, land of Prestigion. In 1888, a foolhardy Cossack adventurer had actually set up a short-lived colony baptized New Moscow on the Red Sea. During the 19th century colonial scramble for Africa, Russian emissaries to the Abyssinian royal court had vied with Italian, British, and French delegations for Emperor Menelik II's attention. It is even said that Russian military tactics, urged on Menelik by an enterprising Russian captain, played a role in the victory at Adua. Surveying Ethiopia, with its peasant population mired in feudal poverty, its powerful Orthodox Church, its decadent aristocracy and restless students, Moscow felt it was looking at a black version of its younger self. This was an African Russia before Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin had got to work, screaming out for change. It was true that Moscow's new friendship was being forged just as the settling of scores in Addis Ababa reached its bloodiest. You would meet an acting governor or a major one day and the next day you would be told they are no more, remembers Shubin, who toured Ethiopia in October 1977. They were dying one by one. But the grim reality of the Red Terror merely seemed to confirm the correctness of the parallels being drawn by Soviet analysts. During their revolutions, Russia and France had both experienced such purges, an inevitable part of history's working, it was felt. However unappetizing events in the capital seemed, they had no doubt that Ethiopia was embarking on a fundamental process of structural change. These were scuffles at the top. Whatever was going on in Addis, a real revolution was taking place in the countryside, where the land was being nationalized. You could feel it, insists Shubin. In the eyes of such men, Moscow was under an active obligation to intervene. Marx had taught his acolytes certain things were destined to pass. Lo and behold, in Ethiopia, his predictions about the rise of the proletariat appeared to be coming true. How could Moscow, keeper of Marx's sacred flame, turn a deaf ear when a socialist newborn asked for help? It's difficult to understand now, but at the time many Soviets really believed that the battle between capitalism and socialism was inevitable, unavoidable and, in the final instance, destined to be won by socialism. Going against it would have been like trying to go against the tide of history, says Anatoly Adamyshin, deputy foreign minister under Mikhail Gorbachev. Do you know the joke about the husband who decides to murder his wife by screwing her to death? After weeks of constant lovemaking, she is looking very sprightly, while he is in a wheelchair, utterly exhausted. Poor thing, he whispers to a friend. She doesn't realize she has only days to live. We were like that when it came to capitalism. Poor thing, we kept telling ourselves. It doesn't realize it's doomed. He gives a rueful laugh. We entered Ethiopia step by step, in stupidity, but we had this conception we were fulfilling an international duty to help people struggling against oppression. 7. It was clear that socialism's eventual success, in a country as accustomed to one-man rule as Ethiopia, rested on the shoulders of one individual, the man baptized the Red Negus by the media. Soviet diplomats who met Mengistu when he was still a major jostling for position in the Derg, a period during which he claimed to have survived 9 assassination attempts, were favored with what, in tribute to the Soviet Union's most famous astronaut, was known as a Gagarin smile, the beaming welcome of a man who appeared to have a limpid conscience and nothing to hide. They noted the charisma, but were not fooled by the impression of sunny openness. Mengistu was a very broad smile, with a very hard man behind, remembers Sinitsyn, who first met him at a 1974 rally. He struck me as a man who had grasped his purpose in life, who knew exactly where he stood. He was very resolute, capable of taking difficult decisions. A man who, as the Americans say, would draw first. Mengistu's ruthlessness was built on profound insecurity. In contrast with Haile Selassie, an Amhara aristocrat whose self-belief was reinforced every time he looked in the mirror and registered his own aquiline profile and pale complexion, evidence of that prized Solomonic heritage, Mengistu had grown up nursing a clutch of inferiority complexes, grievances too deep ever to be assuaged. While he towered over the tiny emperor, not a difficult feat, he was nonetheless acutely aware of his own lack of stature. Soviet advisors chuckled amongst themselves at his built-up shoes, his insistence on being photographed in splendid isolation. If you look at the official photos, you'll see Mengistu never allowed himself to be photographed standing next to anyone. He didn't like the comparison, one former military advisor told me. They laughed at the way in which an Ethiopian master of ceremonies always arranged for official handshakes to be staged above a table bearing a huge flower bowl, ensuring the resulting photo showed the visitor bowed and at full stretch. He was a very small man, small physically and small morally, sniffs Adami Shin. Mengistu was as conscious of his ethnic origins as he was of his height. He claimed to be half Oromo and half Amhara, a perfectly respectable pedigree in race-conscious Addis. But the ruling elite the Derg had removed from power never swallowed the explanation. Curling its collective lip, it noted his dark skin and Negro features. Rumors circulated that he came from a backward ethnic group in southwest Ethiopia, that his father had been a slave, that he had had to abduct his beautiful Amhara wife to persuade her to marry him. His lips are thick, his bones are African, ousted royal courtiers would mutter. In public, they referred to him respectfully as the chairman, in private they called him Baria, the slave. What is the slave up to today, they would inquire scornfully. Mengistu knew what was said. He had heard it all before, battling his way up through army echelons. But he never stopped minding. Why do they hate you so? The ebony-skinned Zambian president Kenneth Kaunda is said to have asked him, on a visit to Addis. Because I look like you, was Mengistu's sour reply. A psychologist would have had no difficulty interpreting the bloodletting that accompanied his ascension, the appropriation of land and property and the toppling of a royal dynasty, as a bitter man's revenge on a class that had consistently snubbed him. Humble roots and a massive chip on the shoulder were characteristics Mengistu shared with another socialist leader, a fact Soviet officials registered without following the thought through to its conclusion. We often used to comment amongst ourselves on the similarities between Mengistu and Stalin, who as a Georgian also came from a minority and felt an outsider, says Sinitsyn. With time, the ominous parallel was to prove more accurate than any had foreseen. Was the early Mengistu really a Marxist? Or was he merely an ardent nationalist who adopted the slogans required to win massive arms deliveries from his new friends? Looking back, one is struck by the extent to which both superpowers made the same mistake in their dealings with Ethiopia, seeing only what they wanted to see. In Washington, policymakers decided that Haile Selassie, a leader who believed himself descended from Solomon, had signed up to Western democratic values. Their Soviet counterparts eyed up Mengistu, a military man of sudden violence, capable of taking a pistol in his hand and personally executing a potential rival, and saw a leader who, however clumsy his grasp of the principles of dialectical materialism, could give shape to Africa's first truly social revolution. All the initial signs seemed encouraging. It was an article of faith in Moscow that if a country was to undergo permanent revolutionary change, it needed a ruling Marxist-Leninist vanguard party. Mengistu dutifully set the process in motion, announcing the creation of a commission for organizing the Party of the Working People of Ethiopia. Addis Ababa became the first African capital to raise a statue to Lenin. Fidel Castro paid a visit. I believe in such a thing as African socialism, Mengistu would tell visitors, a picture of Karl Marx prominently displayed behind his desk. He was received by Leonid Brezhnev at the Kremlin. There were to be over a dozen such get-togethers, and the two men hit it off. My country is disposed to give you anything except the atomic bomb, the Soviet leader said. In return, the impressionable younger man offered loyalty and undying gratitude. Every time, before I told him anything else, I would say, Comrade Leonid, I am your son, I owe you everything, Mengistu later told an interviewer. And I truly felt that Brezhnev was like a father to me. While weaponry was always to dominate the relationship, cooperation extended into every sphere, just as it had with America under Haile Selassie. The two countries signed scores of economic agreements. Thousands of Ethiopians won places at Soviet universities, while hundreds of Soviet doctors, teachers, engineers, and agronomists were dispatched to Ethiopia, filling the vacuum left by U.S. Peace Corps volunteers. Moscow was granted the Red Sea access it required, mooring its warships off the Dalit Islands, its military advisors took up positions inside Ethiopia's forces. When sensitive topics came up for international debate, a UN call for Soviet troops to withdraw from Afghanistan, for example, or a decision to boycott the Los Angeles Olympics, Ethiopia voted loyally with the communist bloc. But, as the years went by, Moscow began experiencing niggling doubts. It seemed to take an age, 10 long years in fact, for the promised Workers' Party to see the light of day. Officially, power then shifted from the Derg's military committee to the new civilian body. In practice, the party's leadership was made up of prominent Derg members and, just as in imperial days, all real decisions were made by one man. If the names had changed, the song remained the same. By then Mengistu, whose habit of driving past the hovels of Addis in an open-topped red Cadillac was commented on disapprovingly by the Communist Party paper Izvestiya, had already cultivated an oppressive personality cult. The traditional foibles of dictatorship, personal riches, easy women, seemed to leave Mengistu unmoved. Power was his aphrodisiac. Before official ceremonies, one of Haile Selassie's gold-brocaded red velvet thrones would be sent ahead to allow Mengistu to survey his subjects in monarchical splendor. An aide would then recite into the microphone, "There is one man who matters in Ethiopia and that man is Mengistu. Forward with socialism under Mengistu," not once, but 10, 20, 30 times. The dutiful applause just kept coming, for no one dared be the first to stop clapping. Aides who in the early days of the Derg had denounced the Queen of Sheba as a whore now floated the notion of Mengistu's Solomonic ancestry. The attending implication of religious predestination needed no spelling out. A rumor spread that he was the illegitimate son of Haile Selassie's brother, royal after all. "When I met him in the Kremlin for the last time he had changed a lot," says Sinitsin, who was then working for the foreign ministry. "It was clear he had come to regard himself as above everyone else. He was behaving a bit like Haile Selassie, very nonchalant while his entourage bowed and scraped. And already, at that stage, he was beginning to be disillusioned with us." Just as Haile Selassie's insatiable demands eventually poisoned his dealings with Washington, Mengistu quickly developed military appetites so vast even the most extravagant superpower could never hope to meet them. Soviet and Cuban support had proved supremely effective against Somalia, forced to withdraw in March 1978. But Mengistu found the problems in the north, where the EPLF and TPLF were now coordinating their attacks on the Ethiopian army, exasperatingly difficult to eradicate. He demanded more weapons to finish the job. In 1982 Ethiopia imported $575 million in arms, in 1983 $975 million, and in 1984, $1.20 billion. It was never enough. Aware that the unresolved war in Eritrea risked sabotaging Ethiopia's revolution, Moscow had started pressing for a political settlement, even going so far as to arrange secret meetings between the Eritrean rebels and the Derg in 1978 and 1980. But the steady stream of Soviet supplies sent Mengistu a very different message. Why bother striking shabby deals when, with hardware such as this, he could simply obliterate the enemy? Resigned to the notion that the Eritrean war might continue for generations 10, he allowed negotiations to peter out. Moscow had fallen into a trap of its own making. Just as its extraordinary generosity once convinced Syed Barre he could seize the Ogaden, it now nurtured the belief in Addis that compromises would never be necessary. The war in Eritrea could be settled by purely military methods. The definition Oscar Wilde once coined for British rule in Ireland, stupidity aggravated by good intentions, aptly described Soviet policy. Irritated by Mengistu's constant requests, the Soviet Union was also aggrieved by his record on agricultural reform. To Moscow, the case for revolution had always seemed at its most morally unanswerable in Ethiopia's countryside. But land nationalization, which forced peasants to sell at prices fixed by the state, had failed to sate Ethiopia's age-old hunger. In 1984 and 1985, drought hit the country once again, and with it a famine more devastating than the one that preceded Haile Selassie's overthrow. It left 1 million dead, presenting Moscow with a multi-layered embarrassment. Not only did the famine raise a question mark over the suitability of collective agriculture to the developing world, it threw bleak light on Mengistu's priorities, from the hefty slice of the budget lavished each year on the military to the $55 million wasted celebrating the 10th anniversary of Ethiopia's revolution. Humiliatingly, it was Western aid, both governmental and of the kind whipped up by pop star Bob Geldof, that prevented more Ethiopians from dying, not aid from Moscow. By the time Live Aid was blasting out "Do They Know It's Christmas?" on Western radios, the Soviet Union was no longer the unquestioning, eager partner Mengistu had first dealt with in 1977. In 1982, his beloved Brezhnev had died, taking with him the certainties of yesteryear. Brezhnev's short-lived successor, Yuri Andropov, implicitly acknowledged that Moscow's mission of exporting socialism to the Third World had produced decidedly mixed results. It is one thing to proclaim socialism as one's goal, and it is quite another to build it, he ruminated. 11 Then, in 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev came to power. Extraordinary as it may seem today, the accession of the man who would eventually preside over the dismantling of the Soviet Union was hailed by Kremlin watchers at the time as a sign of business as usual. Indeed, Gorbachev initially paid lip service to tradition, hailing Mengistu as the Soviet Union's most important friend in Africa. But the tone soon changed. At home, the comparatively youthful new Soviet leader spoke of the need for restructuring and openness. When it came to foreign policy, he challenged the very principles on which intervention in the Horn had been based. It is immoral to throw hundreds of millions of dollars into the development of homicide when millions starve and are devoid of everyday necessities, he declared. 12. Mengistu was cast in a new and uncomfortable role. The high priest was moving on, leaving his protege as sole defender of a faith now questioned by its founder. Baffled by talk of perestroika and glasnost, Mengistu called the Kremlin to arrange an appointment. I needed to know what was going on. I went to Moscow to ask him what those two slogans meant. They were slogans that I didn't understand, and if you ask me, the Soviet people didn't understand them either. The new General Secretary could not have been more reassuring. I shall not shift 1 millimeter from Marxism-Leninism, Gorbachev promised the Ethiopian leader. I am proud of our socialist achievements, and I always will be. Fine words, but Mengistu sensed, correctly, that his heart was not in them. 13. What bothered Gorbachev was not that the Soviet Union had consistently backed the wrong horses in Africa, propping up the continent's most disastrous regimes. The brutal truth was that Moscow could no longer afford its self-appointed role as patron of the developing world's Marxist experiments. To revert to Adamashin's analogy, while rosy-cheeked capitalism bounced from strength to strength, the Soviet Union was strapped to its wheelchair, on a glucose drip, grey-faced and drawn. The Soviet economy was stagnating. While Moscow played the part of benefactor, sending Ethiopia hundreds of thousands of tons in grain, it was not producing enough to meet its own population's needs. Once, when I was on holiday in Havana, I decided to work out how much Cuba cost the Soviet Union, remembers Adamashin. I calculated that for 2 months of every year, every Cuban could afford to live without spending a single kopeck, thanks to Soviet aid. He tried raising the issue with Andrei Gromyko, then his boss, but was brushed away. I spoke to one of his colleagues. I said, "We have to stop this or we will be desanguinated." He just said, "Don't go there." We were pushing others down the socialist path while our own country was degenerating with every passing year. Watching Moscow's deepening predicament, Washington hugged itself in delight. There was an attitude of, "It's their Vietnam, let them get bogged down in it," a former State Department expert on Africa told me. "They're stuck on the tar baby, good luck to them." The arms race with the US was placing a crippling, unsustainable burden on the Soviet economy. But as long as Moscow continued to fund proxy wars in the Middle East, Africa, and Southwest Asia, as long as President Ronald Reagan's label of the evil empire held resonance in a frightened West, there could be little hope of mutual disarmament. The veteran Gromyko was replaced by Eduard Shevardnadze, one of Gorbachev's most radical supporters, and around the new foreign minister clustered a generation of iconoclasts who believed détente, rather than confrontation, was the only answer. Breaking with the geometer's approach to strategy, men like Adami Shin decided that Africa was peripheral to Moscow's concerns. Looking at Ethiopia with fresh, skeptical eyes, they rejected the rigid ideological interpretations of old. This was a fight between ethnically based cliques which had been transformed by the Soviet Union, on the one side, and America, on the other, into a historic struggle between old capitalism and new socialism. It never really was that, and it wasn't in Angola, Mozambique, or Afghanistan either, says Adami Shin. Diplomatic feelers were put out to the Somali regime, and Mengistu was strongly advised to improve relations with both his neighbors and the Eritrean rebels. In Moscow, anyone interested in Africa would have noticed a telling change in media coverage of the continent. The idea that Africa was an intolerable burden on the Soviet Union spread. I was amazed at how far some of our publications went, says Sinitsyn, who did not share the new, heretical way of thinking. There was nothing spontaneous about these articles. This was political manipulation. The public was being prepared for our withdrawal. One Soviet official, writing in Pravda in July 1987, denounced the export of world revolution as an outdated concept. Another floated the idea of a Frank Sinatra policy in Eastern Europe, letting the countries Moscow had once kept on the shortest of leashes do it their way. The reformists were giving up on Ethiopia. But they were not free to dictate strategy as they pleased. Gorbachev's foreign policy was always a tricky balancing act, in which he struggled to effect radical change while placating uneasy hardliners in the military apparatus and Politburo. Ethiopia, in his view, was hardly worth a showdown with the traditionalists, when there were so many more crucial ideological battles to be staged in Europe, the Middle East and Asia. Gorbachev and Shevardnadze could not permit themselves to be accused of betrayal on every front, Afghanistan, Angola, Cuba, and now Ethiopia as well, says Adami Shin. They did not want to open another front in the battle against orthodoxy. And so Soviet policy came to bear an uncanny resemblance to US policy in the first years of the Derg. Its heart was no longer in it, but the military supply machine had acquired its own momentum. Easy to start, it seemed impossible to stop. Even when the time lag involved in closing off previously agreed contracts is taken into account, what Soviet politicians said in public and what the military delivered often appeared in schizophrenic contradiction. In 1987, a leading member of the Central Committee announced that Moscow was resolutely opposed to the transformation of Africa into an arena of confrontation and pledged his country's commitment to the political settlement of conflicts. 14 That same year, the Derg signed a new $2 billion arms supply agreement with the Soviet Union. Between 1987 and 1991, as Gorbachev issued ever louder warnings of aid cut-offs and Soviet newspapers denounced parasitic African states, Moscow actually sent Ethiopia $2.9 billion in weaponry. 15. Seemingly oblivious to the tug-of-war over policy taking place above Red Square, Mengistu announced that perestroika and glasnost were irrelevant to Ethiopia and called for more weapons. His warehouses were emptying, his stocks were low, he complained. How could he fight when he was only receiving bullets and caterpillar treads, not the heavy armament he needed? Like a junkie begging his dealer for one last fix, he pleaded with Moscow, if Soviet officials would only meet this one last request, provide this final arms consignment, it would tip the balance in the war. He kept telling us that if we helped him he could achieve this military victory, remembers Adami Shin, with real bitterness. I remember how he told me, with tears in his eyes, we may have to sell our last shirt, but we will pay you back. We Ethiopians are a proud people, we settle our debts. Looking back, I almost feel I hate him. Because I believed that what mattered to him was what was best for the country. while really all that mattered to him was his own survival. For years, Moscow had thrown hardware at the Eritrean problem. With its help, Mengistu had expanded the regular army from 45,000 to 250,000, militiamen adding another 200,000 to the bloated total. Yet this enormous, well-equipped force of nearly 500,000 could not bring the Eritreans to heel. It baffled the Soviet generals in Moscow, comparing their delivery invoices to the disappointing reports from the field. It made no sense. There was this abscess in the north that would not heal, remembers General Valentin Ivanovich Voronikov, Deputy Defense Minister under Gorbachev. We sent weapons and equipment, we sent officers and trained specialists. Yet it never got any better. It seemed intractable. 16. What the Kremlin failed to grasp was that there was an element of theatrical posturing to Mengistu's demands. By constantly lamenting a shortage of hardware, in jaw-dropping defiance of the evidence on the ground, the Ethiopian leader was in part addressing his public, providing a convenient scapegoat for the long-running failure to end the Eritrean crisis. But the obsessive harping on a theme also betrayed a dangerously stunted imagination. What Mengistu could not understand, would not understand, was that the reasons for the Derg's military discomfiture had nothing to do with a lack of weaponry, and everything to do with loss of morale, fifth column activity and his own chronic mismanagement. No nation ever benefited from a long war, the 19th-century Prussian military strategist Karl von Clausewitz once wrote. The same warning applies to an army. Unable to pull off a decisive victory, unable to make peace, Ethiopia's army was rotting from the inside. A battle in northwest Eritrea was about to prove, to anyone who cared to learn the lesson, that the weapons that matter most never come off a factory conveyor belt. They are to be found inside the convoluted whirls of the human brain, a sense of destiny, a momentary forgetfulness of individual needs, the belief a cause is worth dying for. Chapter 16. Where are our socks? In war, 3/4 turns on questions of personal character and relations, the actual balance of forces counts for only the remaining quarter. Napoleon. If you take a map of Eritrea and draw a line from Nakfa to the town of Afabet, the pencil traces the path of the Haide River, which meanders down a broad valley separating the high plateau from the lowland flats. In peacetime, the dry riverbed serves as a highway for turbaned nomads who thwack their moaning troops of camels along in languid search of water. Vehicles jiggle their teeth jutting way across the powdery white boulders deposited by rushing torrents, or churn their wheels in hidden sand pits, flailing like waders who have lost their footing. Startled flocks of goats shear away from spinning front wheels, their white flanks catching the sun. The little boys tending them while away the hours by knocking tiny orange berries from the trees, which they dangle in plastic bags in front of passing cars. Buy these offerings and you will find that the wrinkled fruits do, just, have a discernible flavor of toffee, but not a drop of juice. There is an occasional searing flash of hot color, the jewel-green flutter of a pair of lovebirds, perhaps, or the yellow chiffon wrap flapping around a tea-gray woman who, when she turns to stare at the noise of an engine, reveals a large, intricately carved gold crescent piercing one nostril. But, for the most part, this is a landscape painted in various shades of dun, a world whose colors have been bleached away by the punishing light. At the northern end of the valley, the old Italian-built road executes a series of switchbacks and hairpin bends, taking on the challenge of the Roras, cutting through concentric rings of Ethiopian and Eritrean trenches to surface on Nakfa's bomb-blasted plateau. The southern end of the Haide Valley is pinched off by a narrow, V-shaped pass, a natural bottleneck. If you stop your car here to stretch your legs and peel the sweaty t-shirt from your back, you will notice, below you, a brown ribbon threading its intermittent way along the valley floor. Look closer and you will see that the ribbon is made up of individual shapes and that those shapes are, in fact, the rusting skeletons of dozens of trucks, tanks, and armored personnel carriers. Carapaces submerged in a sea of sand, guns askew, they bristle like angry cockroaches. It was here, at the pass called Ad Shiram, that the outcome of Eritrea's 30-year War of Liberation was decided in March 1988. This was not to be the last battle, that would have to wait another 3 years, nor was it the biggest. But the Battle of Afabet was the moment when the war's ending became clear and tangible to both sides, a sudden understanding as unquantifiable as it was undeniable. The plan was collectively agreed by the EPLF leadership, with Mesfin Hagos, one of Isaiah's most trusted military commanders, given responsibility for its successful execution. The EPLF had been pondering the best time to break the stranglehold established by Ethiopia's Second Revolutionary Army. For 10 years, the NATO front, strongest of the 4 Ethiopian commands stationed in Eritrea, had attempted to capture Nakfa. From Kamchiwa, a base at the foot of the Roras, an Ethiopian tank brigade rained its fire up across the trenches and into Nakfa itself, keeping the guerrillas penned inside their mountain stronghold. Rebel forces at that time numbered only slightly more than half the 15,000 to 20,000 Ethiopian troops stationed in the area, but the figures did not tell the full story. After a 2-year break in major hostilities, a pause the EPLF had used to learn how to operate a haul of captured heavy guns, the guerrilla movement was in prime condition, chafing for action. Now, the EPLF was convinced, would be a propitious time to attempt something it usually carefully avoided, a full frontal attack against superior forces. Mesfin was convinced the operation, set to begin on March 17, could alter the balance of the war. But he hedged his bets, setting himself a strict 48-hour deadline for the push. "We should be at Afabet on the morning of the 19th, Mesfin told a reporter who had been assigned to cover the campaign by the EPLF's magazine. Point 1 If we are not, then we will abandon the whole operation and make a try another time." With their divisions positioned in readiness, EPLF commanders gathered their fighters together and told them of the impending attack. The reaction was one of boisterous jubilation, almost relief. "It was a great moment," says Solomon Birhi. Today editor-in-chief of Eritrea's Tigrinya language newspaper, he was a 24-year-old tank commander at the time. "We had rested for 2 years, our firing power was high and we had new artillery. We were missing a war too. If Mesfin's plans proved successful, the claustrophobic existence of trench duty and furtive nighttime sorties would be over, the door to the rat's trap sprung. People were firing into the sky, women ululated and everyone was feeling very cheerful. The cheering should have set warning bells ringing on the Ethiopian side. But the EPLF had arranged one of its sports contests in Nakfa the week before. Accustomed to the sight of EPLF units coming and going, and the sound of applause from enemy trenches, the Ethiopians suspected nothing. The attack began at 5:00 am and was staged simultaneously on 3 fronts. While its infantry leapt over the parapets, fighting hand-to-hand in the narrow trenches for control of the steep slopes below Nakfa, the EPLF sent its captured tanks and armored personnel carriers roaring in from the plains to the east in a flanking maneuver aimed at putting maximum pressure on the Ethiopian tank brigade at Kamchiwa. For 16 hours, the surprised Ethiopians resisted with extraordinary tenacity. Worried by the number of Tagadelti the EPLF was losing, a twitchy high command radioed Mesfin to tell him to pull back. Normally the rebels used code to avoid eavesdropping, but now, when seconds counted, such stratagems were abandoned. "I'm in the midst of it, and I can tell you, there's no need to worry," Mesfin reassured his colleagues. The third time he was told to order a withdrawal, he switched the radio off. Success, he sensed, was within his grasp. As the EPLF infantry reached the valley floor, where the fighters were almost impossible to pick out amongst the boulders and trees, the position at Kamchiwa became untenable. Ethiopian commanders made a strategic decision to pull back to the garrison at Afabet. Reinforcements and fresh supplies were waiting there, and on those open plains, the big guns could be put to effective use. If the brigade could only make it through the pass at Adshiram, all would be well, they calculated. They had just taken the worst decision of their military careers. A convoy of 70 Ethiopian tanks, armored personnel carriers and trucks loaded with munitions, equipment, and men assembled at Kamchiwa. Soon it was trundling south along the sandy river bed, with the EPLF's mechanized division in hot pursuit on one flank and EPLF infantry running alongside on the other. The two armies raced each other to Ad Shiram, and there, as the Ethiopian drivers noisily revved their engines for the steep final climb that would take them over the pass, an EPLF tank opened fire, hitting a lorry at the head of the convoy. Another volley, and this time an Ethiopian tank went up in orange flames. 3 And now the contours of the landscape played wonderfully into EPLF hands. For in that natural bottleneck, with the peaks crowding in on three sides, there was no room for maneuver, no space for the tanks and trucks behind to circumnavigate the destroyed vehicles. Cursing Ethiopian drivers hit the brakes, twitchy officers shouted warnings down the line to avert a pile-up. The convoy was stuck, a sitting duck. The Tagatelti licked lips at the quantity of Soviet hardware about to fall into their hands. It was at this point that what seems, to the outsider at least, the most remarkable event of the Alphabet campaign occurred. As news reached headquarters in Asmara that the EPLF was on the verge of claiming a delectable prize, a 70-vehicle convoy, Ethiopian army commanders ordered their jets to take off and head for Ad Shiram. Did the panicking Ethiopians in the convoy look up when they heard the scream of MiGs overhead and think, "Thank God, we're going to make it after all"? Or did they know enough about their own army, about national honor, the horror of humiliation and their superiors' capacity for hard decisions to sense what was coming? One can't help suspecting that the average foot soldier knew of the terrible decision taken at the top was when a well-aimed missile slammed into the column in which they sat. Ethiopia's bombardment of its own men went on for 2 solid hours. They bombed continuously, remembers Solomon. There were soldiers milling around the tanks and trucks, but the pilots didn't care. The flames were rising high, and in the trucks the ammunition and missiles kept exploding. Some Ethiopians ran out and were captured by our fighters. But many Ethiopian soldiers burned to death inside. They knew they were surrounded and decided it was better to burn. It was an inferno, a biblical scene. As the smell of roasting human flesh, scorched rubber, and melting paint wafted across the valley, a vast ball of gray and black smoke churned and tumbled over the column of frazzled metal, blanking out the sun like an eclipse. In the sudden darkness, Solomon and his fellow fighters could do little more than gape, aware that the enemy, with this act of defiant self-destruction, had robbed them of a military climax. It was a strange feeling. We'd developed a lot of respect for the brigade in the 16 hours it had defended itself, a lot of admiration. We had followed them along the riverbed, and now this powerful brigade had been destroyed, but not through our doing, they were destroyed by their own. For a soldier, it was a very strange end. Western reporters shown around the site by the EPLF the following day photographed curious patches of black cinders on the ground, some with boots still attached. The Ethiopian soldiers had literally been burned to a crisp. It was an ending that highlighted some of the fundamental differences between the two forces. Small, reliant on volunteer enthusiasm, required to ration both its supplies and casualties, the EPLF was incapable of applying such cold-blooded logic. The EPLF would have ordered the men in the convoy to do their best to escape, says Solomon. It would never have acted as the Ethiopians did. I met Ethiopian prisoners of war afterwards, and they told me, Addis betrayed us. Ethiopia's top commanders, in contrast, knew they had at their disposal a vast resource of conscripts, whose support for the conflict was considered irrelevant. For these men, the U.S. military motto of "leave no man behind" would have seemed self-indulgent nonsense. "Leave no working tank behind" captured their priorities rather better. When you lose an area, you destroy your equipment, it's a principle of war, was the matter-of-fact explanation a retired Ethiopian general gave me. If you cannot separate your men from their equipment, then you bomb them both together. If Ethiopia's grand gesture had taken the edge off the Eritreans' victory, the EPLF had won the battle. NATO's remaining commanders tried to stop the retreat, shooting mutinous soldiers on the spot, but to no avail. This was a rout, and the EPLF needed to move its mechanized division into Afabet before the Ethiopians could regroup. At Ad-Shiram the Chad convoy firmly blocked the way. Our commanders were saying, "Try to push the burning trucks to one side," remembers Solomon. We had to tell them, we wouldn't be able to do it in 1 month, let alone in 1 night. Instead, the tanks went the long way round. Racing back up the valley to Kamchiwa, they traced a loop east along the Red Sea sands, around the mountain range and inland once again. After 12 hours of continuous driving, Solomon and his colleagues rolled into Afabet on the morning of March 19. The garrison had collapsed. On the plains, Ethiopian soldiers were surrendering in their hundreds, or quietly disappearing into the bushes to blow out their brains. We entered easily, with only a little small arms fire. The people came out cheering from their houses, the women were wailing. They gave us water and kissed us. Mesfin Hagos had stuck with almost mathematical precision to his deadline for smashing one of Ethiopia's most powerful garrisons. And just as he had predicted, the battle marked a tipping point. 2 Ethiopian division commanders had been killed, 2/3 of the army's forces slaughtered and, notwithstanding the convoy's destruction, a vast amount of heavy weaponry seized, equipment that would later enable the EPLF to stage on Misawa's outskirts the biggest tank battle scene in Africa since the Second World War. The road to Eritrea's southern towns had been opened, and within a week the Ethiopian army, surrendering one key garrison after another, would be pushed out of northwestern Eritrea. We moved from defending to continuous attacking. From that moment on, the enemy never recaptured anything of any significance, says Solomon. The death knell for the Derg regime had sounded and, for once, the outside world heard it clanging. Basil Davidson, the veteran Africa historian, witnessed the battle as a guest of the EPLF. Carried away, he hailed it as the most significant victory by a liberation movement since the Viet Minh humiliated the French at Dien Bien Phu. For years, EPLF fighters had scoured the airwaves, waiting in vain to hear the simple fact of their existence acknowledged. I can still remember the day we heard the Battle of Afabet reported on the BBC, a former EPLF woman doctor told me. That was it. I switched off my radio and never listened again. Accustomed to blank faces and closed doors on their trips to the West, EPLF delegations suddenly found venues being made available for press conferences, journalists returning their calls. From one day to the next, everything had changed. After Afabet, the Ethiopians realized the Eritreans were capable of extraordinary things, says Rabel Makanan, a young fighter who took part in the Afabet campaign. And the Eritreans also realized they were capable of extraordinary things. From then on, it seemed, we could not lose. Like an earthquake under the sea, Afabet's shudder reverberated across continents, rumbling all the way to the Kremlin. The spasm of alarm it triggered in the Soviet Union was prompted by more than mere concern for its Ethiopian ally. While the battle was still raging, word reached Moscow that a dozen Soviet military advisors had been encircled by the EPLF in the mountains. They had hidden in a cave along with a clutch of Ethiopian soldiers, but faced imminent capture. It was a scenario the Kremlin had long dreaded. During all the years of cooperation, the average Soviet citizen had been kept blissfully unaware of his government's muscular involvement in Ethiopia's war machine. Apart from an occasional mention of anti-revolutionary groups fighting the progressive government in Addis, the Soviet state media, attention focused on Afghanistan, barely covered the Eritrean conflict. While Moscow acknowledged it had experts stationed inside the Ethiopian army, it always defined them as advisors, indicating they kept well away from the front line. If Soviet advisors were taken prisoner by the EPLF, their hands-on role would become impossible to deny. When the Battle of Afabet began, Moscow had ordered all its advisors to pull back, in the hope of preventing precisely such an outcome. But the order was issued late and had, in any case, been ignored by at least one foolhardy Soviet officer, itching to play the hero. Aghast, Moscow scrambled a team of KGB special forces, an elite unit of parachutists, marksmen, and scuba divers trained in hostage recovery, assassination and the capture of enemy facilities. The unit flew to Addis, then on to Asmara, where the Soviet version of the SAS piled into two Aeroflot civilian helicopters. The choppers set off for the Roras, with two Ethiopian military helicopters flying escort. Those disappeared as soon as they were shot at from the ground. Yevgeny Sakharov, a major in the KGB unit, remembers with a sardonic laugh. Setting down near the cave, the Soviet parachutists began loading up the wounded, many so dehydrated they could no longer walk. The evacuation turned into a frenzied, fear-fueled scramble as the EPLF, realizing what was afoot, opened fire. The helicopter was overloaded and at that altitude, in the rarefied air, it was having problems taking off. The Ethiopian soldiers were in a panic, running towards us, desperate not to be left behind. We had to shoot at their legs to prevent them boarding for. It was only when the overweight helicopters flopped into Karen that the Soviet crack team learned the truth. While they had succeeded in airlifting the errant dozen, elsewhere in the war zone 3 other Soviet advisors had fallen into EPLF hands. They would spend the next few years as guests of the EPLF, and Sakharov would spend much of that time trying, without success, to track them down. 5 It was an embarrassment for Moscow, to say the least, he acknowledges. These days, Sakharov, a chain-smoking, ferret-slim, tattooed 52-year-old, works in the Russian film industry as a stunt director. As lean and toned as on the day he flew to Afabet, he drives to film sets in the silver birchwoods outside Moscow in a purring black BMW, evidence of how well life in the private sector has treated him. The only member of his unit to break out of the security business, his finely honed skills are now applied to coordinating battle scenes and staging explosions, talking actors through interrogation scenes and plotting the choreography of hand-to-hand combat. Being his own boss has freed his tongue. I answer to no one, so I can say what I like, and there seems no end to the hair-raising tales he could tell. 4. In his prime, Sakharov served in Hungary, Angola, and Mozambique and took part in the bloody storming of the presidential palace in Afghanistan, one of Moscow's most infamous foreign interventions. Looking back on his larger-than-life adventures, he sometimes has the surreal feeling they happened to someone else, a simple man of action who trusted his superiors to do the right thing and believed the larger questions were not for the likes of him. I'm a product of my time and my country. I come from a military dynasty. I was a military cadet at the age of 10 and I always knew who I would become. I always knew I must serve the state. The important thing was to do my job well. The pride in professionalism remains, but a yellow miasma of moral doubt now hangs over the question of the service to which his unusual talents were put. Helping Mengistu, that arrogant monkey, was pointless, I'm certain of that, he says, with a quiet passion. In Moscow there was a pathological desire to support these thieving, savage, African dictatorships. It was a waste of time. For Sakharov, the helicopter escapade marked the beginning of a 3-year stint in Ethiopia, a time commemorated by the gold Ethiopian cross that dangles around his neck. Ordered to stay on, he was given the task of training a group of commandos in the hills outside Asmara, a secret unit designed to operate behind EPLF lines. They were trained to a very high level. They could cover 70 kilometers in mountainous terrain in 24 hours, stage an operation and return without anyone spotting them, he boasts. They move just like ghosts. It was while he was carrying out these duties that he began to grasp why Ethiopia's superior numbers and Moscow's endless supplies had counted for so little at the Battle of Afabet and would count for even less in future. When I was sent to Afabet, I didn't think the war was a lost cause. But I soon did. One of the reasons why Mengistu needed such elite units, it became clear, was because morale in Ethiopia's regular forces was disastrously low, ground down by the conflict's sheer longevity. The troops were tired. They didn't see any prospects for peace. They had spent 14 years in the trenches being promised the war would soon be over. Everyone was fed up with the arrogance and stupidity of the Ethiopian commanders, who took on the worst mannerisms of the American sergeants who had gone out to Ethiopia in the 1960s. They walked very slowly, surrounded themselves with bodyguards, treated all army equipment, whether it was a store of petrol or a television set, as their personal property, and didn't have to think at all. From a military standpoint, they were absolutely gormless. Another Soviet advisor who registered the morose, mutinous mood in the ranks was Sergei Berez. Now a journalist with the BBC in Moscow, Berez spent 2 years in the early 1980s working as an army translator near Alphabet. On the anniversary of the October Revolution, the troops were gathered together and the Russian political officer delivered a long speech about Lenin, communism, the liberation of the working people and the prospects of world revolution. I translated his words into English and an Ethiopian officer then translated them into Amharic. These speeches could go on for hours. At the end he asked, "Any questions?" and several soldiers shot their hands up. They spoke very passionately for 10 minutes. All I could make out was the word "cals," Italian for socks. They wanted to know when they would be getting a new delivery 6. Many soldiers had been press-ganged into service, rounded up in marketplaces during the forced relocations at the heart of Mengistu's agricultural program. Some were no more than teenagers, barely tall enough to carry a rifle. Depressed by open-ended stints in the foxholes of the Sahel, the troops had asked repeatedly for a rotation system to be introduced, but the request had gone ignored. The EPLF used loudspeakers to bombard them with propaganda, and EPLF leaflets circulated freely in the ranks, drumming in a numbing message of looming defeat. While the Ethiopians bombed EPLF prisoner of war camps, it was common knowledge that the rebels, who took the view that the Ethiopian foot soldier was as much a victim of a totalitarian regime as any Eritrean, treated their captives with humanity. The effect was insidious. Despite regular executions and jailings, army headquarters could not halt a steady flow of Ethiopian soldiers to the rebel side. Remembering their behavior in the heat of battle, Sakharov drips sarcasm. Ethiopian tank crews had a peculiarity. If their tanks were shot at, even if it was only small arms fire, they would get out of the tanks and run for it, although they would have been safer staying put. The troops' favorite command was disperse, which meant run in all directions and meet up in Addis. Then they would be gathered up and sent back to the front. As for the pilots, they were too scared to do any targeting and would just drop their bombs any old how. I was not impressed. The conflict in Eritrea had lasted so long, the smallest of structural weaknesses had widened to form crippling handicaps. Under Haile Selassie, the military chain of command had been a clear, top-to-bottom affair. In contrast, the structure the Derg copied off the Soviet Red Army was multi-layered and confused. Each military commander was shadowed by a political cadre and a security officer, who sent their findings, recommendations, and unflattering opinions of fellow officers separately back to headquarters. It was a recipe for friction between headquarters and commanders and cadres, officers and rank and file, with suspicions running so deep that at times effective decision-making seemed impossible. A retired Ethiopian general I interviewed in Addis, who did not want to be identified, paints a picture of a force on the verge of implosion. The higher echelons were fighting the cadres. In principle, we military commanders made the decisions. In practice, the political and security officers had the government's ear. Their reports often did not reflect the reality on the ground, but were given much more importance in Addis than what we said. If Sakharov has little respect for men like him, the dislike was entirely mutual. In the general's view, the presence of Russian advisors only made a disastrous situation even worse. The Russian advisors were nothing but troublemakers. They would give instructions without knowing the area, forgetting that perhaps there was no water there, or no road the tanks could use. Both the general and Soviet advisor agree, however, on the impact of another morale-sapping phenomenon, the honeypot problem. Any force left in the field long enough will take girlfriends and mistresses, forming complex local bonds. In Eritrea, the beautiful bar girls and waitresses who became intimate with Ethiopian commanders usually worked for the EPLF, passing on careless gossip and boastful pillow talk. The Eritreans were very good at using their women, remembers the general. There was a huge amount of infiltration. The infiltrators kept telling the Ethiopian soldiers, "This is not your land, your place, your country," and the soldiers listened. Mengistu did not seem to recognize the damage the internecine wrangling and leakage was doing. Instead, in the run-up to Afabet, he made a series of false moves that virtually handed the rebels victory. The December before the battle, the EPLF launched a canny strike on NATO's 22nd Division, where relations between the military commander and his political cadre were so bad that soldiers loyal to the one were refusing to obey orders given by the other. The attack left nearly 500 Ethiopians dead and up to $3.3 million of military equipment either destroyed or in rebel hands. Appalled by what he saw as an entirely unnecessary reverse, a raging Mengistu flew to the battlefront to hear the explanations of the NATO front's commander, General Tariku, a popular officer with a reputation for speaking his mind. Tariku was clearly a little too frank. He was summoned to Asmara and executed a day later. If the execution of one of the army's most respected generals was intended to spur his men into action, Mengistu had blundered disastrously, as the delighted EPLF, almost as shocked as NATO soldiers, immediately understood. "The Derg has cut off its right hand with its left," rejoiced rebel radio. The bitching inside Ethiopian forces continued. Tariku's replacement struggled to establish his authority over the division's commanders. The heads of the 14th and 19th Divisions were so busy arguing that when headquarters warned them the rebels had been seen moving weapons around by camel and ordered them to close off a 5 kilometers gap between their forces, they ignored the command. Lost in their hatred for one another, Ethiopia's commanders virtually forgot to hate the enemy. 7. The government army was sick, and the sickness had turned the steady stream of Soviet supplies into a curse rather than a blessing. Gradually, Sakharov registered what should have been clear to his colleagues back in Moscow years earlier: Soviet deliveries were merely exacerbating the problem, because the more equipment the Ethiopians were sent, the more fell into rebel control. We were supplying both sides. The separatists wore our uniforms and used our weapons. The stuff wasn't even being captured, it was being abandoned by Ethiopian commanders after the briefest of skirmishes. I'm not just talking about a few tanks. Entire divisions were being allowed to fall into separatist hands. Disillusioned members of the Second Revolutionary Army's High Command, he concluded, were deliberately sabotaging the war effort. No matter how secret the operation, it was becoming known to the separatists. The commanders were supplying the separatists with information about their activities because they wanted to damage Mengistu's regime, even if it meant the slaughter of their subordinates. In the wake of the Battle of Afabet, Mengistu appeared on national television and publicly admitted, for the first time in a decade, that a war was being waged in the country's northern province. The money spent each year fighting the EPLF could, he acknowledged, have funded 4 universities or 10 large hospitals. Ranked the poorest nation on the globe by the World Bank, Ethiopia was nonetheless spending more than half its government revenue on arms. 8 But Mengistu's message to viewers was the opposite of what his restive generals had hoped. From now on, he declared, everything to the battlefront. Like the doomed Macbeth, halfway across a river of blood, wading back seemed harder than striding forwards. Questioning the foundation on which his power had been built risked bringing the whole structure crashing to the ground. He signed a peace agreement with Somalia which, by calming the Ogaden front, allowed him to shift reinforcements to Eritrea. In July, he flew to Moscow, begging bowl in hand. The response was one he must have dreaded. If the Kremlin balked at cutting Mengistu off without a penny, it nonetheless slashed his expectations down to size, hinting heavily that it was time to fundamentally rethink his alliances. The word in diplomatic circles, which included many of the communist country emissaries, was that Moscow told Mengistu at that meeting, "We have our own problems and you had better start making other friends," remembers Robert Houduck, posted to Addis as U.S. charged d'affaires. 9. Mengistu was running out of time. In early 1989, the Ethiopians suffered an even more humiliating defeat than Afabet when the TPLF, with EPLF support, captured the northern town of Inda Silas. The rebellion had spread beyond Tigray province to embrace disaffected Amharas and Oromus in central and southern Ethiopia, their movements uniting to form the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, bent on regime change. The army was being pushed southwards, entire units defecting as it retreated. Sensing the ground shifting beneath their feet, generals in Asmara and Addis staged a concerted coup attempt in May, minutes after Mengistu had left for East Germany, one of the countries he hoped might be persuaded to fill the vacuum left by a withdrawing Soviet Union. The rebel generals had been in secret communication with the EPLF, preparing a post-Mengistu accommodation. But the putsch failed. Ironically, Sakharov, today's disillusioned stunt man, played a key role in its collapse. Training in the mountains, he heard the news on the radio. He had received no orders from either Moscow, barely aware of what was happening, or Addis, and, privately, he had seen enough to sympathize with the coup plotters. Yet, ever the professional, he ordered his elite unit into action in Asmara, occupying the airport and army's staff buildings. One of my men shot the commander of the Air Force in his office. Another rebel general was killed in his car at a checkpoint, trying to escape. They had to use a grenade launcher to get the other one out of his office, where he had locked himself. Afterwards we found warehouses full of military supplies and documents suggesting that after the coup the Eritrean separatists would enter Asmara. 27 commanding officers paid the price for this abortive action. Beaten and tortured to death, their corpses were left for days to bake in the sun as a warning to others. Mengistu, who had flown back to Addis in a hurry, ordered the severed head and mutilated body of General Dames Bolto, commander of the 2nd Revolutionary Army, to be paraded through Asmara's streets. "I felt sorry for them," Sakharov admits. "If I'd been a neutral bystander I'd have taken their side." Within a month and a half, another 3,500 suspects were arrested and shot. Mengistu was still in control, but he had just executed his best and brightest officers, not an act likely to improve an army's battlefield performance. Where could he turn for the military equipment he persisted in believing could swing the battle his way? The answer was far from clear, given the new warmth developing between the superpowers. In June 1989, Herman Cohen, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, met Anatoly Adamyshin in Rome to discuss U.S.-Soviet collaboration on Africa. During that meeting, Adamyshin made it clear that Moscow would be happy to pass the Ethiopian baton to Washington. Worst of all, both the Soviets and the Americans had made diplomatic overtures to the EPLF. For a dictator who had always played the "my enemy's enemy is my friend" game with such gratifying results, nothing could have been more worrying than this enlightened superpower agreement to pull together. Boxed in, Mengistu appealed one last time to the ally that had been so generous in the past. How could he sort out Eritrea, he whined to Moscow, blithely ignoring the $725 million in weaponry sent in 1988, the $975 million he was in the process of receiving for 1989, when he had no ammunition. His stores were empty, he must have more. Baffled by the discrepancy between the telegrams from Addis and its own figures, Moscow dispatched its top military brass that summer to settle, once and for all, the puzzle of Ethiopia's arms deficit. "I was sent to really sort it out," recalls General Valentin Voronikov, then Commander-in-Chief of the Soviet Union's land forces. "I gave Mengistu the figures for our shipments, they looked pretty impressive, he wasn't too pleased by that. I told him, it can't continue forever like this in Eritrea. Time has shown there can only be a political solution. He just said, I won't talk to bandits." 10 Determined to see conditions for himself, Voronikov toured the army fronts, noting the strange intimacy that had developed between the two sides which, increasingly, shared the same covert desire, an end to the war. On the Eritrean front line, I asked why there was no shooting and the Ethiopians said, "We told the rebels the Soviet delegation was visiting today, and asked them to hold fire." I was astonished by that attitude. Back in Addis, Veronikov became embroiled in an almost comic cat-and-mouse game of find the weapons as he attempted to verify exactly how much Soviet equipment Mengistu had stockpiled around the city, squirreled away for a rainy day. They were trying to be crafty. They would ask us which warehouse we were going to check the following day and then, overnight, they would move all the supplies. But I was an old soldier, I was onto them. In the morning I'd say, I had a vision in the night. I'd like to visit that other warehouse. I'd find it absolutely bursting with supplies. We would take photos and show them to Mengistu and say, "Look, there's so much stuff you don't even have room to store it." The general lifts a hand above his head. They weren't just supplied, they were oversupplied. Everything was there. The Soviet Union's military establishment had always shown more indulgence towards Ethiopia than Gorbachev's reform-minded foreign policy experts had thought wise. When the civilian politicians had scolded and admonished, the generals had come through. Now, finally, the two spoke as one. The Soviet Union was like a cow that was being milked by anyone who felt like it, including Ethiopia, concluded Veronikov. He had a terse exchange with Mengistu before flying out. "I leave confident that you will end this war," he told Ethiopia's president. "If you fail to do so, our leadership may rethink their opinion of you." Moscow was effectively finished with Ethiopia. The withdrawal of Soviet experts, started quietly in the wake of the attempted coup, was stepped up a notch and, in the autumn of 1989, Sakharov became the last advisor to quit Eritrea. He rebased in Addis, where he continued training young Ethiopians for an increasingly paranoid regime. But he was no longer happy with his role. "I felt I was becoming an instrument of manipulation by unscrupulous Soviet politicians and that I could die in the sands of Africa." Finally, he used a shrapnel wound as an excuse to escape, returning to a Soviet Union itself on the verge of fragmenting into its constituent parts. "For 3 years, the Ethiopians wouldn't allow me to leave, so I didn't tell them I was going. Once I'd recuperated, I was told the situation in Ethiopia was changing so quickly, there was no point returning. Actually, the situation at home wasn't much better. I felt I had left one country and returned to another." Mengistu, the ultimate pragmatist, was not quite finished. He had one last card up his sleeve, a strange, esoteric card, admittedly, but one that might just allow him to snatch triumph from the jaws of defeat. He began laying the groundwork for a three-way alliance which would provide him with a fresh source of arms, the weaponry he persisted in believing held the key to the war. Its shape emerged when, in August 1989, Cohen became the first U.S. Assistant Secretary of State to visit Addis in 15 years. The U.S. official found an uncharacteristically friendly and amenable Mengistu, who promised unconditional negotiations with the EPLF, pledged to open Ethiopia's economy to private investment and pushed for an exchange of ambassadors. Crucially, the Ethiopian leader pledged forthright action on an issue he knew was close to the heart of America's influential Jewish lobby, the Falashas. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Falashas, who call themselves the House of Israel, were in the retinue that accompanied the original Menelik on his flight into Africa bearing the stolen Ark of the Covenant. When Ethiopia embraced Christianity in the 4th century AD, the Falashas did not follow suit. They clung instead to the rites of early Judaism, though their observances diverged so widely from established orthodoxy that for years Israel's rabbis queried whether they could be regarded as Jewish at all. Pushed to the margins of Ethiopian society, accused by Orthodox Christians of witchcraft, harassed by the state, the Falashas became virtual outcasts, dreaming of the day they would be granted the right of return. A long-running scholarly campaign to win them formal recognition as Jews triumphed in 1975 when Israel's parliament decreed them descendants of the tribe of Dan. As conditions in Ethiopia worsened, securing their evacuation became a rallying cause in both Israel and the U.S. During the 1984-5 famine, Mengistu had allowed Israel to remove 15,000 falashas, but tens of thousands still remained. Mengistu now planned to use them as human hostages in a giant barter that would, with any luck, remove the need to make any real concessions in peace talks with the EPLF and its rebel allies. For Mengistu, the name of the game was Israeli arms in exchange for Ethiopian Jews, recalls Herman Cohen in his memoirs. 11 Mengistu dusted off the sales patter Haile Selassie had used to woo foreign supporters in a previous age. In a hostile Muslim region, a Christian and a Jewish nation must cling together. Israel would replace the Soviet Union as military supplier and the Americans would give the ingenious deal their blessing. Though the Ethiopian government knew we could not openly acquiesce in Israeli arms deliveries, they expected a wink and a nod indicating we would not protest if Jerusalem opened the arms faucet, Cohen writes. Washington was in a quandary. It had never accepted the notion of Eritrean independence, which it believed undermined the integrity of Africa's borders. But with Mengistu's brutal regime in terminal decline, officials did not want to see a fading conflict suddenly revived by a new injection of weaponry. Yet they were also keen to oblige their closest friend in the Middle East and placate Jewish congressmen pushing hard for the falashas. Perhaps, with some skillful maneuvering, it might be possible to beat Mengistu at his own game, winning both major concessions at the peace table and the falashas' departure without whipping up the war. Washington decided to turn a blind eye to Israeli military training in Ethiopia and the dispatch of army uniforms, boots, and tens of thousands of supposedly obsolete rifles, while warning both Addis and Tel Aviv it would not stand for deliveries of heavy munitions. The warning fell on deaf ears in Tel Aviv, excited by a surge in the number of falasha arrivals. When, in February 1990, the EPLF finally captured Misawa in a daring land and speedboat operation, the Ethiopian Air Force responded with relentless bombing. Survivors reported that the pilots were dropping a new kind of bomb which shredded the port city's crowded streets, Israeli cluster bombs. 12 It took all Washington's powers of persuasion, including a direct intervention by former President Jimmy Carter, to convince the Knesset it meant what it had said. The undefaying falasha trade dragged on, but the rebels' momentum could not be slowed. In early 1991, the EPLF careered along the Red Sea coast, coming to rest on the outskirts of Asab, Keren, and Asmara. It sent brigades south to help the Epird sever the key artery between Gondar and Addis. With Ethiopia cut off from the sea and a surrounded garrison in Asmara only accessible by air, Mengistu was under almost intolerable pressure to grant the one concession he had always rejected, a referendum on Eritrean independence. He balked, and ordered a halt to falasha departures, which had been running at a brisk 1,000 a month. "Give us arms or there will be no further falasha departures," he told the Israelis. As a hardline Marxist regime responsible for at least 500,000 civilian deaths jerked in its death throes, Washington and Tel Aviv made an extraordinary decision. The time had come, they agreed, for an outright bribe. A decorative pretext was required. The payment, Cohen and his colleagues suggested, would be presented as reimbursement for the revenues Ethiopian Airlines, normally used for falasha emigrations, would lose by ceding its passengers to Israeli organized charter flights. The U.S. Defense Department agreed to make $20 million available. It was hidden under the term transportation costs. "We didn't want to call it ransom money," Cohen told me. The Israelis beat Mengistu down from an initial asking price of $100 million to first $58 million and finally $35 million, which was paid into an Ethiopian government account at the New York branch of the Federal Reserve. On May 24, as the Ethiopian army surrendered in Asmara, the TPLF agreed to delay its entry into Addis long enough to allow nearly 15,000 falashas to be airlifted to Israel in a 36-hour non-stop shuttle. The deal had been sealed, but Mengistu was no longer around to reap its rewards. He had boarded a flight to southern Ethiopia, where he was scheduled to inspect a batch of army recruits. Once the plane took off, he entered the cockpit and ordered the pilot to change course for Nairobi. He was bound for Zimbabwe where, under the understanding eye of Robert Mugabe, a former fellow Marxist, he had already purchased a large farm and ensconced his family. The man who had promised he would sell his last shirt to cover his debts left the country owing Moscow $6 billion, most of it for arms. 13 Like Haile Selassie before him, Mengistu defied expectations that he would, in the proud tradition of defeated Ethiopian warlords, commit suicide rather than face capture. Instead, he chose the slow poison of alcoholic exile, complaining bitterly, during rarely granted interviews, of the way Moscow had turned its back on the true faith and betrayed its favorite African son. The Falasha operation was the crassest chapter in the story of the world's careless manipulation of Eritrea, final proof of how deep its self-serving cynicism ran. As far as the Israelis were concerned, peace in the Horn came a distant second to its determination to claim a recently discovered lost tribe. Neither they nor the Americans ever appear to have felt a moment's embarrassment for their readiness to pay off a dictator who, had the rebel advance unfolded at a slower pace, would have used his ransom money to revive a dying conflagration. The key players would no doubt claim this diplomatic ballet was carefully choreographed to ensure everyone, except Mengistu, got what they wanted. "I believe we got the better of him," Cohen wrote. "Our decision to play along with Mengistu, rather than denounce him openly and thereby end the dialogue, was correct." But a U.S. congressional aide who drew up a report on the episode put his finger on the distasteful moral premise at its heart. How many Ethiopian lives can be justified for the sake of an Ethiopian Jew having the opportunity to reunify with his family in Israel, asked Steve Morrison. Is this implicitly racist? And it is interesting that Israeli and American satisfaction with this episode of human trafficking was not shared by the Ethiopian government that replaced the Derg. To general amazement, this destitute African state returned the $35 million at the Federal Reserve to Israel, saying it did not believe in accepting blood money. 14. With Mengistu suddenly out of the picture, peace talks arranged by American officials in a London hotel took on a dramatically new shape. What had originally been envisaged as tough negotiations between the Ethiopian government and the rebels turned into a private agreement over future dispensations between victorious Eritrean and Ethiopian guerrilla movements. In Addis, where Mengistu's former colleagues were begging foreign embassies to grant them asylum, the looting started. The doors to Menelik's palace were open, papers were blowing all around and the Praetorian guards walked out with mattresses on their heads, remembers Hauduk. Addis was full of wandering, leaderless, hungry troops, many of whom didn't even speak Amharic, coming in with their AK-47s. Jesus, it was a volatile situation. Alarmed, the U.S. ambassador put a call through to Cohen, who now appealed to the waiting TPLF, its forces bolstered by Eritrean tanks, to speed up its entry into the capital and fill the power vacuum. Today, many Ethiopians sneeringly refer to this as Cohen's coup. For if they were relieved to see the back of Mengistu, the Amharas, in particular, were far from delighted at the prospect of being governed by the Wayane, rebel fighters harking from what, to urbane Addis dwellers, seemed the barely civilized wilds of Tigray. In particular, they cannot forgive TPLF leader Meles Zenawi for the blow he immediately dealt their national pride. Quietly accepting the loss of what every Ethiopian leader had lusted for and fretted over, the Red Sea coastline, Meles agreed to an Eritrean referendum on independence after a 2-year pause for reflection, recognition of the pivotal role the EPLF had played in toppling Mengistu. There may have been those in the new Ethiopian administration and diplomatic community who hoped the delay would trigger a rethink amongst Eritreans. But no one in the EPLF was in any doubt which way the vote would go. The Eritrean contingent stayed long enough in Addis to know their guerrilla allies were securely in position, then turned their tanks around and trundled home to Asmara. They knew they were not welcome. When we drove through Eritrean villages, people came out to cheer us. As soon as we crossed the border into Ethiopia the cheers turned to boos, remembers tank driver Solomon Birhi. Once we got to Addis no one dared go out of the compound at night. It was too dangerous. 15. Their work was done. Just as Eritrea's longing for independence had played its part in pulling Haile Selassie off his throne, it had eventually destroyed Mengistu. Eritrea had delivered Ethiopia a terrible lesson in how the problems of an unhappy little community, if handled with sufficient clumsiness and brutality, can replicate and swell, turning into something deadly and implacable. A rebel organization that had never added up to more than 110,000 had taken on and beaten a force of 450,000. The Eritreans had triumphed in defiance of troop numbers, export figures, and military statistics, in contradiction of logic itself. The tense days of June offered a curious, terrifying coda to the puzzling story of Mengistu's missing munitions. As the TPLF and its allies struggled to establish their hold on the city, giant ammunition depots scattered across Addis Ababa, the store's Ethiopian officials had gone to such lengths to try and conceal from General Voronikov, detonated one after another, probably set off by army hardliners in a final gesture of impotent spite. The last, and biggest, explosion sent rockets and shells fizzing into the air for hours, lighting up the pre-dawn sky like a deadly fireworks display. It flattened a nearby shanty town, reduced at least 100 residents to body parts and sent an apocalyptic mushroom cloud spiraling towards the heavens. Mengistu had stockpiled so much for the showdown he ultimately fled that when it ignited it felt like a small nuclear explosion. It was like an atomic bomb, said BBC reporter Michael Björk, knocked off his feet by a blast that killed a television cameraman and mangled another colleague. 16 Here was ultimate proof that whatever lay behind the Ethiopian army's defeat, it had never been a shortage of weaponry. Chapter 17. A village of no interest. All the presidents of the world have died and gone to hell. As they sit roasting in the flames, they ask the devil if they can call home. Okay, says the devil, but it'll cost you. First Bush calls his family in Washington, and they chat away. That will be $200, says the devil. Then Chirac calls Paris. That will be €100, says the devil. Finally, it's Isaiah's turn. That'll be 5 nakfa, says the devil. How come he gets to pay so little, wail the others. Oh, says the devil. It's only a local call. Eritrean joke doing the rounds in 2004. It was June 1993, and in the Cairo Press Center, gathered around the closed-circuit television relaying events from the main chamber, a group of African journalists burst into a surprised cheer. They had all been assigned to cover one of the most cynicism-inducing of events, the summit of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, that yearly get-together where insincere handshakes were exchanged. 29-year-old coup leaders got their first chance to play the international statesman, and the patriarchs of African politics politely glossed over the rigged elections, financial scandals, and bloody atrocities perpetrated by their peers across the table. So entrenched was the OAU's image as a complacent club of sclerotic dictators and psychopathic warlords, few Western newspapers bothered to send reporters to the event. But the speaker who opened this particular conference had been worth turning up for. The man did not appear to know the language of diplomacy. He had just said the unsayable, publicly articulating the private exasperation felt by every journalist covering the OAU's 30th anniversary reunion in Egypt. Looking around a hall that held the likes of Zaire's Mobutu Sese Seko, Zimbabwe's Robert Mugabe and Kenya's Daniel Arap Moi, Isaias Afwerki, president of Africa's newest state, confessed his boundless pleasure at being able to take his seat at the table. But his joy at rejoining the family from which we have been left out for so long was not prompted by respect for an organization which had betrayed its founding principles, he made clear. The OAU, he told a hushed hall, had failed to deliver on its brave pronouncements on human rights and economic development. Africa remained a marginalized continent, scorned by its partners, whose citizens could not walk with their heads held high. We have sought membership in the organization not because we have been impressed by its achievements but, as a local proverb goes, in the spirit of familial obligation, because we are keenly aware that what is ours is ours. Surveying the crush of Parisian designer suits and ceremonial robes, the jaded faces to left and right, the soberly dressed former fighter delivered a final rebuke: we do not find membership in this organization, under the present circumstances, spiritually gratifying or politically challenging. It was as though a bracing wind had swept through the hall. He seemed, recalls journalist Phoebe Quistarkton, who covered the event for the BBC, like a leader from a completely different era. Here were all these old dinosaurs, patting him on the back and saying, "Well done, young man," and he was saying, "It wasn't thanks to you." He was the hero of the day. I remember thinking, maybe Eritrea has got off to a good start. 1. It was a speech that effectively set the tone of the new nation's relationship with the outside world. "I didn't do it for you, nigger," had been the pitiless message of Eritrea's British occupiers. The refrain had been taken up by the Americans who ran Kagnu, the Soviets who funded the Derg, and the Israelis who armed Mengistu. Now Eritrea was repaying the compliment. A veteran diplomat might have warned Isaias that telling the OAU to go to hell, on the very day his month-old state took up its longed-for seat, might be a move Eritrea would come to regret. Isaias did not care. His population would never forget the solitude in which it waged its liberation campaign. No one had helped, yet Eritrea had won anyway. So why, now, should it mince its words? "I didn't fight for 30 years to brown-nose the African leaders who betrayed us," ran the silent refrain. A few months later, Isaias did it again, castigating the UN in his first speech before the General Assembly. The new kid on the block had delivered his message loud and clear: Eritrea's dealings with the world would be strictly on its own terms. But it would be wrong to present the Eritrean mood in this period as one of scolding antagonism. A chippiness was certainly there, but it was balanced by bubbling, irrepressible confidence. The long years of solitary confinement, Eritrea's leaders believed, had granted the movement a unique opportunity to tease out the factors behind Africa's post-colonial slide. Learning from the continent's mistakes, Eritrea could leapfrog the hurdles that had tripped up other developing states and sprint towards the future. "We have to avoid being influenced by the politics of this region," Isaias told an interviewer. "There is nothing positive in the region for us too." If Eritrea refused to resort to mealy-mouthed euphemism, it was not merely because it wanted to remind Africa of past treachery. Buoyed by self-belief, Eritrea was convinced it could serve as an inspirational model. It would show the continent the way ahead. Given that the EPLF had made a fool of every diplomat and historian who ever predicted its obliteration, a little intoxication was perhaps understandable. 1,000 Hollywood movies tell the tale of the band of puny no-hopers who take on the mighty bully and confound the skeptics. This David and Goliath story was the stuff of dreams. "You cannot have a society of angels except in heaven," 3 Isaias warned a journalist who asked about his vision of the future. But in their heart of hearts, every Eritrean in those heady days believed he had been given a chance to do just that, to create the perfect state. The years that elapsed between 1991 and 1998, although few appreciated it at the time, were to be Eritrea's golden era, when everything seemed possible. In April 1993, the referendum Eritrea had waited so long to see was staged. Only a people raised in knowledge of the UN's shameful record on Eritrea could appreciate the symbolic significance of the fact that when Isaias cast his vote, the UN's special representative was standing at his side as witness and guarantor. The result was a foregone conclusion: 99.8% of Eritreans opted for independence. As Eritrean academics began drafting a multi-party constitution and the EPLF dissolved itself to form a new political movement, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice, PFDJ, construction started. It seemed at times that Asmara and Michela had become little more than massive building sites. It was not just a question of repairing the damage done by Ethiopian bombers. During the struggle, 750,000 citizens had fled abroad. The diaspora was coming home, bringing its savings and its aspirations. Peasants from the dusty refugee camps of Sudan, oil engineers from Texas, dentists from Scandinavia, laborers from Saudi Arabia, they all needed affordable housing, schools for their children, hospitals for their sick. Asmara's creaking Italian factories were crying out for modernization, and its demobilized fighters, men and women who knew only the skills of war, were desperate for work. The task facing the EPLF was daunting. But with the population solidly behind it, the international community falling over itself to make up for past mistakes, and a friendly government across the border, what could go wrong? In May 1998, the halcyon days came to an abrupt end. The national character traits forged during a century of colonial and superpower exploitation were about to blow up in Eritrea's face. Curiously, the spot where Eritrea tragically fumbled its recovery could not have been more nondescript. Sitting in the Ethiopian government helicopter, I grabbed hold of the hard bench and squeezed with both hands. Up, I muttered to myself, trying to ignore the large yellow tank vibrating a few feet away, sloshing with the fuel that would burn us to cinders if this aging Russian-made aircraft fell out of the sky. Up, up, up. Stay up. Below us, a gray mountain range curved across the plains like a dinosaur's backbone. Gazing through the porthole at the cement-colored valley floor and the rills of dried-up streams, curled like bacon rinds under the grill, a lazy thought passed through my mind: no one could survive here. Then I noticed the terracing, standing out on the muscle of the foothills like veins on a bodybuilder, and the green and brown coronas that signaled a tree-circled monastery here, a stockade there, and realized how wrong I was. Tiny metal rectangles, corrugated iron roofs, flashed the sunlight back up at us as we clattered over the mountains, our toy helicopter's shadow bouncing off the reddish crags. If you lifted your gaze to the southern horizon, the plains of Ethiopia's Tigray province seemed to have been scattered with diamonds, glistening and winking in the sun. People not only survived here, they nurtured every inch of usable land, had done so, in fact, for generations, defying gravity, trapping water, challenging the eroding winds. The helicopter descended, whipping the red dust into a whirlwind, and then fell quiet, spilling journalists from its belly for a brief walkabout. Back in Addis, rumors had circulated of mineral riches hidden in this land. Only deposits of gold and uranium, surely, could explain what had occurred here. But now that we could see this clump of straw tuckles and thornbush compounds for ourselves, none of that made sense. This was the kind of one hotel, two-bar village in which yellow-eyed goats wandered through front rooms, overexcited urchins, their heads shaved save for one dark lock of hair, ran after new arrivals shouting you, and the local policeman snored on a trestle bed under a tree. Dazed by the heat, a donkey stood stock still in the middle of the only street, smiling in that infinitely benevolent way donkeys have. This place was just a pause on the way to somewhere more interesting. Given the choice, any sensible traveler would stop here only long enough to stretch their legs and have a drink, before hitting the road once again. Only the road no longer led anywhere. Once busy with traders bringing plastic sandals and cheap clothing south and farmers taking grain and livestock north, the track stretched silent and deserted. Events had drawn an invisible, impenetrable barrier across the scrubby landscape. Shambuko, the Eritrean town at the other end of that road, was as inaccessible as if it had been on another planet. This seemed a village of no interest, yet it was a village of terrible, tragic interest. For this was Badme, claimed by both Eritrea and Ethiopia as their own, a border settlement whose contested destiny had cost more than 80,000 lives and destroyed a dream of utopia. Traveling between Asmara and Addis, I often used to think, was like stepping through the surface of a mirror. In Eritrea you would hear one version of events, argued with heartfelt passion and unfailing logic, and come away won over. But fly to Addis, walk through the rippling mercury, and you would hear the same events recounted from an Ethiopian perspective, internally consistent, vigorously argued, also totally convincing. Each version of reality, of course, jarred with its mirror image on the other side of the looking glass. And so the mind struggled to balance two mutually exclusive visions of the world until, weary of ping-ponging from one side to the other, tired of trying to be scrupulously even-handed, it barked enough. And you were left in a sulky grey fog of ambiguity, sure of only one thing: everyone had behaved badly, everyone was to blame. Nowhere was this truer than with the war that began in Badme in 1998, erupting in an area whose confines had been agreed between Menelik II and the Italians at the turn of the century but had become mudded over time, administrative arrangements on the ground rarely matching what was stipulated in the treaties. From the original trigger incident to the two governments' subsequent handling of the crisis, each country's account of what happened makes perfect internal sense. Unfortunately, each also clashes head-on with the other side's version. According to Ethiopia, a resident was collecting firewood outside Badme on May 6 when he was detained briefly by a group of Eritrean soldiers. When the Ethiopian authorities sent local policemen to discover why Eritrean forces had strayed onto their territory, they were fired on. This incident could and should have been dealt with by a commission the two countries had already set up to deal with precisely such trifling frontier incidents. Instead, Eritrean officials attending talks in Addis slunk back to Asmara without warning, and Eritrea launched an unprovoked offensive on Badme on May 12, rolling its tanks into the area in a display of gratuitous aggression. According to Eritrea, the trouble began when Ethiopian militiamen started setting fire to huts in the Eritrean village of Gazachie, north of Badme. Heading to Shambuko to lodge a complaint, the villagers met an Eritrean army unit, which agreed to send a delegation to discuss the incident with Ethiopian security forces. Instead, the Ethiopians opened fire. When the shooting stopped, an Eritrean major, lieutenant, and several others lay dead. The negotiators had been murdered. Far from scurrying away from Addis, Eritrean delegates tried without success to persuade their Ethiopian counterparts the matter needed to be urgently addressed. It was Addis that fatally upped the ante, its parliament declaring war on Eritrea on May 13. Whatever caused the clash, which escalated with terrifying speed, there was a fundamental difference between this conflict and the one that preceded it. The armed struggle, as far as Eritrea was concerned, had been waged against a succession of alien regimes based in distant Addis. At the heart of this new war lay a falling out between the EPLF and TPLF, former rebel allies, comrades in arms from adjacent territories. The two leaderships spoke the same Tigrinya language, shared the same ethnic origins, and had survived the same ordeals of famine and military occupation. Their forefathers had worshipped the same Christian God, their women braided their hair in similar ways, they had attended each other's weddings. The war against the Wayane, the Eritreans called it, the war against the Shabia, Ethiopians said, pronouncing terms which had once been semi-affectionate with startling venom. For this was a family quarrel, with all the vindictiveness that implied. And, as with all domestic disputes, the parties to the quarrel showed an almost pathological desire to keep the matter private. The build-up to the May hostilities actually coincided with a visit to the region by Kofi Annan. Yet neither Meles Zenawi, the Ethiopian Prime Minister, nor Isaiah saw any need to draw the UN Secretary-General's attention to their little fracas. The quietism of the highlands carried the day. The open-mouthed astonishment the conflict triggered amongst Western allies was misplaced. The relationship between the EPLF and TPLF, in truth, had never been quite as cozy as foreigners had liked to believe. Italy's colonial occupation of Eritrea had marked a parting of the ways for communities on both sides of the frontier. Inhabitants of Ethiopia's underdeveloped Tigray migrated north in search of work, supplying sophisticated Asmara with its unskilled labor. Eritrean urbanites who had grown up associating Tigray exclusively with maids, street sweepers, and janitors, tended to look down on their neighbors. That Eritrean sense of superiority had been reinforced during the struggle, in which the longer-established EPLF played the role of mentor and guide to the inexperienced TPLF. In the field, the two movements had squabbled over military practice, relations with the Soviet Union and their vision of the future. They were brothers, certainly, but a touchy younger brother can easily come to hate a patronizing older sibling. Long before Badmi erupted, trouble had been brewing. There had been other clashes, including exchanges of fire, in disputed border areas. Baray and Bata were two examples, during which the Ethiopians had burned Eritrean villages and ousted administrators. Spotting what looked like a pattern of creeping territorial encroachment, Asmara suspected the TPLF leadership of trying to redraw the map. Hated in Addis, the Tigrayans, Eritrean officials argued, were bent on carving out a greater Tigray in preparation for the day Ethiopia's majority ethnic groups ejected this minority from power. They brandished a 1997 map of Tigray which seemed to confirm their fears. Funded by a German charity, it drew a meandering, curving frontier in the west that took a large bite out of Eritrean territory, ignoring the sharp diagonal shown on every other commercial map. If Eritrea surrendered its claim to Badme, everyone would want a piece of it, and the land its fighters had died to win would be nibbled away, kilometer by kilometer. Ethiopia's leadership met rhetoric with rhetoric. Since independence, Eritrea has picked a fight with every one of its neighbors, Ethiopian officials said, citing a series of disputes with Sudan, Yemen, and Djibouti. This is a police state, run by a fascist president, that only knows how to make war. Land was not the only issue, economic relations between the two neighbors had also curdled. Chafing over its unfamiliar landlocked status, Addis complained that its goods were being held up at Assab and it was being ripped off by sharp-elbowed Eritrean businessmen selling Ethiopian coffee on international markets. Asmara, for its part, had watched the establishment of giant factories in the Tigrayan capital of Mekelle with a jaundiced eye, suspecting the TPLF of planning to supplant Eritrea as Ethiopia's supplier of manufactured goods. The final blow had been Eritrea's insistence on introducing its own currency, in the teeth of Ethiopian resistance. When the Nakfa was launched in 1997, a furious Addis decreed that future trade would have to be conducted in hard currency, requiring Eritrean merchants to take out letters of credit with Ethiopian banks. The fact went virtually unnoticed abroad in all the excitement, but when the fighting broke out in Badme, trade along the once busy border had already petered away to a mere trickle. Within weeks, deeds were being committed that could never be forgiven. At the beginning of June, Ethiopia dramatically escalated the conflict by sending the Air Force to bomb and napalm Asmara airport. When Eritrean gunners shot down one of the jets, they discovered the man at its controls was none other than Beziba Petros, an Ethiopian pilot who had been captured by the EPLF during the struggle and sent home. Returned prisoners, according to the conventions of war, must not go back into battle, yet here was Beziba, attacking Eritrea once again. 5 Unable to believe the news, Ace Marinos flocked to the airport to see for themselves. For 30 years we've been bombed, gassed, and murdered by the Ethiopians. They only just stopped blooding us. Now the same pilots, the men who flattened Misawa, are back bombing Asmara. And it's our friends who send them. It's just unthinkable, a government minister told me, trembling with rage. Eritrea retaliated by sending its jets screaming over Mekelle, where they struck the military airport but also dropped cluster bombs near a school, killing 12 children. Eritrean officials later said the school strike was a mistake, the work of a pilot with no previous experience of live combat. But Isaias did not do the diplomatically astute thing and issue a hand-wringing apology. Expressions of regret are not an Eritrean forte. I didn't spend 30 years at the front to apologize. It was a terrible accident, acknowledged this stiff-backed president. But this is war. Mourning a massacre of innocents, appalled Ethiopians were left with the triumphant words of the Eritrean Air Force chief ringing in their ears, "They hit us once, I hit them twice." It was a revealing comment. The image of a stinging slap kept surfacing in conversations with Eritreans in those tense days. Justifying the Badme operation, a senior Eritrean diplomat likened his country to a man being pinched repeatedly under a table until he smacks his opponent. Everyone sees the slap in the face, but no one knows about the pinching that preceded it. 6. I spoke to an Eritrean merchant with 3 children waiting to be called up. Jesus may have said, "If someone slaps your face, turn the other cheek," he told me. But here in Eritrea we have our own version. It goes, "Slap my face and I'll hit you back so hard you'll never dream of trying it again." It was the rationale of a country brutalized into knee-jerk belligerence, the reasoning of a small, threatened society that had concluded, on the basis of hard experience, that violence was the only message outsiders would ever understand. Israel and Rwanda would have understood such thinking perfectly. It was an early hint that Eritrea was destined by its history to bungle the subtle challenges of peace. A strange fatalism had descended on Eritrea. Gripped by a sensation of déjà vu, residents noted, with resigned impassivity, the fact that Western embassies started evacuating their nationals from Asmara just before the first raid on the airport, a timing that not only suggested a helpful tip-off from the Ethiopians, but spelt out an all too familiar message. The going had got tough, and Eritrea's newest buddies, the diplomats, aid workers, and businessmen who had rushed to promise partnerships and investment after independence, had scarpered. Just as in the old days, Eritrea was on its own. The realization that the outside world had also labeled Eritrea the aggressor prompted the same shrug of the shoulders. What else was to be expected from the international community that had tolerated the Federation's abrogation, ignored the EPLF's existence, and armed the Derg? There was a feeling of vast sorrow at the thought that, after a brief 7 years in which fighters had exchanged their camouflage for civies, they were being asked once again to make the ultimate sacrifice. The Nakfa trenches had been tolerable because fighters had always believed their offspring would eventually inherit the deep peace that went with unchallenged sovereignty. They had suffered to ensure the next generation would not. Now aging Tegadelti dispatched their children to the new front, sick to their stomachs at the sight of the open trucks packed full of tense young faces, trundling west. But the grief went hand in hand with what, to outsiders, seemed a baffling self-confidence. This war would be nasty, but the Eritreans knew they were destined to triumph. The EPLF legend of plucky solitude had them in its seductive grip. How could a people that had bested Haile Selassie and Mengistu, despite the best efforts of the US and Soviet Union, ever lose? Of course, Ethiopia, with its 70 million strong population to draw on for recruits, dwarfed Eritrea, with 4.5 million. But those ratios had held true before and had always proved ultimately irrelevant. It was the EPLF, after all, which had taught the TPLF the secrets of guerrilla warfare and provided the tanks that rolled into Addis. Africa's Spartan knew its own violent origins. No people did warfare better than the Eritreans. "We will win," my old friend John Birikis told me with mournful certainty. Grizzled as he was, he stood ready to take up the gun again if his government needed him. "We have always won. What can the Ethiopians teach us about fighting? We had to teach them how to get rid of their dictator." A government minister told the same story. "We could walk through Tigray if we wanted," he assured me. "But we're in a dilemma over what to do. Do you finish off your friends?" It was dangerous, delusional folly, not only because the Eritrean army of 1998 was a far flabbier entity than the lean fighting machine constructed during the struggle, nor because the task of defending a 1,000 km border differed substantially from holding the mountain fortress that was Nakfa. Nations that believe they cannot lose slide into war more easily than states that suspect the contest will be close. When victory seems assured, opportunities for negotiation are neglected. The blurred fudges that allow faces to be saved and compromises struck regarded as beneath contempt. I didn't spend 30 years in the bush to compromise. Below the overweening confidence lay something more ominous in its implications, whose outlines the TPLF had sensed. The EPLF had forced Eritrean sovereignty down the gullet of a wriggling international community by being ready to fight harder, suffer more intensely, hold out longer than its enemy. Modern Eritrea had conjured itself into existence through war. The notion it would have to continue asserting its identity through combat seemed unexceptional. "We fought the forgotten war, everyone was against us," an ex-fighter told me. Winning that war meant we came to exist as a nation, we came to be known. So now it's a question of not losing our identity. First we will go to war, then we will negotiate from a position of strength. A peace plan put forward by the US and Rwanda in June quickly foundered. In Eritrean eyes, Ethiopia's readiness to launch an air campaign made a mockery of the entire process, which was passed to the OAU, most of whose Addis-based delegates shared the Ethiopian view of Eritrea as hot-tempered regional bully. In retrospect, Isaiah's defiant speech at the Cairo summit was beginning to look like a very poor investment. After a lull in which two of Africa's most famine-prone countries indulged in a multimillion-dollar arms shopping spree, pumped tens of thousands of barely trained recruits into their armies and signed up Ukrainian mercenaries to fly their planes, fighting resumed in earnest in February 1999. Eritrean predictions that the rest of Ethiopia would leave the Tigrayans to fight alone proved disastrously off-key. Tapping into brooding public resentment over the surrender of Ethiopia's coastline, Meles rallied the nation behind him. His commanders opened a new front on the outskirts of Assab and then sent wave upon wave of soldiers crashing against dug-in Eritrean positions in Badme. With Badme lost, Eritrea's central and eastern fronts under attack and the prospect of recolonization, or at the very least, the installment of a puppet government in Asmara, looking a distinct possibility, Isaias accepted the OAU's peace terms. Eritrea, the nation that prided itself on needing no one, now looked to the despised UN for its salvation, blue-helmeted peace monitors deploying along the contested border in September 2000. Engaging over 500,000 troops and displacing 600,000 people, the Badme War won the dubious honor of being not only the worst conflict ever staged between two armies in Africa, but the biggest war in the world at the time, more devastating than the rather better publicized Kosovo crisis. It created a level of hatred unparalleled even during the struggle, which found particularly mean-spirited expression. Even under the repressive Derg, Eritreans with no interest in politics and families of mixed origin had been able to earn a living and put down roots in Ethiopia. No longer, Ethiopia loaded more than 70,000 men, women, and children, many holding Ethiopian passports, onto buses and dumped them across the border. There was something of a spurned lover's fury behind this mass deportation. You want independence? Here, take it, and get out. In Eritrea, thousands of Ethiopians were made to feel so unwelcome they left of their own accord. 7. The detail that sticks in my mind, evidence of what miserably petty acts wounded pride can push us to perform, emerged during a UN briefing in a compound outside Assab. The UN unit in the area had been trying to arrange the most basic and humane of services, burying those killed during Ethiopia's abortive push on the port. Nearly a year after the war's end, the bodies still lay baking in the sun. Neither Eritrea nor Ethiopia was ready to lose face by acknowledging the corpses as their own. The UN had been reduced to identifying the dead by their footwear, boots for the Ethiopians, black plastic sandals for the Eritreans. Whatever it costs runs the motto on an Italian bridge erected on the plains outside Misawa. It could have served as the EPLF's maxim, and now the unflinching message had acquired a bitter resonance. It was not so much a question of the numbers of Eritrean dead, although the figure the government eventually announced, 19,000 in just 2 years, seemed almost unbearably high compared to the 65,000 lost during the armed struggle's 30 years. Eritrea had lost the sympathy of its foreign friends, aghast at the shattering of their dream of an African renaissance. Its economic take-off had belly-flopped. As long as Isaias was in control, Addis made clear it would have no dealings, trade or otherwise, with its neighbor. The Ethiopian market, which had accounted for 2/3 of Eritrean output before the war, vanished. With Addis redirecting its exports to Djibouti and Berbera, Assab became a sun-baked ghost town, the cawing of crows reverberating around the once bustling port. Eritrea's newly renovated hotels lay empty. Tourism is always the first casualty of war. The ever-loyal diaspora had been squeezed dry during the fighting, digging deep into its pockets to pay for new weaponry. Sighing over a botched opportunity, foreign entrepreneurs put their plans for Eritrea on indefinite hold and looked elsewhere. Even if anyone felt ready to shoulder the risk of investing in Eritrea, they would struggle to find the staff. The nation's brightest and best had been dragooned into a 300,000-strong standing army. Isaias was in no hurry to demobilize. During the fighting, the nation had formed a common front, the Nakfa spirit taking over as a new generation of fighters suddenly understood what their parents had endured in the Sahel. But now that peace had come, and such a poisonous peace at that, Eritreans looked back over events with critical eyes. Although the government's inner circle would never dream of admitting it in public, where the phrase strategic withdrawal was once more being put to euphemistic use, invincible Eritrea had clearly lost the war. Had the government really explored every diplomatic avenue before sending tanks into Badme? Had that response been proportionate? Why had Eritrea's army been repeatedly caught by surprise during the war, failures of intelligence that played disastrously into Ethiopian hands? The peace deal signed in Algiers in 2000 bore a striking resemblance to the U.S. Rwanda plan which Eritrea had allowed to slip through its fingers. Had presidential pride cost thousands of lives? Such questions highlighted another nagging concern, the political status quo. Even before the war's outbreak, Isaias had shown signs of cooling enthusiasm for multi-party democracy. The PFDJ still enjoyed a stranglehold on power and, through its affiliated corporations and banks, what remained of the economy. Those who have risked their lives for their country tend to nurse merciless expectations. When would the promised constitution be adopted? What about elections? Was Eritrea destined, just as the rest of the continent embraced multipartyism, to become a one-party state of the old, discredited variety? At the center of this swirling debate stood Isaias. Imposingly tall, fiercely intelligent, naturally austere, he had chosen his path early in life, rebelling against a father who was a committed unionist. A ringleader amongst the Balshi Eritrean students attending Addis Ababa University, he joined the ELF but lost faith in its capacity to liberate Eritrea. His upper arm bore a scar in the shape of an E, carved at a meeting at which 3 disaffected young ELF members swore to create an effective revolutionary movement. Since the struggle, in which he maneuvered his way to the position of Secretary General with Machiavellian skill, he had enjoyed almost saint-like status in the eyes of ordinary Eritreans. When, in the early 1990s, he caught cerebral malaria and was flown to Israel in a coma, an anguished nation held his breath. His return, wasted but alive, became a triumphal procession through Asmara as residents, tears of relief in their eyes, lined Liberation Avenue. We allowed ourselves to be misled by the lack of photographs on display, by the president's modest lifestyle, a woman fighter who fled into exile later acknowledged. Looking back, it's clear that Eritrea did have a personality cult, just like any other African nation. To a besotted public, Isaias' qualities seemed the quintessence of the Eritrean national character. He was Eritrea plus. The PFDJ is Eritrea and I am the PFDJ, he once famously pronounced, echoing Martini's vainglorious I am the colony. To an outsider, the president epitomized what made Eritrea as maddening as it was magnificent. He was a leader who kept his counsel and nursed his grudges long and hard. Given a chance to ingratiate himself, he could be gruff to the point of rudeness, even at a time when Eritrea needed every friend it could get. An ambassador who delicately reminded Isaias that his country had stood by Eritrea, continuing to supply aid when others faltered, emerged from his tete-a-tete steaming. "I suppose I should thank you for that," had been the graceless response. Nothing seemed to dent his belief that he knew what was best for the nation. His critics were dismissed as irritating irrelevancies. The dogs bark, but the camel continues to march, he liked to say. His was a single-minded, driven personality perfectly fitted to the role of running a guerrilla organization. But Isaias' closest colleagues had started wondering, well before Badme, whether, like Winston Churchill, this was a leader unsuited to the demands of peace. Nominally, a system of executive checks and balances existed. In reality, Isaias had concentrated power in his own hands, shuffling portfolios to prevent ministers forming power bases, duplicating departments until it became unclear where real authority lay. He had squeezed the front's heavyweights off the ruling party's executive committee in 1994 on the grounds that the PFDJ needed an injection of new blood. He had set up a special court, which issued judgments against which there was no appeal. And when Badme erupted, Isaias had neither formed a war council, called a meeting of the party leadership nor summoned the National Assembly. The collective approach to decision-making that had characterized the EPLF was abandoned. He kept all the key decisions to himself and, in retrospect, they looked like all the wrong decisions. As for the disarray in army ranks, insiders said, Isaias was to blame. He had undermined his own generals and defense minister by telephoning commanders in the field to receive briefings and issue orders direct. Former EPLF cadres will one day have to explain why they failed to rein in Isaias when the first signs of authoritarianism made themselves manifest, why they did so little, during the 1998-2000 war, to voice their unease. One factor, however strange it may sound when talking about battle-scarred warriors, was basic physical fear. Standing well over 6 feet, Isaias, the indomitable alpha male, towered over his cabinet colleagues, built in the small and wiry Eritrean mold. He was a hard, dogged drinker, and when he lost his temper, he became physical. In the EPLF, policy would initially be batted about very informally, over a few drinks. I've seen him headbutt colleagues during those discussions because they wouldn't agree with him, remembers Paulos Tesfagiorgis, a veteran EPLF activist. 8 The president once brought a whiskey bottle crashing down on a cabinet minister's head, and the man sported a plaster for days. As any battered wife can attest, the threat of potential violence works its insidious effect, even when not put into practice. Flinching aides tend to ration their spontaneity. If Gordon Brown knew he risked a black eye when discussing monetary policy with Tony Blair, if Donald Rumsfeld occasionally emerged from George Bush's office nursing a split lip, politics in both countries might take a very different course. During the Badme War, all had rallied round, Eritrea's survival demanded it. Now the critics put an end to their self-censorship. A group of academics and professionals met in Germany to compile what became known as the Berlin Manifesto, calling for the constitution to be implemented and democratic government restored. In May 2001, 15 high-ranking members of the PFDJ's Central Council, including such respected figures as Mesfin Hagos, Petros Solomon, Mahmoud Sharifo, and Haile Woldense, wrote to the president, asking him to convene the Council and National Assembly to discuss the crisis. The president's response was quietly ominous. "This morning you sent me a letter with signatures. If it is for my information, I have seen it. In general, I only want to say that you all are making a mistake." The group of 15, as they became known, pressed on, publishing their concerns about the slide to one-man rule in an open letter. Asmara's cafes were abuzz, student leaders, dismissed ministers, even the Chief Justice spoke out, and Eritrea's new private press gleefully printed it all. Taciturn Eritrea had never known such openness. It was to be the briefest of Prague Springs. In an April interview, Isaias assured me he was committed to political pluralism. "I've been a proponent for the last 15 years. I have lived and fought for these values all my life." On September 18, he made his move, ordering dawn raids on the homes of the men who had once fought by his side. Only those traveling at the time escaped the police roundup. Eritrea's private newspapers were closed, its most outspoken journalists arrested. The crackdown went virtually unnoticed in the West, its attention fixed on the rubble of the World Trade Towers. But the conclusion the media reached over 9/11, "The world will never be the same again," aptly described what a generation of shocked Eritreans was feeling, for very different reasons. The Eritrea I visit these days is not the country I knew. 11 members of the G15 languish in detention, their whereabouts unknown. Denied access to lawyers and family. The men and women who formed the EPLF's intellectual core are unlikely ever to face trial. They have already been effectively prosecuted and found guilty of passing military information to the enemy. What else could explain the Eritrean army's defeat, and of plotting with the CIA to oust Isaias? These are not politicians, these are people who betrayed their nation in difficult times, the president told the BBC. A general who betrays his country to the enemy in difficult times is a traitor, not a politician. Whatever lies behind this hackneyed tale of conspiracies and fifth columnists, external events fuel a widespread view that Eritrea, at this moment of its history, can ill afford the luxury of dissent. After 12 months of deliberation, in which experts in international law pored over colonial maps, a commission set up in The Hague to settle the border question came up with its decision. Badme, it announced in April 2002, lay in Eritrea, just as Asmara had always insisted. Both governments had agreed the finding would be final and binding, but the surrender of this totemic village was too much for Addis to bear. Denouncing the result as unacceptable, Meles called on the Security Council to set up an alternative mechanism to decide the border, effectively demanding a second opinion. Ethiopia's forces remain in occupation of Badme and its surrounds, and behind a cordon sanitaire erected by the UN, two tense armies bristle at one another in a nervy standoff which carries the constant risk of another flare-up. 9. The UN, which is spending $220 million a year keeping its troops deployed in the area, is a guarantor of the peace process and theoretically obliged to enforce the Boundary Commission's findings. By remaining on Eritrean soil, the Ethiopian government is defying international law. Since Addis Ababa relies on injections of foreign aid to feed its population, in theory donor nations enjoy huge leverage over its actions. But just as in the days of Haile Selassie and the Derg, Realpolitik carries the day. 10 Given the choice between championing a tiny Red Sea nation with a dodgy human rights record and prickly leader, and maintaining cordial relations with Ethiopia, a regional giant regarded as an ally in Washington's war on terror, few foreign governments can muster much enthusiasm for the Eritrean cause. For a West applying Bush's simplistic "you're either for us or against us" criterion, Eritrea is no more than an irritant, just as it was during the Cold War. Asmara finds itself in a position with horribly familiar echoes. On paper, the legal argument over Badme has been won, just as on paper, Ethiopia's 1962 abrogation of the federation broke the law. What happens in practice is quite another matter. The limpness of the international community's attempt to persuade Ethiopia to accept the border ruling feels like the last in a long series of betrayals. What we cannot understand, a politician told me in bafflement on my last visit to Asmara, is why no one wants us to survive. Eritrea languishes in a no peace, no war limbo, worst of all possible worlds. Ethiopia seems bent on throttling the economic life out of its neighbor, even if its own Tigray province suffocates in the process. The sad thing is that Ethiopia can strangle Eritrea to death without lifting a finger, a British official told me. While Meles still maintains he has no designs on the coast, his people are less restrained. The curse of the Queen of Sheba has returned with a vengeance in Ethiopia, with opposition parties, civic groups, and independent newspapers all arguing that Eritrea's duplicity has proved Ethiopia must secure its own port. The arithmetic is irresistible, argues former Attorney General Teshome Gaber Mariam, a politically active barrister in Addis. A nation of 4M cannot deny 70M people access to the sea. It is a matter of time, but another war is inevitable. The terrible lessons of the 30-year struggle, driven by just such a sense of Ethiopian entitlement, appear to have left little trace. A willful, angry amnesia has set in. Two of the world's poorest nations, whose malnourished people face the constant threat of famine, are quietly restocking their armories. The threat from across the border gives Isaias a perfect excuse for his failure to demobilize an oversized army. The requirement to do military service, which keeps 1 in 14 Eritreans in uniform, doubles as a handy instrument of social control. Instead of gossiping in cafes, the nation's restive youth is kept busy terracing mountain slopes or laying new roads in the Danakil. Describing Isaiah's hold on the country, foreign officials instinctively clench their hands into the fists of a horse rider pulling in the reins. He holds this country tight, very tight. Occasionally the army stages a raid in Asmara, loading youths who cannot prove they have done their duty onto trucks bound for the bleak training camp in Sawa. Those without military papers are barred from university, have trouble finding jobs, and are denied exit visas. Eritrea has become one big land prison, a former Red Flower told me. The leader who freed Eritrea now holds it captive. Despite the government's best efforts, people still manage to slip away. Soldiers drive to the border with Sudan and walk, helicopter pilots set course for Saudi Arabia, students at Western colleges extend their foreign residence permits. One group of would-be asylum seekers, being forcibly returned from Libya, became so hysterical at the thought of returning to Eritrea, they actually hijacked the plane taking them home. The shoulder-knocking Eritrean salute, telltale sign of a former fighter, is increasingly to be seen on the streets of London's Camden Town and Washington, D.C.'s Adams Morgan. Eritreans have always had two ways of killing something, an Eritrean scholar told me. They never challenge things openly. Either they retire into themselves and say nothing. Or they just leave, go into exile, join the Shifta, go to the front. In my family there isn't a single young person who wants to stay in Eritrea, and that's tragic. This quiet abandonment is the hardest thing for the regime to swallow. For decades, the diaspora dreamt of the day they could return to independent Eritrea. Now those trapped at home jeeringly nickname those with foreign papers belles, or fig cactus, because like that seasonal delicacy they come just once a year, and only in summer. Eritreans are in flight again, not from the Derg, but from their own liberation movement. The crackdown has taught a nation never prone to chattiness to watch its tongue. I used to come away from Asmara with my notebooks scrawled with names and addresses, asking an Eritrean whether he minded speaking on the record almost felt like an insult. Now acquaintances mutter under their breath, or suggest a drive to Durfo to watch the clouds swirling in over the valleys. There, in the privacy of their cars, they open their hearts. My notebooks are blotched with scribbled out names, and when I write my articles, I resort to the anonymous labels of journalism conducted in a police state, an official, a former fighter, a minister. Identities, along with Eritrea's sense of certainty, have swirled away, like ink dropped in flowing water. Personal opinions have been replaced by jokes, not something I ever associated with Eritrea. Losing most of their impact in translation, they poke fun at Isaias and his remaining cronies with a scornful irreverence unthinkable 10 years ago. One runs as follows: an international conference is being staged and every delegation starts boasting about their country. We have the best engineers, say the Americans, we can take a man and put him on the moon. We have the best surgeons, say the Germans, we can take out a heart and transplant it. Ah yes, say the Eritreans, but we have the best doctors. We can replace a man's brain with a coconut and call him president. Chillingly, I have begun hearing a refrain I first heard in Bucharest, in the days that followed the dictator Ceausescu's toppling. Whenever more than 5 of us were gathered together, a Romanian paterfamilias told me, looking across a crowded lunch table, we knew there was a member of the Securitate in our midst. Eritreans, mindful of the informer network that operated under the Derg, distrust even their nearest and dearest. I'm telling you this because you are a foreigner, an ex-fighter told me on my last visit, but I would not say this in front of an Eritrean, not even my closest friend. He had only been discussing the mundane problems of adjusting to civilian life, yet even that felt potentially seditious. There are many informers inside Eritrea, says Dr. Barakit Selassie, the US-based academic who drafted Eritrea's never-implemented constitution, now in opposition. We can tell how effective they are from the way the emails from Asmara are drying up. Eritrea's leadership is more isolated now than ever it was during the struggle, for the true believers have distanced themselves. 11 Those who once marveled at plucky little Eritrea's iconoclasm now shrug it off as a pariah state. Bent on proving he cares not a jot for the international community's disapproval, Isaias has grown ever more heavy-handed in his dealings. When Italy's ambassador protested at the jailing of G15 members on behalf of the European Union, he was expelled. Eritrea was not about to take lessons in democracy from its former colonial master. When Washington, worried about Islamic fundamentalism, was looking for a site for a new military base to police the Red Sea, Eritrea seemed the obvious choice. A U.S. presence would have nipped any Ethiopian designs on Assab in the bud. But Isaias refused on principle to release 2 American embassy employees arrested during his crackdown and a miffed Washington built its base, a muscular version of Kagnu, in Djibouti instead. I registered how far the line separating healthy feistiness from self-destructive bloody-mindedness had been crossed one torpid day, walking through the alleys of Misawa. Neatly parked by the roadside sat 18 SUVs, covered in a gathering blanket of red dust. Lip-smacking assets in a country with few tarmac roads, the jeeps had been imported as part of a Danish-funded mine-clearing program, and Denmark had always planned to leave them behind as a gift when the job was done. But the government, with its customary lack of tact, had told Copenhagen it had no need of its services. Furious at its brusque treatment, the Danes were making a point of shipping the jeeps out. Denmark didn't need them, but Eritrea would not, now, be getting them either. With foreign friends gratuitously alienated, its youth in military training and business interest at rock bottom, Asmara seems stuck in one long Sunday afternoon. Since Ethiopian Airlines suspended its services, it has become one of Africa's least accessible capitals, a city whose residents prick up their ears when a flight roars overhead and pinpoint the airline. There are so few, with impressive accuracy. This is a good place for old people to retire to, a frail old Italian, puzzled by my interest in the place, gently told me. But there is nothing here for the young. In a humiliating echo of the past, Eritrea once again plays host to foreign troops, a UN intervention force this time, rather than Kagnu station. Locals who tut-tut at the sight of Eritrean girls on the arms of drunk GIs now wince at the lush goings-on in the bars near the UN base. They hate this dependency, but need these visitors both to shield them from the Ethiopians and keep their stagnating economy afloat. The taxi driver's dirge, that staple of African travels, has finally come to Asmara. The last driver who picked me up at the airport, in that pre-dawn chill when the barks of waking dogs are relayed from one sleepy district to another, drove with the infinite slowness of a man counting every drop of petrol. He would be selling his taxi soon, the old man muttered from a tumbled swathe of turban and shawl. Business had evaporated and the car was costing more to run than he earned. Then he pronounced the words I had heard said about the Belgians in Congo, Portuguese in Angola and British in Zambia, but never dreamed I would hear in Eritrea, all the more heart-rending for being said with such quiet resignation. Things were better under the Italians. Chapter 18. It's good to be normal. When dreams are shattered, they itch like scabies on the buttocks. Eritrean proverb. One Saturday morning a small group gathered near London's Gower Street, taking their seats in a room off one of the slightly dilapidated Victorian halls, bequeathed to the nation by high-minded philanthropists, that cluster around Bloomsbury. The meeting's chairman, an exile with an intense, intelligent face, introduced the guest speaker with obvious affection. The white-haired academic talked softly about the efforts opposition movements were making to unite, the need to rally the diaspora and efforts to lobby Western governments. In the audience, human rights campaigners nodded sympathetically, offering information on the latest repressive measures introduced by the authorities. The perennial question of how to grab the attention of a fickle foreign media was raised, and journalists present made a few tentative suggestions. A sense of terrible poignancy seeped in with the thin winter light, unacknowledged but inescapable. For this meeting on Eritrea, actually called in autumn 2003, could have been staged at almost any time in the 1960s, 1970s, or 1980s. The Britons there, Many former true believers had attended scores of such get-togethers in their day, to discuss identical problems. The speaker, Dr. Barakit Selassie, had denounced a government's illegality not once, but 100 times, in similar gloomy rooms. And the Eritrean chairman, Paulos Tesfagiorgis, had known exile before, when he had been based in Khartoum raising funds for Eritrean refugees in the 1970s and 1980s. First time round, the meeting's participants had been blessed with the energy and optimism of youth, and they had been fighting an alien force, the Ethiopian regime. Now they were past middle age, and the adversary was a system they themselves had helped create, the Eritrean government. Yet here they were, launching themselves once again into the grind of campaign meetings and focus groups, lobbying and leafleting, that constitutes long-distance dissidence. Like a boomerang, history had executed one long ironic arc, returning to knock them off their feet. Around the world, Eritreans who played a key role in the EPLF, whether as fighters, activists, or merely supportive civilians, are trying to understand what went wrong. Did they, however inadvertently, contribute to the betrayal of the Eritrean revolution? What could, and should, they have done differently? For Paulos, a small, articulate man with the notched eyebrows of a Christian Highlander, the interrogation is particularly severe. In 1974, when still a law student at the University of Wisconsin, he became an actor in what remains a rarely acknowledged episode in rebel history. The large Eritrean community based in the U.S., in spasmodic contact with the rebel movement back home, had heard reports of a purge in the factions that would eventually coalesce to form the EPLF. Some fighters who objected to Isaiah's style of leadership had formed a movement dubbed Manka, Bat, after its habit of meeting at night. These were the rough and ready days of a movement still finding its feet, and Manka complained about poor coordination, supply shortages, and the fact that fighters who dared challenge Isaiah's views were often given a good hiding. It wanted greater accountability, increased power sharing. Many of the suggestions made by Manka's members would later be put into effect, as the front became better organized. But its ringleaders did not live to see that day. After a year of febrile debate, they were shot by the EPLF. People we knew, people who had attended Addis University and had played a key role mustering support for the movement, had been killed. It raised a lot of questions, remembers Paulos. The discussion kept festering, it would not go away, it was creating a lot of disunity. The diaspora decided to settle the question for good by dispatching Paulos and another young Eritrean to the Sahel. The future goodwill, and sizable financial contributions, of the North American community would depend on the account the two envoys brought back. It was Paulos' first visit to the front and he found it psychologically overwhelming. The purge had created an atmosphere of fear and suspicion he could feel but barely understand. In daytime he was kept under strict escort, but at night Manka sympathizers sidled up to him to mutter, "Don't believe everything you hear." He was awed by the austerity of life at the front, humbled by the fighter's sense of purpose. Above all, he was agonizingly aware that while he, a spoiled member of the educated bourgeoisie, was free to return to a cushioned existence in the West, former classmates who possessed no more than the clothes on their backs were staying behind. To question it all would have felt like gross disloyalty. In our report we said, those executed were guilty of incitement, indiscipline, and creating division, remembers Paulos. Our report created a calmness. We were the first people from the North American community who had been there, so no one could challenge us. Our word was the word. Single-handed, we made the front look fantastic. Today, Paulos tortures himself with the thought that he was responsible for what amounted to a whitewash, a ringing endorsement delivered at a time when the young Isaias, facing his most serious challenge to date, might have been either reined in or sidelined. We did it completely in good faith. We felt it was vital to maintain unity and we placed our trust in the leadership. But, looking back, we made a mistake. Fate has exacted a high personal price for his error. In his 50s, At a time when most men feel they have earned the right to job security, status in the community, a home of their own, Paulos has become an asylum seeker, doomed to a rootless existence spent sleeping on other people's sofas, negotiating the maze of foreign bureaucracies, dependent on the generosity of friends of friends. It would be heartening to think the foreign powers that meddled in Eritrea with such devastating results might occasionally examine their consciences and records with equal rigor. For while ordinary Eritreans have lessons to learn about how and why their revolution was betrayed, so does the West. If Eritrea today so often comes across as dangerously impervious to criticism and bafflingly quick to anger, she is largely that way because colonial masters and superpowers made her so. An entire society is suffering from a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Her history of cynical abuse, shared by so many small nations whose gripes prompt irritated yawns in Washington, Moscow, and London, should serve as warning as the campaign against Islamic extremism recasts Western foreign policy in brash interventionist mold. If determined enough, gorillas in plastic sandals can bring down a modern army. A capacity for taking infinite pains can force the most sophisticated occupying power to its knees. When you don't know what you're doing, can't grasp who you are dealing with, best leave well alone. It would be refreshing to think officials in the State Department, the Kremlin, Whitehall, or the UN occasionally remember the parable that is the Eritrean story, but it would be illusory. As with so many former colonies, Eritrea highlights the one-sided nature of memory in an unequal partnership. She is like a girlfriend who remembers every line on the face of the man who abandoned her, nursing each hurtful word of their raging arguments, honing her responses. When, years later, the two meet again, he delivers his most wounding insult yet. While the abuse has scarred her forever, he can barely recall the relationship. Eritrea is now being dealt the final insult, she is being forgotten by the powers that once used her. The country I once liked to think of as Shangri-La has become an unhappy land, but it is also a far more interesting, nuanced place. Once, talking to Eritreans, I had the impression of speaking to a many-headed monster, each of whose mouths chanted the same refrain. Now the Hydra's heads often speak in whispers, but they wear different expressions and none of the opinions they voice are the same. Some believe the government is wrong, but now is not the time to press the point. Some regard Isaias as misunderstood national savior, some loathe him as the great betrayer. Eritreans are becoming rounded individuals, their community a more complex, conflicted society. That is no bad thing. Writing this book, I used to marvel over the chasm between the stark experiences of the Eritreans I had come to know and the foreigners, often direct contemporaries, who impacted so heavily on their lives. Which life, given the choice, would I pick? A member of the gross guys, binge drinking to obliterate the boredom, uneasily aware that in shirking Vietnam I had balked my generation's ultimate test, certain of tranquil retirement in Middle America? Or a fighter in my too short shorts, listening to a piano recital under a thorn tree, aware the odds were against me making it through the war? We were unique, Zaz the GI once surprised me by boasting, in a mood of bleary self-congratulation. The adjective seemed rather better applied to the earnest shifty Skagnews commanders warned their boys against. Give me the Sahel any day, because the choice between blandness and passion seems no choice at all. Yet Eritrea's story highlights the dangers inherent in that intoxicating, beguiling thing, a sense of purpose. For years we felt superior, not just because we won the war but because we had idealism, we had a grand vision, says Paulos. Look at the ex-fighters. It is only now that they are coming down to the ground and becoming ordinary human beings again. The last few, chastening years have brought Eritreans earthwards with a vengeance, and even those in government recognize an element of hubris. It's good to be normal, ruefully acknowledges a government minister in Asmara. We have gone from thinking we were unique, a people chosen by God like the Israelis, to realizing we too have our faults, we are not so special after all. It's called growing up. Humility seems unlikely, but Eritreans no longer take it for granted they are a breed apart, no longer assume they know the answers to Africa's problems. As their present becomes murkier, they are losing the black and white certainties of the past. As Isaiah accurately predicted, today's Eritrea is no society of angels. The image of a utopia built up in fighters' minds has evaporated like the morning mist. Yet I can't write it off as just another numbing third-world disappointment. If the curse of so many African states has been low expectations, passed from one generation to another like a genetic disease, a generation of Eritreans stands immune. The EPLF spent decades teaching its followers that every man and woman, Muslim and Christian, peasant and urban dweller, was equally valuable. It set up popularly elected assemblies in the villages, it championed women's organizations, it relentlessly trumpeted the merits of grassroots democracy. That work cannot now be easily undone. Aspirations were created, and the fact that they have been frustrated will not pass unnoticed. The notion of accountability has seeped into a people's psychology, as impossible to uproot as the dream of shady groves and green pastures ex-fighters regard as the real Eritrea. We had this idea of equality at the front, and now it is fixed forever in our minds, a friend ruminated. Amongst the older generation inside Eritrea, the unarticulated refrain, "I didn't spend 15/20/30 years at the front for this," spools through daily life like the subtitles showing under films at Asmara's Cinema Roma. As for the diaspora, its Western-educated, foreign passport-holding youngsters are coolly appraising, their expectations serving notice to a leadership that has lost its way. Do you remember what John Kennedy said? Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Well, I feel precisely the opposite, a young Eritrean told me on a flight to Asmara. He was returning to teach at secondary school, but his degree from a German business college meant there was no shortage of tempting alternatives if the experience proved frustrating. Of course I'm a patriot. Of course I want to do my bit. But not at any price. This has to be a two-way relationship. The bumptiousness of such youngsters, like the unforgiving self-examination of older men like Paulo's, is a great source of hope. The stroppier they get, the better. Surveying Eritrea's future, I feel nothing like the bleak despair that descends when I try to guess whether Congo will survive as a nation-state, or Sierra Leone's democracy will last the year. Eritreans have already achieved too much, against too many odds, for the country to fail. Whenever pessimism threatens to set in, I'm always brought up short by the memory of a group of overall-wearing 80 and 90-year-olds, working happily in an abandoned hangar on the edge of town. I came across them on my first visit to Eritrea, when I drove out to Asmara's grossed-over railway station at the suggestion of the transport minister of the day. With only one winding road linking the capital to Misawa, the government, he said, wanted to rebuild the old Italian railway. It had put the job out to tender, but the estimates offered by Western construction companies were more than an administration allergic to debt could swallow. Eritreans would do it themselves, the government decided. With hard work and application, the qualities on which the EPLF had always depended, the task could be completed on a shoestring budget. Turn-of-the-century charts showing where the track once ran were dusted off, cannibalized sleepers collected into neat piles. The laborers who had worked as apprentices under the Italians were summoned out of retirement and told to train a new generation of railwaymen. It's good to be working again, one told me. When you retire, both mentally and physically, things begin to slip. It became something of a showcase project, a picturesque expression of a national fixation with self-reliance. Visiting camera crews adored it. Their lenses lingered over the grizzled laborers as they lovingly oiled down the chuffing black Ansaldo and Breda steam engines, curved rails painstakingly by hand and fired up the disused Italian foundries. Train spotters around the world, raving over the steam story of the 1990s, tracked every development on their websites. Domestic critics rolled their eyes to heaven. This was self-indulgent folly, they complained, an indication of how the PFDJ was mismanaging the transition from rebel organization to modern government. The Misawa, Asmara line would probably never be reconstituted, and even if it were, the locomotives would carry too little cargo to make a difference. When the war in Badmi blew up, their skepticism seemed confirmed. With the young apprentices away at the front, only the veterans were left, and progress slowed to a snail's pace. Yet every time I visited, I noticed that the brown ribbon of track had edged a little further towards the capital. The white scar that snaked its way around the mountain was that much shorter. Just as their predecessors had done a century before, the Eritrean railwaymen paused before tackling the gravity-defying final climb up to Asmara, gave one last heave, and scaled the plateau. The railway between Asmara and Misawa, the engineering feat Martini had regarded as his life's greatest achievement, now reborn as a symbol of gritty Eritrean nationhood, is a reality once again. On one of my last trips to Asmara, I took a ride on the lowlands section, watching as a wizened railwayman, who still spoke functional Italian, expertly spun and loosened the brakes on the rail car. The diesel locomotive whistled through tunnels and rattled round bends. As it stopped repeatedly to let farmers load grain sacks onto waiting camels and take aboard women carrying bouquets of upended chickens, the sun slowly sank over the thorn trees. Lights were a luxury the old network did not run to, and a dark, starlit peace descended upon us. A confused bat landed in my lap, wriggled in brief panic, then flew off. Someone turned on a radio and jangling Eritrean music filled the carriage. By the time I stumbled off the train, my hair permeated by the smoky aroma of home-cured leather, the moon was out. 7 hours to travel 32 kilometers, pause and return. It had undoubtedly been the slowest train ride of my life. But parts of Eritrea that had been cut off for decades were trading again. Farmers were tending long-neglected plots in the knowledge they would be able to get their vegetables to market. The Eritreans had done it their way, the dogged, counterintuitive, hardest way, but they had pulled it off. The following day, my bags packed, notebooks stowed, I was blessed with one of those moments of serendipity which always seem to take place in Eritrea. We bumped into each other in a snack bar opposite the red brick cathedral. It was just after lunch, a time of day when most of Asmara, true to its Italian ancestry, pulls down the metal shutters and takes a nap. Outside, the sun slammed down on Liberation Avenue, as relentless as gravity itself. Inside, the blue-veined marble floor was cool. I went to place my order and found my words being echoed by a middle-aged man standing next to the cashier, who had decided, notwithstanding the fact that all three of us were speaking in English, to act as interpreter. Me to cashier, I'll have a macchiato. Him to cashier, she says she'll have a macchiato. Me to cashier, and a donut. Him to cashier, give her a donut too. Cashier to me, 4 nakfa. Him to me, that will be 4 nakfa. So, he said, having established with this friendly, if superfluous, service, a certain bond, who are you? What are you doing in Asmara? I'm a journalist. From England. I'm doing research. A British journalist. BBC. He positively beamed. His face was as plump as a cherry, and when he smiled, it radiated pure bonhomie. Can you help me? You see, I'd like to see some footage the BBC filmed of me when I was a young man. Also, there are 2 Americans, 2 old friends of mine, I would very much like to get back in touch with them. A BBC film? Well, they have archives, of course. In London. But I'd need the details to track it down. When was this? It was in 1975. Tom Bodhode, he stumbled over an awkward name, and David Strickland. They had been working at Cagnew Station and were taken hostage by the ELF. The BBC did an interview when they were under guard. There was something about this story, I sensed, I was failing to grasp. Had this man worked at Cagnew Station? Had he been held hostage alongside the 2 Americans? What was the connection? You say you were their friend. Yes, we became very close. I am curious to know what I was like then, to see myself in my 20s. It's history now, for them and for me. Suddenly, the pieces clicked together to form an explanation so magnificently surreal I gave an incredulous laugh. You're the one who took them hostage. You were the elf kidnapper. He gently remonstrated with me. I was head of the elf unit. But I think of myself as their friend. That piercingly sweet smile again. You see, I was simply doing my duty. We were fighting for independence. We were all soldiers together, both the Americans and us, and the Americans were supporting our enemy too. Why on earth do you want to get back in touch with them? Do you want to apologize? He ignored the question. It really was a bit crass. That was a very special time for me and for them. It was the first time, for both of us. We only kept them for a week, in a little house in the mountains, before the elf came to take them to Gashbarka, but it felt more like 7 years together. At first, they thought we were just villagers who were going to kill them. In fact, I come from one of Asmara's most established families. I've never forgotten Tom and David. We were happy at that time, because we thought we were heroes. In a case of reverse Stockholm syndrome, the kidnapper had, it seemed, fallen half in love with his hostages. Here was all the nostalgia of a 50-year-old attending a high school reunion, pining for his lost youth while desiring closure, but with the added piquancy lent by the AK-47, the ransom note and the comradeship of camouflage. We sat together at one of the green banquettes and surveyed the sun-dazed street. He was only passing through. The communist revolutionary had long since turned respectable businessman and now lived in Sweden, where he worked for a trading company. There were things he urgently wanted to explain, but his Swedish was better than his English and the words were coming with difficulty. He stumbled on, illustrating his argument with rough sketches on a paper napkin. In Eritrea, we love the West. But the West has decided to treat us as some kind of enemy. It criticizes our government, its journalists take Ethiopia's side in the war. It is true, we make mistakes, and we will make many more. But what you have to understand is that we are a very young country. We have only been independent for a few years. We are like a child, going for the first time to what do you call it? The kindergarten. Yes, a child going to the kindergarten. At the start, his mother has to stay with him. The West must stay with us now. It has to be patient, not beat us like a teacher in a third world school. Instead of slapping our government and saying, "You did a stupid thing," it should be saying, "He will learn." He pointed to the cathedral across the way. Look at that Italian cathedral. Look at these bars and these cinemas. Look at the way these girls walk around in t-shirts. In Saudi Arabia they would have to cover up, here they are free. He searched again for the right words, and found them. Our history makes us close. We have an affinity. Do not push us away. Chronology. 1869 Suez Canal opens. Italian priest Giuseppe Sapito buys a sab from local sultan. 1870 After decades of conflict, Italy becomes a united nation, with Rome as capital. 1884-5 Europe's colonial powers divide Africa up at Berlin Conference. British invite Italians to seize Misawa. 1887 Italian column advancing into Eritrean highlands wiped out by forces of Ras Alula at Dogali. 1889 Abyssinian Emperor Johannes IV slain in battle against Mahdist. King of Shua anointed Emperor Menelik II, who signs Treaty of Ucciali with Italians. 1890 Italian King Umberto declares colony of Eritrea, with Misawa as capital. 1891 Ferdinando Martini makes first trip to Eritrea as part of royal inquiry. 1896 Italian attempt to advance into Abyssinia repelled by Emperor Menelik at Adua. 1897 Martini returns to Eritrea as its first civilian governor, moves capital to Asmara. 1911–12 Italy seizes Libya's Tripolitania and Cyrenaica after defeating Turkish forces. 1913 Emperor Menelik dies. 1914 First World War breaks out, Italy enters war on Allied side the following year. 1922 Benito Mussolini becomes Italy's prime minister after March on Rome. 1930 Ras Tafari crowned Emperor Haile Selassie. 1931 Libyan resistance movement brutally crushed by Italians. 1935 Mussolini invades Abyssinia from Eritrea, using chemical weapons. 1936 Haile Selassie flees into exile and Italian troops enter Addis. Mussolini announces creation of Italian East Africa. 1940 Mussolini enters Second World War on Hitler's side. Italian army ejects British from Somaliland. 1941 British forces defeat Italians at Keren and take over administration of Eritrea, Libya, and Italian Somaliland. Haile Selassie reinstated. 1945 End of World War II. Mussolini and his mistress lynched by Italian partisans. United Nations established in New York. 1946 Italy formally renounces all claim to its African colonies. 1948 Four Powers Commission fails to agree Eritrea's future. 1949 UN Commission of Inquiry sent to decide Eritrea's fate. 1950 Korean War breaks out. 1952 Eritrea federated with Ethiopia under unbrokered deal. 1953 US signs 25-year rights agreement for Kagnu Station. 1960 Haile Selassie survives military coup. Eritrean exiles in Cairo establish Eritrean Liberation Front. Sylvia Pankhurst dies in Addis Ababa. 1962 Eritrean parliament dissolved. Ethiopia formally annexes Eritrea. 1963 First U.S. combat troops arrive in Vietnam. Organization of African Unity sets up permanent headquarters in Addis. 1972–4 Famine sweeps Tigray and Wello. 1974 Emperor Haile Selassie overthrown by the Derg. 1975 Derg announces death of Haile Selassie, aged 84. ELF and EPLF, breakaway Eritrean rebel faction, reach outskirts of Asmara. 1977 Somalia invades eastern Ethiopia. As Red Terror killings start, Derg breaks off relations with US, closes Kagnu Station and joins Communist bloc. 1978 With massive Soviet military backing, Ethiopia pushes back Somali forces and wins upper hand in Eritrea. EPLF forced to retreat into Sahel. 1984–5 Famine sweeps northern Ethiopia, Bob Geldof organizes Band-Aid. 1985 Mikhail Gorbachev comes to power in Soviet Union. 1988 EPLF smashes Ethiopia's NATO command at Afabet, ending military stalemate. 1989 Berlin Wall comes down. 1991 Eritrean and Ethiopian rebels capture Asmara and Addis. Mengistu flees. 1993 Eritreans vote for independence in unmonitored referendum. 1997 Eritrea launches its own currency, the Nakfa. Ethiopian and Eritrean forces clash at Bure and Bata. 1998 Skirmishes at Badme escalate into new war between Eritrea and Ethiopia. 2000 UN peacekeepers sent to patrol temporary security zone between Eritrea and Ethiopia. Eritrean President Isaias Afwerki arrests domestic critics, closes private press. 2002 Boundary Commission announces ruling on border, allotting Badme to Eritrea. Glossary and acronyms. As there is no precise formula for translating Tigrinya and Amharic into the Roman alphabet, Eritrean and Ethiopian names can be spelt in a variety of ways. When identifying living individuals, I have used the version they preferred. When dealing with historical figures and places, I have chosen the version I guessed readers were most likely to have encountered in the past. Abyssinia, former name for Ethiopia. It stopped being used after World War II. Amhara, Ethiopia's dominant ethnic group, from which its rulers traditionally came. Askari, Eritreans recruited to serve in Italy's colonial army. Between 1890 and 1941, around 130,000 Eritreans served as askaris, fighting at the Battle of Adua in Somalia and in Libya. They also played a crucial role in Italy's 1935 invasion of Ethiopia. ASA Army Security Agency. Branch of the US highly secretive National Security Agency in Fort Meade, where government communications are enciphered and foreign communications monitored. It ran Kagnew Station until 1972. Berberi-rich mix of spices used in Eritrean and Ethiopian food. Derg, popular term for the Provisional Military Administrative Council, a shadowy group of dissident army officers that emerged in Ethiopia in early 1974. The Derg overthrew Haile Selassie and shocked the public by then killing its own chairman, executing 59 former government members and cutting ties with the U.S. By 1977, having eliminated his rivals, Mengistu Haile Mariam emerged as its undisputed leader. Eritrean rebel movements. Eritrea's armed struggle was launched by the Eritrean Liberation Front, ELF, founded in Cairo in 1960 by Muslim Eritreans. Although it had strong links with Arab states, the ELF initially recruited both Christians and Muslims. But in the early 1970s a group of Christian Highlanders broke away, going on to form the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF. Civil wars between the two movements played disastrously into Ethiopia's hands. But by 1980 the EPLF had eclipsed the ELF, whose remnants were pushed into Sudan. Both movements embraced Marxism, although the EPLF watered down its communist message as victory approached. Appeared in 1989 Ethiopia's ethnically based opposition movements merged to form the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, dominated by the TPLF. The coalition captured Addis Ababa in 1991 with Eritrean support and set up Ethiopia's current government. Isaias Afwerki, president of Eritrea and former EPLF Secretary General. Born in a district of Asmara in 1946, he interrupted his engineering studies at Addis Ababa University to join the ELF. He was sent to China for training but grew disillusioned, setting up the EPLF with a group of close associates. Kabesa. Eritrea's Central Highlands, inhabited by Christian, Tigrinya-speaking people. Include the historic provinces of Hamasien, Akele Goze, and Sire. Meles Zenawi, Prime Minister of Ethiopia. Born in Adua in 1956, he interrupted his medical studies in Addis Ababa to join the TPLF, rising to the post of chairman. Mengistu Haile Mariam. Of modest origins, Major Mengistu emerged as leader of the Derg in the mid-1970s and went on to establish one-man rule. He brutally suppressed opposition during the Red Terror, embraced Marxism, and won massive military backing from Moscow for his wars on Somalia and Eritrean separatism. Sometimes dubbed the Red Negus, he fled to exile in Zimbabwe in 1991. Oromo. A pastoral people, the Oromo began migrating in the mid-16th century into southern and southeastern Ethiopia, where they gradually integrated with the Amhara nobility. They are now the country's largest ethnic group. PFDJ. In February 1994, with independence achieved, the EPLF dissolved itself and launched a political movement, the People's Front for Democracy and Justice. RAS. Ethiopian title for prince or duke. Ras Taferi, son of the governor of Harar province, Ras Taferi became regent to Empress Zawditu, acceding to the imperial throne following her death. He took the name Haile Selassie, power of the Trinity in Amharic. Shabia, peoples or popular, used to denote the EPLF. Shema, white cotton shawl. Shua, central Ethiopian province, historically the heart of Abyssinia's Christian empire. It recovered that role in the late 19th century under Menelik LL, and now holds the modern capital of Addis Ababa. Shifta, traditionally applied to those who rebelled against their feudal lords. It was later used to denote armed bandits operating in the countryside. Tegadle, freedom fighter. Plural is Tegadelti. Tigray, northeastern Ethiopian province, bordering Eritrea. Political center of the ancient Aksumite Empire. Its people are known as Tigrayans. They share their Tigrinya language, highland customs, and Orthodox Christian faith with inhabitants of the Eritrean Kebessa. TPLF Tigrayan People's Liberation Front. Marxist-Leninist movement that sprang up in Ethiopia's northern province in the mid-1970s. Relations with the longer-established Eritrean rebel groups across the border were strained by ideological and tactical differences, but in 1988 the TPLF and EPLF agreed to cooperate on military strategy, a move that led to the Derg's defeat. Wayne used to denote the TPLF.